Hey guys, happy Monday. We are here for verdict watch. The jury got into court around 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, so they've been there about 30 minutes. It seems like on Friday they went back to the deliberation room for like a couple minutes just to figure out who was going to be the foreperson and if they wanted to stay and deliberate on Friday, late Friday night. And they didn't want to do that. They wanted to come back Monday. So I don't think they've been deliberating all that long. For what it's worth, since this is a cold case, this isn't what we're used to seeing nowadays, where there's like data from vehicles, data from phone logs, that voluminous type of technical data that wasn't really being extracted back in 2001. And even like the landline phone records, we never had that submitted into evidence here. So I think deliberations are kind of dealing with well, do you think he did it? Is there doubt that he did it? And do we understand the state's burden? And we'll see if we get any questions. We'll see if the jury can make a decision. So with that being said, good morning to everybody. We did have a poll up. We're going to watch Chris Melton's testimony while we wait. If we get all the way through that, which he was on the stand for a while, we can also take a look at opening statements. But hey to everyone hanging out. I hope everyone's in good spirits. I'm always nervous when it comes to like really any verdict in any trial that we watch, even if it's like a misdemeanor. I just always feel nervous. But with this case in particular, the stakes are high. It's a cold case. I don't feel like there's good evidence. I feel like there's a viable alternative suspect. I feel like there might even be suspects that aren't the subject of this trial. And personally, I just have this like heavy feeling of helplessness. Like there is a real chance that somebody could be convicted for potentially having a one-night stand 24, 25 years ago, not knowing 25 years ago that he would have needed to keep a receipt of where he was. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure I love that. I'm not sure I love that. I really don't love that. So good morning to everybody. I'm glad that you guys are spending the day over here. The stuff's tough. The stuff is tough. And I agree, 100% reasonable doubt. I mean, I think he's likely innocent, like just straight up innocent. But also reasonable doubt. And two different questions. So good to see everybody. I've got us queued up for direct testimony of Chris Melton. And Sirach, I saw you scrapping over there in the law and crime chat. I had to shut that one down today. I don't know if I could do it today. DB says the fix is in. Don't say that. Don't say that. Always scared about... You never know with a jury. You never know. I just would really be disheartened if 12 people could vote unanimously to convict in these circumstances. And that's it. Like, that's as sophisticated as my thought process gets. I would be disheartened. I don't know. That's it. Before we get started, real quick, I do want to flip over to this. If you don't have X, just a quick little thing. I've been marinating on this idea that DNA doesn't lie. That's what a lot of the naysayers, the vote to convict, DNA doesn't lie. And I think for what it's worth, I think the defense, Ahmad Cruz, he tackled that really well in closings. Well, if DNA doesn't lie and things are supposed to degrade within certain maximum time frames, how is Chris Melton's DNA still present? And how is it present in, he said, don't forget the anus. And I know that's like, it sounds like he's being goofy with a word that might make people uncomfortable or make them laugh. It's like saying poop, making a poop joke and you giggle because it's the word poop. Don't forget the anus, but I think that's really impactful because how do you explain Chris Melton's DNA being there? Not just in general. Like, I guess drainage could get you there. But if drainage isn't the answer and resetting the clock of degradation and drainage can't get you there, then the only solution suggested by a GBI employee, Ashley Hinkle, so she works for the state, is reinsertion. Well, then why isn't Faust DNA there? So DNA doesn't lie, and I think Attorney Ahmad Cruz used that to his advantage. How do you explain Chris Melton's DNA then? But I have a problem with this sentiment because just because DNA might be a thing and we could say DNA is what it is, to collect and to test DNA requires so many steps of input from humans that do the collecting, from the software that's created to analyze the testing, from any chain of custody movement of materials back and forth, from the mechanics. Sometimes there's machinery and the test kits themselves, the manufacturing of the test kits. There's so many different ways that something could go wrong where it's not just DNA being what it is DNA. There's inputs that tell us what that DNA is supposed to show. And I don't think that input is infallible. So just out of curiosity today, I went looking. I went to look for Georgia's procurement records to see where they were sending their contracts, hundreds of thousands of dollars annually to these private companies that are either creating software, they're creating the equipment like lab test equipment, or the machinery that, the centrifuges or the extraction robots. And pretty quickly, I didn't do an exhaustive search, but pretty quickly I started finding that Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI Crime Lab, they had contracts with a company called, and I don't know how to pronounce it, but Kiagen? And this is kind of like an under-noted company that had faulty tests. And when I say they had faulty tests, what I really mean is they were receiving complaints from certain labs, certain agencies that realized there were errors and issues. So when I say there were faults, I'm really talking about it being aware. We were aware that there were faults, right? I'm not saying that this is the only time there's been faults. So let's take a quick look at this background here. So faulty tests spur questions about DNA findings in criminal cases in Texas and nationally. So this is from the Texas Public Radio. This is May 5th of 2025. And what do we have? DNA tests for criminal cases across Texas are getting second looks from labs because one of the largest DNA test manufacturers globally told customers about issues with some tests distributed from February 2024 to October 2024. Officials at, we're going to say Kiagen, the multi-billion-dollar maker of DNA tests. So if you want to talk about financial incentives to not widely publicize that there might be errors with what you're doing, I think this speaks volumes. They alerted customers in Texas and Virginia. They have contracts all over the country, but they alert customers in Texas and Virginia that they received complaints that their Easy 1 and 2 investigator kits were extracting less DNA than expected. Complaints reported that some tests incorrectly represented that not enough DNA existed to test, and others represented samples that had multiple people's DNA present as fewer or just one person's genetic material. So I don't know how these complaints were figuring it out. My guess is that they knew that certain things should be present in the mixture, and yet only one profile was being identified. So, for example, let's say there's a mixture where like 5 samples are supposed to be detected. These kits were only detecting 4, 3, 2, or 1. Assessing the scope of the impact of affected tests was difficult to determine because Kiagen has not disclosed the total number of tests or where affected tests may have been sent. So again, we're hearing about these faulty tests. It's only coming to light because some of the labs or the analysts that are relying on these tests were noticing an issue and filing complaints. So that's the only reason we're aware. And Texas Public Radio can't get into any further information about the scope of the impact because Kiagen will not disclose it. So we have, this is a quote here from Kiagen. We have received fewer than 10 complaints nationwide on this matter, and the number of kits involved has been well below 1% of annual manufacturing, said John Gilardi, Vice President and Head of Corporate Communications, in a statement. But Gilardi declined to say how many kits the company produces in a year. The company is one of the biggest providers in the world. So here from Houston Forensic Science Center, who I wonder if someone This is an analyst that made the complaint and realized there were issues, so shout out to Peter Stout if that's the case. He says it's a big deal. This is a product that almost everybody uses all across the US, all across the world. Kiajin declined to give Texas Public Radio an interview because it was a public holiday in Europe, but responded to some additional questions in writing. Officials said the tests met their internal quality control measures. Internal quality control measures. And while the company recovered stock from labs, it was not a recall. So they didn't recall all these tests. They got some back just because. Here's a screenshot of the product for sale on their website. They are $730 per kit. Although, well, actually, maybe not. I guess this is 48 cases. Yeah, I would guess this is 48 kits. So, and I would imagine that's not like per case, right? That's probably the amount of swabs and slides you can prepare, 48 times. So the results, however, are leading forensic scientists in those labs to question if results are scientifically reliable. The Houston Forensic Science Center disclosed the intermittent problems it and other labs were having at an April 11th meeting at the Texas Forensic Science Commission. Texas is one of few states with a public agency overseeing how forensic science is used in court. So again, we happen to find this in Texas, but Texas might be one of the few areas that's actually trying to make sure the integrity's there and make sure things are working as they're supposed to be working. The Houston Forensic Science Center discovered the problems with the test and brought it to the company's attention last year. Stout told the commission that the HFSC had several conversations with the company. In a letter to clients dated April 1st, Kiajin said it made production changes at its factory to address the issue in October 2024 after alerting customers of the complaints. Based on the data available, there's no indication of a broader systemic issue, said the letter. The tests used for dried blood, bone, semen, saliva, and trace DNA are largely for criminal prosecutions, meaning the stakes are high when errors occur. Texas is a death penalty state, many others are. Justice is a matter of life and death, said Michael Kessler, principal at Kessler Forensic Solutions, a company that consults on DNA analysis at trials. The affected tests at times fail to always produce a DNA profile when it's present. We run the risk of missing a profile that could be potentially exonerating. We also run the risk of missing a profile that could be of importance for an investigation. So basically, you could think of the sexual assault kit that we don't get the profile of. The potential offender, they go unarrested, Stout said. The Texas Department of Safety confirmed that its Austin laboratory uses the tests, and it was reviewing 700 cases for next steps. The HFSC confirmed it will likely review 100 more cases, but the impacts could be far greater nationwide, according to experts. And so we have a quote here. I would think if they wanted to have an abundance of caution, they could go back now to work samples where they got, quote, no results, said Dan Crane, professor at Wright University and consultant for forensic testing. That is if there's now enough material to test. A lot of these evidence samples are going to be low quantity. Swabs of gun cartridges, for instance, and they had one crack at it, and you just can't go back. So you have a limited number, like we heard about the swab clippings, and decisions being made not to test things because you wanted to preserve, you didn't want to waste up all your testing opportunities. So that's what they're talking about here. The cost of retesting will be incurred by the lab. So Kiajin is not covering this. So the lab the agency has to make the decision to expend their own funding to do the retests. Do you see how this is like layers? Like maybe one thing in a bubble might not be a game changer in one specific case, but the layer of issues really question the integrity. And yet people out there will just say flat out that DNA doesn't lie. So the HFSC discovered the testing irregularities through its own quality assurance program. When officials reviewed the data, they saw a jump in the number of samples between June and August 2024. They sent out to contract labs coming back with so-called unintuitive results, rising from about 2 samples to 45. That's a 14% rate, Stout told the Texas Forensic Science Commission. That stuck out. HFSC noted areas of improvement for Kiajin going forward on its presentation, including testing more of the cartridges. It found Kiajin tested only 36 cartridges per lot with an average size of 83,000. So their quality control is less than 1 in 100. It's less than 1 in 1,000. Statistically, it should have checked 235 cartridges for a 95% confidence rate. What makes any analysis difficult is that Qiagen declined to disclose to TPR how big its lot sizes are. Qiagen explained that it conducted a full investigation and that all the kits passed all the company's quality control standards. Press 1 to doubt. I think what's more concerning is the length of time over which this problem was occurring. The fact that the quality control program for the manufacturer did not catch the issue, said Elizabeth Daniel Vasquez, a former public defender who now consults for criminal defense teams on forensic science. The culprit for, I've got some ones, I see them coming in my peripheral. The culprit for the issues was tentatively identified as the pH balance of one of the chemicals, the MTL buffer used in the tests. So, all it takes is for a substance they're using for the tests to throw it off. And how would you know? How would you know without the quality control? HFSC noted other issues with the cartridges. The long rectangular device is designed with numerous wells to hold components of the DNA testing process like chemicals. Upon visual inspection, scientists found a magnetic bead and specific chemicals in the wrong wells. It wasn't clear how many labs across Texas or nationally received the affected tests, but among them was the Department of Public Safety's offices in Austin, as well as private testing labs Bode, based in Virginia, and Signature Science, based in Austin. Signature Science is a subsidiary of San Antonio Southwest Research Institute. 2 letters to labs reviewed by the Texas Public Radio showed that Signature Science and others were contacted by Qiagen in October 2024 about the issues. So this is when they're sending out the warning that, hey, we have some issues going on. In a letter dated April 23rd, Signature Science told its clients that Qiagen failed to identify all affected lots and that its lab's DNA extraction work was also impacted this year. Signature Science believes any sample extracted between June 24, 2024 through February 28, 2025 that utilize EZ1 and 2, and they've got specific lot numbers, may be impacted by this issue. And then this is from Samantha Wanzek, technical leader for the Signature Science. So there we go. They didn't respond for letters for comment. Qiagen says it's been responsive to lab's concerns. In every case, we've worked directly with the lab to investigate the concern, perform follow-up testing, and provide full support, Gilardi wrote in an email. Well, that's an interesting statement when we're hearing that the labs have to pay for their own costs of re-verification. I wouldn't consider that full support. And in fact, without that full support, I would argue that the labs might not be inclined to retest everything on their own. So, but we've got, let's see, but those assurances may not be enough for defense attorneys. We're going to see a ton of cases where the impact of this is going to be directly clear, said Daniel Vasquez. I think more likely what we'll see is a whole lot of lack of evidence that nobody realizes was lost in the process. So there we go, and Los Angeles ended up having a similar issue, and they went months continuing using the tests and using it for prosecutions because the employee that was sent the October letter from Qiagen no longer worked for the sheriff's office, and nobody got that communication. Like, nobody saw that warning letter. So they just kept going until they finally realized on their own. But I had looked up quickly. I was looking at the procurement registry, specifically looking at contracts awarded. Oh, what did I open up? I didn't mean to click into that. But I was just filtering different keywords, looking for contracts that were awarded to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And 2 that I found that were awarded to GBI, and again, awarded over to the GBI to Qiagen. So here's one that was awarded in 2024, estimated contract value for this purchase order. And sometimes there's more than one in a fiscal year for Qiagen, and some relate to like equipment and others relate to servicing and maintenance. But you could see, like, this is not a small number, especially if you scale this by the amount of orders per year for one agency and then across the country. So I have serious questions of companies like Qiagen. 1, they're not doing the quality assurance that they're supposed to be doing internally. But 2, are they really being transparent when there's an issue? And are they helping to offer full support to fix the issue when there's an issue? Or do we just take it at face value that, oh, we'll eventually catch it if it's wrong, and when we do catch it, we'll just say it's less than 1% of the test kits that went out during that time period. So, and then another one, this is just to show you that they were purchasing the same investigator kits that were subject to the issue. The easy 1 and 2 DNA investigator kits. So, there we go, there we go. And this isn't just, Kiajin happened to be the example here. But it's just a question I have all across the board. All across the board. So there we go. Let's see. We've got Melton's testimony queued up. And we're still on a ceiling. Just so you guys know, I do have like law and crimes feed open in another window. They're just showing the ceiling. So no activity in the courtroom yet today. And we've got captions since we're replaying. That's really nice. So here we go. Let's get into direct of Chris Melton. We'll do 1.25. If you want it faster, let me know.
State calls Mr. Chris Melton.
Could you get Chris Melton? Thank you.
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, if you would, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record, and just speak towards the microphone both now and when you're giving your answers, please.
Chris Melton, CHRISMELTON.
And Mr. Melton, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Loganville,
All right.
South Walton County, and Covington address, but I went to Loganville High School and School District.
Okay. And did you graduate from Loganville High School?
Yes, sir.
What year was it that you graduated from Loganville High School?
1996.
After you graduated from Loganville High School, did you go to college anywhere?
Yes, sir. Georgia College in Milledgeville.
Okay. Back when you were in high school, did you play any sports?
Yes, sir. Football, track, a year of golf. I was pretty busy with sports and involved with the school.
Once you got to Georgia College, where is Georgia College?
It's in Milledgeville, Georgia.
All right. When you got there, did you try to get connected with anything that was sports related?
Yes, sir. Once I was there, I wasn't on any type of sporting team, and I kind of missed the interaction. I missed being involved with the school. And I actually had a friend that I had made along the way that had come and introduced me.
Also, shout out to Moses. So, 10-month anniversary here, saying happy DNA Monday. I mean, happy DNA, I say that lightly. But thank you for being a member for 10 months, and then also bringing along 5 new members. So let's get some W's in the chat for Moses here, gifting 5 people. Big thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us for Verdict Watch also.
To the cheerleading squad, and I thought that was interesting, so that's where it started there, sir.
Had you done any cheerleading before that or anything?
No, sir.
All right. Did you take to it pretty well?
I did.
Okay.
I was pretty athletic, and with the coaching and so forth and the support, it came pretty easy. Yes, sir.
Did you end up finishing your degree at Georgia College or leaving before you finished?
I left before I finished.
Okay. And so I want to go to your time while you were actually there at Georgia College. Did you ever meet a young lady by the name of Tara Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you meet Tara?
I met Tara through actually one of the cheerleaders I have become friends with, Phil Peavy, and his sister was Ashley Peavy, and that was one of Tara's closest friend, if not best friend, and that was how we had the introduction.
And Ashley Peavy, does she have a different name now? Is she married?
Yes, I believe it's Ashley Hall.
Okay. And if you pardon me for just a minute, I'm going to pour myself a glass of water. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes, sir, please.
So Ashley Peavy, who is Ashley Hall, now introduced the two of y'all. When you left Georgia College, where did you go?
Once I left Georgia College, I moved back home with my parents.
So when you and Tara met at Georgia College, did y'all ever go on any dates or anything?
Yes, actually, the first date we had was her sorority, AD Pi sorority, formal, and she did not have a date. And I was approached, would I be interested in being her companion for the evening, and I was all for it. Yes, sir. And
Okay.
that was our first date.
At the time, was Tara someone you were interested in romantically?
Before that, I would say no, no, sir.
Okay.
We had introductions, and I thought she was gorgeous, but I wasn't pursuing. No, sir.
Okay. And so did your relationship become more serious after you left Georgia College?
Yes, sir. The night of the formal, we kind of had a spark, and while I was at the school, we kind of just would cross paths and so forth, but in social events and so forth, but our relationship took off after I had left, and she had moved back to her parents, and we got reconnected, and that's when it really became an exclusive relationship.
And you said when she went back to her parents, do you know where her parents were living?
Her parents lived in Lovejoy.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing when she went back home?
She went back home. She started working at a law firm, a real estate law firm.
In Lovejoy?
I believe it was.
Okay.
They're in the vicinity.
While she was at Georgia College, do you know what kind of student Tara was?
She was an incredible student.
Okay.
So,
How long, if you know, did it take her to graduate from Georgia College?
I believe it was early. I believe she was a year early on her graduation.
Okay. And do you know how many degrees she graduated with?
I believe 2.
All right. How did that compare to you as a student?
She outperformed me, by all means, in most, I would say.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off. You said "and most." Is
I
that
would say
right?
in most, yes, sir.
Okay. When you got home and college didn't work out for you or wasn't for you, what were you trying to do with your life, or what did you decide to get into?
Well, I was introduced to a plumbing ad in a newspaper by my mother the first day that I made it home. I came down the stairs, and as I turned the corner, she's sitting at the dining room table with the newspaper open and had already highlighted a plumbing job that was advertised, and she said, "You're getting work."
Yeah. So you weren't just going to get to hang out and watch TV, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that something you began to pursue kind of more seriously than just passing the time and making a little bit of money?
Yes, once I got involved, it actually became interesting. It seemed like a different side of my brain was activated. It was actually fairly easy to me. I'm not downplaying what the tasks are, but it's something I connected with very quickly. My father's side, he was a very good engineer, fabricator, pipe fitter. He wasn't necessarily a plumber, but he could build and take down and reconstruct about anything you could think of.
Okay. And were you and your dad pretty close?
Oh, very tight.
Okay. Is he still with us?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And when did he pass away?
May 26th of 2024.
And so I want to get back to you and Tara's relationship as you're living with your parents and she is back home with her folks in Lovejoy. Around what year is this?
98.
Okay. Did you text a lot of people back in 1998?
I don't think I could text in 1998.
All right. So how is it that you and Tara were able to reconnect after she gets home and you're home?
While I was still at Georgia College, we had started having affections for each other. We weren't in a relationship, but each time that we crossed paths, our eyes would lock and we'd smile and spend some extended period of time together. And during that time, before she left, before I'd left, she had found me on campus and made sure that I had her information back to Lovejoy where her parents were, her phone number, her address, and she had written it on an index card. And once she handed that to me, I folded it up, put it in my wallet, and made sure I never lost it.
Okay. And so how far away from each other were y'all living during that time period?
Quite a distance.
Okay.
I would say.
As best you can recall, do you remember how long it took to drive from your parents' house to her parents' house, roughly?
Hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. How did the relationship progress? Was it something that started quickly or slowly, or how did that happen?
Well, it progressed with the first phone call. I reached out, and Our first conversation, it was like we had been talking the whole time. And I recall spending 2+ hours with her on the phone, and it just came naturally. And I recall her just being, so funny, so smart. She was intriguing. She just bragged about her family, her siblings, her parents, what they did, and the conversation would just naturally roll out. And that made me want to continue just speaking with her and further on. And then we spoke day after day after day, and then I was invited out to her home for our first visit and then pretty much our first date.
Okay. After your first visit and first date, how often would y'all get to see each other in person?
On the weekends, mostly. She was working, I was working, and we would see each other like Friday night or like a Saturday night, what was available, working with our schedules. Never spent the night. It was just always a day visit, a night through the evening, and then either, I would have to leave, and then we would find things to do, locally or at her parents' house. We'd watch movies or spend some time with the family and whatnot. But that's how it slowly progressed there. So.
As you continued that relationship, did you learn anything about Tara's plans for the future?
Yes, she had admirations to go to law school. And at first, I remember she wanted to be a Supreme Court justice at one point, if I'm not mistaken. And then she got into, when she was working at the real estate law firm, that sparked her interest. She started getting more involved in that, and I think she liked the, as she would say, happy law. And that kind of fit her and suited her personality better.
Okay. And so did she have plans to go to law school?
Yes, sir.
Is there anywhere in particular that she wanted to go to law school?
UGA.
All right. And is that something she was able to accomplish as far as being able to attend UGA Law School?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall when it is that let me ask it this way. Did Tara end up moving out of her parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did she move to?
Her first apartment was Timothy Woods.
Okay. Timothy Woods, where is that? What city?
That is in Athens.
All right. And when, if you recall, did she move to Timothy Woods?
'99, I would say, around that time, 99,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
So when she first moved to Athens, did she move here to start law school or to start something else?
When she moved to Athens, she had a job at another law firm. Excuse me.
One thing I didn't think about previously, and I don't know her previous living situation, but the idea that you would move in with 2 other girls that you were still going to school with, right? Not just picking a place to live on your own, but the idea that you're not just moving back in with your parents to save some money while you need to study and continue your education. But I don't know, I can picture that ticking somebody off. Like, you're about to go live your bachelorette life with your girls.
That law firm in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember how long roughly she worked there until she started law school?
Yes, sir. I would close to a year,
Okay.
I believe.
And so when is it that Tara started law school?
2000.
All right. And I want to back up and talk about what you were doing in this time frame. We talked about you had kind of found a home in plumbing. It was something that suited you and that you learned pretty quickly. Is that something that you were continuing to pursue?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so were you working for a company or how were you working as a plumber during that time period?
Okay. When I began, I worked for a company named Car Plumbing, and they had great ownership, great superintendents, great instruction, and that made things easier. And once I was there and I was exposed to the environment and blueprints and procedures, it sparked me. I was a hands-on person. I liked putting things together, and so that helped me in actually pursuing plumbing in itself. I could see the potential. The owners of the business were very well off. They were very successful, so I saw a future in that, and that was a goal at that point. I could see that maybe this is something I need to stick with.
Did you ever move out of your parents' home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did, where did you move to?
I moved to Jamestown North in Athens.
Okay. Do you recall where in Athens those apartments are, or what type of residence was it?
They're more or less like townhomes, 2 stories that are close proximity attached, and South Millage Avenue is where they're located.
Okay. And when is it that you moved to Athens?
I moved to Athens in 2000.
All right. So at this point, how long had you and Tara been dating as a couple?
I would say over 2.5 years.
Okay.
At that point, around 2 years.
And so you moved to Athens when in 2000? I'm sorry.
I believe it was in April of 2000.
Okay. And so you're in Athens also. This is the first time that y'all are living back in the same town since y'all were in Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's the first time you're living in the same town since your relationship has been serious over the last 2 years or so. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But y'all are living in 2 separate places, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How often would you get to see Tara once you moved to Athens?
Definitely, I was happy because we did get to see each other more often. I could see her pretty frequently on a daily, if not a daily basis, multiple times a week, upwards of 5 days a week.
Okay. And so we talked about the Timothy Woods address that Tara lived in from 99 to 2000. Did she move somewhere else in Athens around the time she was starting in law school?
Yes, sir. I believe it was Deer Park.
Okay.
Referred to.
Who did she live at Deer Park with?
She lived with, at the time, Ashley Peavy and Valerie Lang. I believe it was Valerie's last name.
All right. And Ashley Peavy, you mentioned her before from Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How is it that Tara knew Valerie?
I believe she met her through Ashley. I think it was Ashley's old roommate, but previous roommate before.
All right. And so were Ashley and Valerie seeing anyone romantically?
Yes. Ashley was in a relationship with Chris Hall, to whom I believe who she's married to now, and they met in Milledgeville also, from my understanding. Valerie, I wasn't as familiar with their relationship, and I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember his name.
Well, that's okay. So would you ever go over to Tara's residence once you moved to Deer Park?
Yes.
Okay. And would Tara come over to your residence at Jamestown?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever spend the night with each other?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so would she spend the night more often at your residence than you would at hers?
The majority of the time would be my place.
Okay. Were there times, though, when you would stay over at her place sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there times when you would go and hang out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a key to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware of any of the boyfriends having keys to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what that law school experience was like for Tara. Once she started in law school, would that have been, August of 2000? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Okay. What was that experience like for her as far as academically and time constraints and things like that?
It was a new challenge. Her academics previously, I would say, came pretty easily to her. And then when she started law school, it was more consuming and definitely much more of a challenge.
Okay. Is that something that kind of compressed y'all's free time?
Yes.
I can rephrase
All
the
right, I'll
question.
sustain it, allow you to rephrase if you choose to.
How did law school affect Tara's free time?
It definitely consumed more of her free time.
Okay.
She had to spend more time there.
And so at this point, you're in Athens. Where are most of your plumbing jobs happening, though?
Walton County, Gwinnett County, some in Rockdale County, and the northern side of Forsyth, and sometimes even in Hall.
Okay. So all west of Athens.
Correct.
Okay. Who were you working for back then?
I started with McCart Plumbing, and I worked for them for 2.5 years, I would say. And there was a point that after I really had the hang of it, and I really knew I had a grasp, and I had been a crew leader at this point for multiple years, I decided that I think I was going to pursue a stepping stone, which at that point would be referred to as subcontracting. And so at that point, you would purchase your own vehicle, your tools, your equipment. You would have your own insurance, and you would have your own employment as far as employees that would work for you.
Okay. And so you're getting ready to try to take this next step that you just described. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I want to back up a little bit and talk about that and kind of the broader context of you and Tara's relationship. Obviously, Tara's a very high achieving person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. She is a large motivation for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
And you kind of
That's a weird way to say it. So early to want to pursue the next step. I wanted to take a quick look at a recent arrest story. We're heading over, I think we're in Pennsylvania for this, although it involves New York a little bit as well. So speaking of inability to move on or let somebody go, here's a recent story of a Montgomery man arrested for alleged murder for hire scheme to kill ex-girlfriend. We have Upper Dublin, Pennsylvania. A Montgomery County man is behind bars, accused of trying to hire a hitman. Prosecutors say 41-year-old Eric Berkowitz offered someone $5,000 to kill his ex-girlfriend and two men she had dated after their 7-year relationship ended. So he not only wants to get a hit on his ex, but the next two guys that he's presumably aware of that she showed interest in. Officers in Upper Dublin Township say they recorded Berkowitz talking about the plan. He was arrested on Wednesday in an Uber outside of his residence, allegedly on his way to his ex-girlfriend's house. Police say he had a duffel bag with a gun, ammunition, cocaine, and a large sum of cash. Well, gotta bring that. Berkowitz is charged with 3 counts of criminal solicitation for murder and 3 counts of attempted murder, among other charges. So, yeah. Thinking of that, because some people can't imagine. All right, we'll toggle over. We have a jury question. All right. But yeah, I wanted to pull that story up because I think some people just don't think that it happens, that people can't move on, and it happens kind of a lot. I'm scared. I'm always nervous about questions. What if it's what if we already think we can't come to an agreement? Yeah, so Marie said that there is a jury question. I don't think we heard any talk about Melton being in a fraternity. Jury questions makes Sabata feel more encouraged. Banjo-Kazooie says, can we find the boyfriend guilty? Or are they doing a different feed for the question? All right. Oh, that's just the same stream. YP. I need Law and Crime to put up a banner because I can hear the static noise and know the stream is playing, but I still feel like it's not actually playing because there's nothing moving on their feed. The jury says, where's the proof? You know what'll kill me is if they ask, because even though the jury can't get questions answered about proof, through their questions. Sometimes jurors send questions forward that ask about the proof that was presented or proof that wasn't presented. And the court's like, you gotta consider the evidence that was put in front of you. But, like, what if they send in a question asking about something that Faust was denied the opportunity to get into? Yes, and I forgot we have to have Judge Lisa answer the question. Guy Vermectin prefers jury questions over a quick verdict. I wonder if Liz was the first one back in the courtroom because her office is in the same building. Or maybe she, like, set up a makeshift office. Who knows? If he is not currently in the courtroom, I'm sure they're bringing him in. Oh my gosh, the chat kills me. Adventure Aaron says, what if the jurors went back and started looking through the boxes of physical evidence and it's empty? Yeah, they've only been there about an hour today, and maybe we can say like plus 5 minutes from Friday for deliberations, but I mean, I don't know how long it took them to get back there, stare at each other and pick a four-person, and then say, well, do you guys want to stay or go home? And remember, with closing arguments, I don't know, what time did that end? That ended close to like 7 o'clock, right? 7 Eastern. So I don't think it's weird that they didn't want to stay and deliberate. Someone might have had something to do by 7:30, had to make dinner for the kids, you know? So let me check the long crime chat. Sometimes Kathy writes in there. I guess we could keep it up. Long crime is at a 70-30 split. That's a pretty big split for long crime. Oh wait, Kathy says yes to somebody. Okay, it says they're deliberating. Waiting for the question. All right, yeah. So you want me to make the chat bigger? You guys want to see what they're talking about over here? Good old lawn crime. Also, shout out to Vince gifting a membership, turning someone green. Let's see who got it. Let me flip over to my YouTube chat. So Jennifer Sims, you are green now. Thank you to Vince. Oh, the musical envelopes. Oh my gosh. Over in lawn crime, someone says, why did felon Faust not take the stand? What was he afraid of? You! People like you! Oh, Lord. Let me close this. Should I keep it open? What do you want to do? 1 in the chat to keep Law and Crime open, 2 to close it. The chat, not the stream. Yeah, Trikisha used to keep the Law and Crime chat closed for her sanity. I forget. I said 2 was to close it, right? Was 1 to close it or 2 to close it? I forgot. Like, Law and Crime shuts my brain off. Yeah, I think it's a notable split in the chat. And again, that could just be because we're dealing with a cold case where there isn't more evidence, and a lot of it is, I think people are more inclined to think it's unlikely that a boyfriend would do this. And I think that's not a great piece of logic to rest your hat on. But obviously, there are probably people in that chat, not saying that's how everyone came to the conclusion, but I do think there are a lot of people that are coming to the conclusion because they cannot picture Tara Baker being at a night out and interacting with Edrick Faust in any manner, which I think is just incorrect. But people will conclude that. All right, so twos win. Twos win. Everybody can breathe. And thank you for reminding me. I'm telling you, starting to read those comments, my brain shut off. I couldn't remember what I said 2 seconds ago. Same, Amanda. I think it's very likely a boyfriend could do it. I think the nature of the crime, I mean, seems like somebody that was upset and not just there to maybe burglarize, get into a home, didn't realize that somebody was home even though there was a car in the driveway, and decided to do more than they planned and had to set the house on fire after. Like that, it just doesn't fit the scenario. Yeah, I think it is really, really a significant split in law and crime. I mean, typically, to even see something close to 50% not guilty, it's usually a case where the prosecution team is annoying, has zero charisma, like just peeves people the wrong way. And so sometimes the shift over there might not be for the most valid reasons either. Also, shout out to Touche for the super. Says, I was in the bushes so much this trial, and the day you quoted Woody she fight, I almost bust out laughing at a totally inappropriate time. You just gotta be like, my bad. Had an awkward thought to myself. That's the excuse. But that's why, let me reiterate, that's why I know this case we have to talk about the A word, the V word. There are just some terms that we have to say to talk about what's being alleged in this case and what the evidence is supposed to show or not show. But one of the reasons I don't really like cursing on stream is because in the back of my YouTube analytics, it says that like 40% of watchers use a television as their device. So in my mind, that's playing out loud, right? On a phone, you could still be playing out loud, but you might have headphones in, you know. But a TV, I'm imagining like families there, kids are there, like whatever I say out loud could be heard, and I don't want to just be cursing up a storm. I don't curse that much in real life anyway. But I always wonder if people think like, can you curse on this channel? I don't mind when guests come up and do it. But moments like this, I think it's like a good thing. Like imagine if someone was listening to you out loud and just heard us talking about someone being fired. Ah, no bueno. Rhodes Girl is over in the law and crime chat voting it up. Voting it up. Yep, that part too would. It may not even have been like a full-on like sexual encounter. Smoked a joint, had a few drinks. And I'm not sure that that point was exactly made clear, but at the same time, there was a lot of talk. Jeremy Howell in the like interrogation tape after they arrest Faust, when they're like, DNA testing is so much better now, it's so much more sensitive now. I mean, if that triggers in anybody's mind the idea that touch DNA is now being picked up, I think someone could get there. So, all right, and Sylvia says they are waiting on Cruz and Hill. Is Sylvia alive? Let me. Sylvia. Yeah, okay, so Sylvia's live right now. Link. Oh, actually, I think it just ended. There's her link in the chat. It was showing on my feed that she was live, but it says 34 minutes ago. Happily Angry Lawyer wants the Dom Wisp banner. Nika, thank you for being a member for 16 months. Says, has me nervous and praying for a not guilty. Me too. Me too. And specifically a not guilty. Because a hung jury, I mean, I think they'd be dumb enough to try it again, because why not? Okay, and Serena says Sylvia went back in, so that makes sense. Just making sure I'm not paused. Yeah, so we have a question. I'm going to start writing questions on this like ceiling thing that we have going on. Where is the... What if they're like, how do you actually pronounce his last name? No host, no Faust. There we go. We have our jury question. Let me make sure that didn't pause the screen. All right, it's still going. Still going. Yeah, Slim. If it's, I don't even want to hear that. Well, I don't want to hear that word without a not before it, if that makes sense. I was about to say I don't want to hear that word, but I guess we technically have to hear that word to hear not guilty. Yeah, Jordan, I think this is really concerning. And I think it's, on one hand, there's the pathway of belief, just at face value, what they were doing contemporaneously. We just hit the stop button because we heard that he said he had an alibi, and the friend was like, yeah, sure, I saw him that day. Didn't really probe anything further. They weren't doing that thing where they tried to talk to him multiple times. You know, speaking to somebody more than once is a good way to pick up on changes in small details. And if they only talked to Chris Melton for 4 times before GBI came in 2024, I mean, do you think that they were looking for little inconsistencies in his statement? And I just don't. We heard a little bit about the recordings, and I don't know for sure, but it really seems like some of those conversations were less than an hour each. So, And then worse, you get out of the contemporaneous investigation, which is what everybody relies on successively. You get to GBI and we get this huge budget. We're going to look at cold cases. We're going to give this one to Liz, Pioneer Liz. And Liz is like, yep, got it. We solved the case. He has an alibi. Well, did you realize there were problems with his alibi? He has an alibi. Like, just unmoving, unnerved. So, does not inspire confidence whatsoever. Oh yeah, they did find an inconsistency, the one that they had to find. Good point, I am Tetsuko. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I hope Athens gets a lot of attention if this guy is found guilty. The jury question's just WTF. Oh, we have a camera shaking. Here we go.
We are on the record. All right, we're back on the record. Taking a break from my calendar this afternoon to go back on the record with regard to State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30, and this is question number 1. To the judge. The jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. Mr. Yamachile, Mr. Bolden, any response before I say what is allowed?
Your Honor, I think the jury has to recall those facts for themselves, both as it relates to the DNA reports. They were admitted into evidence, but I don't believe that they would go back to the jury due to the continuing witness rule. And as it relates to Mr. Ricketts' testimony, the jury would need to recall that themselves as well. That would be
Ricketts is the
state's position.
fingerprinting.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
As far as the testimony regarding Ricketts, I do agree. They do have to go off of their notes. But as far as the DNA reports, they aren't evidence. I would say they would like to come out here and look at them, and you could pass it around to the jurors through the jury box. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the law. The law allows both of these requests to be had. The jury is allowed to rehear testimony, obviously, as long as it's in the courtroom. We're going to queue it up for Ricketts' testimony if they still want to hear it. And the jury is allowed to review anything in evidence, but it has to be, of course, in open court. It can't be, it would be subject to continuing witness rule if it were back in the jury room. But in open court, they are allowed to look at anything that's been admitted to evidence. So I'm going to have the jury come on out, just have them come out, and I will respond to their question in total. Thank you.
Remember, Ricketts was the one that interviewed Melton early on. He's the one that supposedly fingerprinted. And also, he went over the timeline according to Chris Melton.
I'm going to ask counsel to go look at the reports while they're listening and make sure you all are in agreement what we're talking about. Thank you.
Ricketts also said Chris Melton's timeline slid a little. I don't know. They could be arguing. There could be... I think it's two tea leaves to read because on one hand, yeah, they're questioning the DNA, but on the other hand, they might be questioning the timing of these hand injuries. And somebody could be trying to insist or convince somebody that Chris Melton's hand injuries
very good.
weren't
Thank you.
there.
Just counting, make sure everybody's here. You all may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here resuming the trial, State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust. I've already put this on the record, but since you're in front of us, I'll put it on again. SU 24-CR0547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30. Thank you all for being on time today. I'm having you out here because I'm responding to your message. And the message reads, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. The answer to both of those questions are yes. You can see anything that's in evidence. It has to be done, of course, in open court. The attorneys are going to get together and make sure they know what reports you're referring to and have you look at them out here in open court. But while they are doing that, we are going to replay the transcript of Ricketts' testimony. And there's no video, but the transcript is allowed by law to be heard again by all of you. So as soon as Ms. Satterfield is ready to play it, this is not a perfect system in terms of being able to sort of transcribe it to all of you. And so if it's faint, sometimes we put a microphone to the actual computer. We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
I'd like to
You
think
ready?
that they're
All
actually
right, very good.
doubting
You may
Melton's
proceed. Thank you,
testimony,
Ms. Satterfield.
and it's a timeline question rather than an issue over the hands.
State calls Bill Ricketts.
It's interesting she didn't ask which part. It is going to replay the whole testimony?
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand and take note. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, if you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm supervisor with the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay, and prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked at the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens Clark County Police Department.
Okay, and were you working with the Athens Clark County Police Department on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, I was.
At that time,
He was on the stand for like 2 hours and 45 minutes-ish, according to my notes, but there was also like, it looked like 15 minutes from my timestamps of arguments outside the presence of the jury. Are they really going to re-listen to this whole thing?
what was your assignment or role at ACCPD?
At that time, I was currently signed with the Robbery Homicide Unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was Robbery Homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at Robbery Homicide take you anywhere outside of that?
Yes, sir. That morning, I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the state penitentiary working out a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators. I came back to Athens that morning. I would say lunchtime or so, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Miss Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, sir. We got back to the police department, pulled in the back when we parked, and all of our vehicles and forensics and CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day, and it was not. We went inside, and it's early in the days of cell phones, so we went inside, and I got signed to go back out over to Fawn Drive.
Okay. And you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. Crime scene folks were there. Talked to outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around, so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door, and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name?
I didn't ask
of,
Cooper Road,
Matt
350
Owens?
Cooper Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you also speak with an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Owens, what did he tell you about anything that he may have seen that day?
Objection, your second.
Any response to the objections?
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Owens testified in this trial, and then Mr. Cruz challenged the credibility of certain things that Mr. Owens had said. So I believe that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
I did not challenge the credibility of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens testified. I don't even think I asked him about that. I didn't ask him too much any questions. I just think.
Mr. Yeoman, showing any response to Mr. Cruz's statement before I made the presentation?
Your Honor, if the defense is contending that he challenged nothing about the truthfulness and accuracy of Mr. Owens' statements, then I don't believe the prior consistent statement would be admissible.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, so you spoke with Mr. Owens. We're not going to get into the details of what he said. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
I did.
Okay. What is it that Miss Riker relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Your second.
Any response to the objection, Mr. Yeoman?
As it related to Mr. Owens, I don't have definitive memories of the ways in which Mr. Cruz may have asked questions or attempted to impeach that witness, but certainly as it related to Ms. Riker, there were significant periods of cross-examination, including confronting Ms. Riker with previous statements and things along those lines. So I do think that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
Yes, sir.
So my second objection based on the state's response, the waste of the jury's time. In regards to our examination of Ms. Riker, the only thing we went through were the statements that she gave to this officer. There was no need to impeach Ms. Riker on her prior statements because the testimony she gave in court, we used her prior statements from the day she spoke with Tiffany to establish what her accurate testimony was.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I remember the statements, and I'm taking notes on that. I'm going to overrule your objection. I'd like to continue with that line of questioning.
So, Mr. Ricketts, as it relates to Ms. Riker, what did she relay to you?
She stated that morning around 8:15 in the morning, she left to go to class. She saw a male subject, likely walking down the street from the area of Cooper Road towards her apartment. Now, she said the male subject had to stop in order for her to back out of the driveway and go on. Her description, was a medium, average-looking height, medium, no hat, medium hair. It had an orange or bright red shirt, baggy pants, possible jeans, but they weren't dark in color. She gave us that description while we were sitting there talking to her. She was surprised that morning, and it was kind of a foggy rain morning that morning. I do remember driving down that morning. I wasn't at the scene during that. That morning was a heavy fall, kind of rain kind of morning, kind of nasty. And she said it was kind of odd to have somebody cutting through just the apartment area at that time of the morning.
And was the unusualness also based on the weather that she described?
She described the weather and then how the subject was almost walked into her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe she had seen they might have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens Clark County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent me on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were at the police department, and this would still be January 19th of 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
So while you were in the police department, did you have any contact with an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
I did.
Okay. And who did you understand Mr. Melton to be at the time that you spoke with him?
I understood Mr. Melton to be the boyfriend of the deceased. From being out at the scene, I had not yet seen or met, at this point, but I understood that's who he was.
Okay. And you said by being out at the scene, to your knowledge, had Mr. Melton been brought to the scene at some point during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the purpose for which he was brought to the scene?
He identified the body, which I was told via digital camera from the crime scene, and was out on the crime scene answering some questions there. I believe it's Lieutenant Durham.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Melton?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else present when you were speaking with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir. His father came with him. We weren't expecting him at the police department. He arrived, and he and his father were there together. So we decided to do an impromptu interview there at the office.
And where in the police department in particular did this interview take place, if you recall?
We were kind of over in that forensics area. We were not actually in an interview room. We were over in the forensics office. If you think of it, it's like a small conference room. I won't say a common work area, but a small conference room there where we could have a little bit of privacy and a table where we could sit and talk. The area was pretty busy that whole afternoon. Had several things going on at the same time, but that's where we decided to sit.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about his relationship with Ms. Baker?
So we sat and began to talk.
Mr. Yalomashvili, you can respond to the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that Mr. Cruz attempted to impeach Mr. Melton regarding the, status or general place that his relationship with Ms. Baker was in at the time. And so I
Is
think
this
that
the
these
prior
would be prior
consistent statement argument that's about to come up?
During our cross-examination of Mr. Melton yesterday, the exact statement he gave to Detective Briggs about his status, Mr. Melton testified to. My concern, Your Honor, as we just saw with Mr. Ryder, is the
I think
state
it is.
to use this officer to change the testimonies of other witnesses. That's why we're raising our hearsay objections. Ms. Ryder has testified, Mr. Melton has testified. If it truly is a prior consistent statement that was not elicited or left hanging, which would lead to a misinterpretation, yes, you can bring it up. But just to ask this officer to follow up and give the same testimony that other officers, that the actual witnesses have come in and give themselves.
And remember on
I ask
Friday,
that support.
the judge got annoyed about Cruz's team asking about jury readbacks.
Just briefly, Your Honor, the prior consistent statement rule for admission has to do with exactly the situation Mr. Cruz just described, as far as the witness having testified, the defense attempting to impeach that witness, and then later that witness's prior consistent statements from the time coming in to show that that impeachment is incredible. So it's the very purpose of the rule.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Prior consistent statement is if I challenge the credibility of this witness on that statement, and then the state comes in and say, hey, he's elicited testimony that the witness has said one thing, but we have a consistent statement from the past showing that his testimony in court is consistent with the statement that he's made before. We don't have that issue here because Mr. Melton, the same testimony that Detective Bridges can give to the court, Mr. Melton, and I can say the statement I want because I don't want to put it, I don't want to taint the witness. But,
They
I
are
would
sent
just
out
ask that
eventually,
if
but I
there-
think that they
there are prior consistent statements.
argued for like 10 minutes before
That's
that.
fine, I don't object to those, but just to ask Detective Bridges what other witnesses told him, would ask them to sustain our decision.
All right, thank you. I think it's the first time in this trial you both are right. You're both correct about what a prior consistent statement is. I'm going to sustain and overrule the objection. I'm going to do both. So this is what I'm going to limit the state to. With regard to the statements that you are seeking to elicit. They need to be connected to the issue of impeachment and any necessity for a prior consistent statement. It cannot be, for example, as Mr. Cruz has just outlined, an entire narrative of the interview with Mr. Milton. So I'm going to ask you to limit your questioning. Well, I'm going to make a ruling that you have to limit your questioning of this witness to the specific areas that you're seeking and arguing need a prior consistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor. And so I will not ask the witness, what did he tell you? I will try to be direct, which should give Mr. Cruz an opportunity if he has additional objections to bring them up at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Ricketts, I want to ask you very specifically, what is it that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker at that time?
That is hearsay without exception. I would object.
All right. Mr. Galvin-Shirley, any response to the objection?
I was just restating the previous question I asked.
So Ricketts said he thought it was just a nervous tick. Defense is maintaining his hands were covered in certain areas and that wasn't documented.
Exception to the hearsay rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you the question again. What is it on January 19th of 2001 that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker?
He said they had a serious relationship and had talked and had intentions of marriage in the future.
Okay. And then, I want to take you forward a little bit. We've talked about the general nature and status of their relationship at the time. What, if anything, did he tell you about the plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Galvin-Shirley, any response to the objections?
Your Honor, again, it's a prior consistent statement. Mr. Cruz, in his cross-examination of Mr. Melton, indicated that at the time leading up to Ms. Baker's murder, the two of them may not have even been in a relationship. He referred to Ms. Baker as his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So prior consistent statements regarding the fact that they were in a relationship and had plans together that weekend that both were excited about would be a prior consistent statement that would be admissible.
Ms. Cruz, anything further, sir?
Sure. Mr. Galvin-Shirley's purpose for admitting this isn't because Mr. Melton or elicited inconsistent testimony or inconsistent statement. It's the statement that matters. Not the general view, not the general theory of the witness. The statement. We did not get into, on cross-examination, Mr. Melton's plans with Ms. Baker on the weekend after her death and following her death. We spoke about the relationship in general. So I would ask that on the board to sustain the hearsay.
Yes, sir.
And I would just add, Your Honor, the state had an opportunity to examine Mr. Melton on direct and redirect examination. I do think it's inappropriate to now try to bolster or support Mr. Melton's testimony through Detective Ricketts, as the jury has had opportunity to hear from Mr. Melton himself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I'm making a finding that the very issue that the state is asking to have this witness speak about, which is the weekend after the incident, was in fact brought out on cross-examination. The articulation the state has made about what a prior consistent statement is with regard to that issue is accurate, and I'm going to allow you to say that. I'm going to overrule the objection.
So, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you, again, I'm trying to make this a specific, tailored question. What, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about plans that he may have had, Ms. Baker had, for that weekend?
Yes, he went in depth about Tara had plans that evening with friends and family for a birthday party on the 19th for that night, and then he had planned something for her on Saturday night where they were going to meet and be together that evening on Saturday the 20th.
Did he express anything to you about their feelings regarding those plans?
Yes, on the Friday, numerous times when we were talking, he said that Tara wanted him to drive down and be there for the 19th for the party at the winery with folks in the law school and for the law firm where she worked. He didn't think scheduling-wise.
Objection. I am so sorry, Your Honor. This testimony is an have no way to cross-examine Mr. Miller on that information. I would ask that the state ask Detective Ricketts questions related to Detective Ricketts' personal knowledge, not information he's heard from someone else, unless it falls under his deception. But to the last question, to answer our objections.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Gallantilli, I know the witness is in the middle of a statement. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I think it's the same argument that the court just ruled on, a minute ago, that this is admissible as a prior consistent statement. And I believe it falls in that exception to the hearsay rule, as the court's already indicated.
Mr. Cruz, let me just ask you a question so I understand your objection. Are you arguing that this information is not elicited when Mr. Melton was on the stand?
I am arguing that the statement that was just made from Detective Ricketts doesn't exist in the case file. So what I'm not saying this is intentional.
I'll let you respond to
I'm sorry. It's not saying this is intentional from the state. I don't think it's intentional. But what's going on here is Mr. Melton testified yesterday. I'm assuming the state didn't get the information that they would have liked Mr. Melton to say, so they brought in Detective Ricketts to now become a surrogate for Chris Melton, and they'll ask Detective Ricketts, well, what did Chris Melton say about this? What did Chris Melton say about that?
Okay, hang on just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this step outside your presence.
All right, now they're going outside the presence and they need to skip forward. This is when they kick the jury out. Did I note how long they were outside the presence of the jury? About 12 minutes, according to my notes. We might have been watching on 1.25 that day.
That's the elephant and 12 is kind of feel the same.
Oh my god, I guarantee you she's going to ask, should we ask them what part they want to hear after playing a portion of the state's examination? She just went like this with her hand. Maybe they want another way to play it.
Getting through that will be with you as soon as she can find it. Thank you.
Oh, I think they're just looking for the timestamp to skip outside the jury presence. But yeah, that goes to show when the state was fighting to get something in, it was okay to argue in front of the jury. And again, that was about prior consistent statements. And outside the presence of the jury, the judge started to side with the defense and was about to sustain and then overruled it anyway. Maybe they're reviewing the reports, the DNA reports, because they did also ask to look at the DNA reports. In a summary, like a quick summary of my notes on Detective Ricketts. So in short, he is fingerprint and initial interview of Chris guy. He's the one that was supposed to check out the timeline in the early days. He canvassed the neighborhood, didn't check 350 Cooper Road, talked to Matt Owens and Tiffany Riker, the guy that saw the orange, or according to him, red shirt, interviewed Chris Melton, and repeated his timeline on direct. Remember on direct, he just goes through the timeline like bullet for bullet. State tried to get prior consistent statements in through Ricketts. Judge partially sustained it first, then later overruled. On direct, he walked through January 19th and 20th as Chris described it. Showed, including, this is where we heard about he gets the page and then needs to make the phone call when he hears the news. Oh. This is where we had photos of the wall that Chris said he punched. Ricketts denied that Athens Clark County PD dropped the ball. He denied feeling pressure to justify why there was no arrest at the time. Then defense ends up playing the audio of his interview with Melton, where he's like trying to see if anything about what was on his hands was discussed. The line where, "You want to wash that off? You want to wash those things?" And doesn't make him wash his hands. Defense pointed out the interview audio lacks specifics about picking paint, glue transparency, plumber's cement details.
Before we took that brief break, I'd asked you a question, and I'm going to try to, as best I can recall, ask you the same question again. Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. He advised that Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend, and that she and friends from law school and the law firm she worked at were all getting together at the winery Friday night. And that Chris had made plans on Saturday the 20th to meet and take her out and to celebrate her birthday.
All right. And as it relates to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on Friday morning, January 19th of 2001, is that something that y'all discussed in your interview?
Yes. One of the reasons Friday night that he wasn't going to be down is for work on Friday. The new area where he was working and things of that nature was taking time away. He had jobs doing that Friday, so he said Saturday would be a much easier thing. And she had her college law school friends and her law firm friends and all to do the on Friday night.
Okay. Well, so my question, I might not have been clear, and I apologize for that, is did he talk to you about where he was Friday morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
He spent the night and had spent most of the nights that week with his mom and dad, and it was at their residence. I have the address here if you need it, but he was at their residence that night until they went to work that next morning.
Okay. Now, I don't think we want to or need to say any specific addresses, but when you say until he went to work that morning, did he talk to you about when that was and where he went on that morning of January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. He laid that morning out for me. So his morning was to have his helper, his friend Chris, show up to help him that morning at the house there between 7:15 and 7:30. And then they left to start their day.
Okay. Did he talk to you about where they went when they left to start their day?
Yes, sir. His first, on this encounter on the 19th, they stopped at Nash Plumbing first off to load up with gear and equipment for that day, for the projects and the jobs that they were going out to do. He said they loaded up to there, and then they were headed over to try to make a stop over at Truck Customs. Chris explained in the interview that he was trying to get a ladder rack put on his truck, then he had to measure it, and then he would go back later in the day and they would install that ladder rack. Was my understanding of the conversation we're having. That location is in Loganville, Georgia, and he went there in order to get that measured out. They left there and went over toward Grayson, Georgia, in order to do a job there, check for some leaks, that kind of thing at that house. From there, they went on to Forsyth, met up with a contractor there to look at doing a house there in Forsyth. Now, the house there, I guess it wouldn't have boarding on it, but no paper and shingles, I guess, if that makes sense. And I think they were just getting pretty wet. They were going to lay the house out to do the initial plumb of the residence that day. But there was no cover on the roof, so they were kind of getting wet. So Chris said he rolled and went back by Truck Customs just to stop in and see if maybe they happened to be ready on his way back to his house. And when he went back to the house, he just dropped Chris.
All right, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, I mean, I think it's all still responsive to the initial question of what Mr. Melton relayed to him about what he was doing and where he went that morning.
I am going to sustain the objection. I do think it is an error. I'm going to ask the questioner to walk their witness through appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Ricketts did, so we're at Truck Customs at this point. Did Mr. Melton tell you where, if anywhere, they went from Truck Customs?
Due to the weather and whatever else, he went back to the residence, dropped his helper off in order to let him go eat and see if they could maybe wait the rain out and see kind of how that would go. He advised that they would be up together later and try to complete some more work or go back by truck customs.
And I'm sorry, let me just ask you some questions as we go along here. You just testified that he had dropped his helper. What was that person's name?
Chris.
Well, Chris Melton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to look back. I apologize.
That's all right.
Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry.
So apologetic.
Judge, on the ground of hearsay to the witness having his notes while he testifies, that the state would like to refresh the witness's recollection. There's appropriate mechanisms to do that. But for the witness to be able to use his notes while he testifies, that's not what you're saying.
All right, thank you. Anything from the state before I go?
I think that's correct. We can go through asking those couple of questions of the court later.
All right, very good. I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to how to refresh a witness's recollection, but I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to having the report on the stand. A witness is entitled to have it on the stand. You just have to use it appropriately. You may continue.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, before you refer to your report, please, indicate to me that you may need to do that. We'll go through the appropriate questions.
I understand.
And my understanding from your last answer is at this time you can't necessarily recall the name of Mr. Melton's helper. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you think referring to your report would help you refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay. Please refer to the report. Do not read from it, and just let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Yes, sir. His first name is Josh.
Okay. So I think, do you recall now, after having reviewed your report, that individual's name?
Yes, Josh McCurdy.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you had just testified that Mr. Melton dropped Mr. McCurdy off at Mr. McCurdy's residence, is that right?
They were back at Chris's house. They needed both the vehicles, from my understanding, because Josh went there. When they went back to truck customs, Josh, he was going to have to follow him back to truck customs in order to leave Chris's truck there. They would need the second vehicle. So he went to lunch at that time.
Okay. Did they ever return to truck customs?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what did Mr. Melton, what did Mr. Melton tell you about where he went after he left truck customs?
He went to truck customs. He said around 3:45, 4 o'clock for an appointment that he had there. And he got a page that he received while he was there. He received that page, made a phone call, and then went to Athens to the address on Fawn Drive.
Okay. And this, when you say the address on Fawn Drive, are we talking about Miss Baker's residence where she was killed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During this interview, this is January 19th of 2001, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Melton's hands?
I did.
Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
During the interview, while we sat and talked, Mr. Melton, for lack of better words, just picked at his hands and messed with his hands, pretty much just moving glue and things off his fingers from his fingernail beds and just kind of making that kind of movement while he was moving with his hands. You can see that. And then I had the opportunity to fingerprint him for prints. And at that time, we didn't use computers like we do now. We had to do manual prints, ink prints. So I printed him both hands on the printing, pretty much with a desk just like this. Start with outside and work the inside. So I had to hold and stay there, hold his hands, and roll each finger out as I made fingerprints. And then I would move over to the other hand and do the same exact thing and work through all 5. So all of his fingerprints were done there at the police department after we finished this interview.
And you yourself did that rolling of the prints? Is that what you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. And I just want to go through that process again a little more slowly. Did you just testify that all 10 of his fingers would have been printed?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. And when you're going through that process, do you
Sure. So unlike now, you have to take your hand and you hold the print with the finger. You go to the far side and you roll it because you're getting ink. So now with a computer, you can look at a screen and kind of move it around. But with this, you got to dip his hand in ink. You take it and roll from side to side, and then you would move one at a time from finger to finger. So I dip, and roll, and then get the thumb, and then you move around to the other side. And each time you do that, you have to grab the hand, and you have to hold the hand and do it. And they have to kind of hold their hand real loose and kind of give you kind of control of the hand. It's a much better system we have now. At that time, I had to sit and hold his hand during that time while we were doing that.
All right, and so I want to fast forward a couple of days and then rewind back a couple of days. Did you have an interaction with Chris Melton on January 21st of 2001?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that interaction, did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes, we did. We took pictures.
Okay. In particular, on Mr. Melton's hands, when y'all met with him on January 21st, was there anything that caused you to take pictures of his hands?
Yes, he had marks on his hand on Sunday that weren't there on Friday evening when we talked to him. And so when we were taking pictures, we took pictures of those, also with the rest of his body.
So when you met with him on January 21st and you saw the marks, you took pictures of those, or Detective Newton, y'all took pictures of
Yes, on the 21st we saw those. We did the other stuff we had to do, and we also took those pictures.
Were those marks on his hands on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed him and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. If they had been, would you have taken pictures of them the way you did on January 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a little bit of an aside. Have you ever worked with plumber's glue and some things related to plumbing?
Sure. So there's primer and there's glue, and the glue gets all over your hands. You have to peel it off, things of that nature. On the interview on Friday, I was just watching the individuals we were interviewing, and he was picking at his hands. One, I think, for concentration and trying to cope, if that's a word, I don't know, but he was just trying to pick at his hands and pull that glue off. None of the stuff that I had to do, like if your hands are extremely dirty, like if I got somebody like I needed to print them, I'd have to clean their hands in order to take prints. So there was nothing on his hands that impeded with me taking fingerprints. So I didn't have to go scrub his hands, which I had to do before, where we had to get somebody and scrub their hands in order to get prints. We didn't have to do that. Glue primer is usually purple, and I won't say it's see-through, but it's not. It doesn't block, and glue doesn't either. It just peels up, and you have to peel it off.
So, well, and let me ask you this question then. Was there anything about the
Skipped over the
things on
cement.
Mr. Melton's hands on January 19th of 2001 that would have prevented you from seeing these injuries if they had been there?
No, there was nothing covering his whole. From the picture, you would have had to cover his hand from about where my shirt stops all the way to his fingertips to cover that up, and his thumbs and that area right in there. So you would have had to cover everything.
Okay.
And the plumber's primer and the glue, it gets on your skin, but it's not that bad. I plumbed the house when I built my house. I'm not very good at it, but I got more stuff. But you can see through it. Like if you cut yourself or anything like that, you're going to see that.
Okay. So I want to go forward to January 20th of 2001. So this is the day between the first day in time that you ever talked to Mr. Melton and the second day in time that you talked to Mr. Melton. Did you take any investigative actions in order to, see if you could talk to some of the people that Mr. Melton had mentioned to you about being with him or around him on Friday morning?
Yes, we made phone interviews on Saturday from the police department.
Okay. As specifically as it related to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th, who did you talk to on January 20th?
I talked to Josh, and I also talked to Mr. Teeters.
Okay. And you've already testified about who you understood Josh to be. Who did you understand Mr. Teeter to be?
From Truck Customs.
Okay. that the truck customs that you were making reference to?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to turn the Elmo off, or can the court turn it off? I just don't want to put something down here inadvertently at this point, because I almost did. Thank you. Okay, well, and so as it relates to Josh McCurdy, what did Mr. McCurdy tell you about his whereabouts and Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001?
He drove to Chris's house that morning, approximately 7:15. He said to 7:30, and he said their first stop was at the plumbing. They went there first. And if I could refer to my notes, I can give you the letters. He also mentioned that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also.
Do you, and so as you sit here, are you having difficulty recalling the remainder of what Mr. McCurdy told you?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that reviewing your report would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please do so? Then don't read from your report, but let me know when you finish.
Yes, sir. So he does mention that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also for some breakfast.
Did Mr. McCurdy tell you anything about where they went after Chick-fil-A?
To Grayson, which is just right down the road.
And was there a particular time he said he believed that they had gone
He
to
thought it was between 8 and 8:15.
Okay. And from there, did he tell you anywhere that they may have gone after that?
He mentioned Forsyth and the place with the rain, and he was talking about just how wet they were getting and weren't able to get in out from underneath that rain. He said that it was just too much rain to get any work done there.
Okay. And so after they left Forsyth, did Mr. McCurdy say anything about where they went next?
He did mention they went back to truck customs that afternoon.
Okay. Did they go anywhere between Forsyth and truck customs?
They did stop for lunch, for the lunch break that they had mentioned earlier, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. And then did Mr. McCurdy say anything about anything that happened while they were at truck customs in the afternoon?
He mentioned the page in detail, and then he talked about how they left Chris's truck there and he drove him to Athens. He didn't want Chris to have to make that drive, but he drove him all the way to Athens.
Did he say anything about any fears that Mr. Melton had or any actions that Mr. Melton took as they drove to Athens?
No, he said that while they were in the truck that Chris was calling information, trying to track down other parents of the girls there, trying to make contact as he drove from that area. I'll just say Loganville because it's the easiest to put there, but as they drove down from Loganville to Athens, he was trying to get information and see if he could make contact with family members.
Okay. And did he say anything to you about any types of worries or fears that Mr. Melton had?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
In response to the objection.
Judge, under 24-803-5, has recollection recorded. I believe yesterday during Mr. McCurdy's testimony, the foundation for that was laid, and this would be that past recollection recorded, being admitted under exception to the hearsay rule of 24-803-5.
All right. Mr. Cruz.
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the law. So, 8035 is not applying in this case. The state, if they wanted to use past recorded recollection,
personal observation of protected privileges, that's lawful, that's legal. As far as just going through witnesses and saying, hey, what do they say about this, what do they say about that, I believe that is a problem.
But your objection is hearsay.
It is.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward then, Detective Ricketts, and talk to you. You've already mentioned that you had a conversation with Mr. Teeter, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think we need to get into the contents of that conversation. But I do want to go forward with you to January 21st of 2001. Did you have contact with Mr. Melton again on that day?
I did. He voluntarily came back and met with us.
Okay. When Mr. Melton met with you, did he have anybody else present with him?
His family was with him, but they came back with him, but his dad was with him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, and I think you already mentioned taking photographs of him, who all was present when that was happening?
Just Chris and Detective Newton and myself.
Okay. And did Mr. Melton give you any additional information beyond what he told you on Friday evening about where he was on Friday morning?
We went back over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after 9, which he did mention on Friday, which we took note of that, and then on Monday, some other detectives went to run that to ground. That information went past on Friday, but Chris talked about it with me on Sunday. Everything else pretty much stayed the same except for that.
All right. And so when he was meeting with y'all on January 21st, did anything come up regarding blood sample?
Yes, toward the end of our conversation at the police department, we talked about the crime scene, things of that nature. It's the first time that I brought up with Chris that there was the possibility that Tara had been sexually assaulted. We had a brief conversation about DNA and some things of that nature, and I told him that at some point we would need to get consent and he would need to do a sample for us, and he agreed. So the warrant wasn't necessary, but he agreed to go with us after our people in the hospital to do that.
Did you attend or observe that blood draw?
I did. We went there. They followed us over. We made contact because it was a Sunday, and we had a nurse in the lab do that for us. And I observed both vials be drawn, placed in the evidence bag, and then I took them back to the police department and placed them into evidence.
Did Mr. Melton make any statements to you about the last time he and Tara had sex?
He did. From going over my notes and listening to the recordings, I can't give you a precise date. His voice trails off there, but it was in that week period of time, sometime between that last weekend. I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday would be my best recollection. The recording goes off, kind of. That might be
Let's talk about.
good.
Sorry,
That's okay. Sorry.
cut you off there. Let's talk about the tools that you had in 2001. Obviously, nowadays we all walk around with these guys that have a recording function on them. When you were a police officer in January of 2001 and you needed to record an interview with an individual, what equipment were you provided with in order to do that?
We were using micro cassette recorders. Audio wasn't always the best, but we did pretty good on it. You can listen to them. It's pretty hard to. We used those. I laughed talking to some of the officers with the grand jury this morning. They didn't understand that this was the first area of time when we were doing these reports that I wanted was word processing. So if that makes sense, we've done everything else before that with typewriters. So word processing was kind of new, and we were using micro cassette recorders, which weren't great. Athens Clark County at that time was in the process of putting up interview rooms with video cameras and things of that nature, but they weren't. That was not the norm.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that this was a period of time when, like, the use of technology and the tools that y'all had available was in a period of transition?
Huge.
Okay. So, as you were there on January 21st, I want to go and retrieve some things from evidence documents and show them to you. So if you bear with me for just a moment.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Ricketts, I'm going to hand you two exhibits. They both have been admitted into evidence already. They're defendant's exhibits 29, and then, I'm sorry, I said two exhibits, two sets of pictures. So D29 has been marked collectively, so all the pictures are D29. And then I'm also going to hand you defendant's exhibit 37, 38, 39, and 40 that have been admitted into evidence already as well. So I'll hand those up to you. I'm going to give you a chance first to look through them, and then if you just let me know when you've had a chance to look through them, I'll continue asking you questions at that point. Detective Ricketts, in the collectively marked exhibit that I handed to you, where there's one number but a bunch of pictures, do you recognize those pictures?
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. These were taken in Piedmont, Athens Greenville.
Okay, and again, who was present when those pictures were taken?
Detective Newton, that's his arm right there in the picture right there. He took these photos here, and I took the other photos.
Okay, and those images, the injuries that are depicted on those hands, were those present on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed Mr. Melton and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. And then the other set of pictures that I handed you, I want to ask you a few questions before we talk about those. I think they're defendants exhibits 37 through 40, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you noticed those injuries to Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time, that he kind of lost it. He said as soon as he walked in the door, it was there on the right side when you go into his apartment, and he just punched the wall numerous times, and then he said he sat on the floor and cried.
Did you ever go to Mr. Melton's apartment after you talked with him about those injuries and how he received them?
Yes, sir. I believe it's the 23rd. I went over. I believe that's the correct date. But yes, sir. I went and I took these photos in the apartment.
Okay. And when you say these photos, are you referring to defendants exhibits 37 through 40?
I am.
Okay. image that you saw to the wall, was that consistent to you with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Melton's hands?
It is.
Detective Riggs, thank you so much for your time. I don't have any other questions for you right now, but I'm sure Mr. Cruz may have some.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. For our cross-examination.
Yes. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess and allow everybody to use the restroom? We'll be off the record until about 10:25. Thank you. Don't discuss the case. We'll see you later.
Well, at least the jury is not like, that's all we wanted to hear. Yep, so the fingerprints were the Friday, and then the photos were taken on the 21st, the Sunday, 2 days later.
My name is Attorney Mike Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of this honorable court, I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
So, I would like to add something to that if you would allow me to.
I can't answer any questions. We can talk about it after, though. So that's okay this time.
No, I think I'll answer that question. Yes, I wish, if you look back at any case 25 years ago and look at it with fresh eyes from 25 years ago, yes, things would have been done totally different, I think, with some options and things that would have happened. Everything that I can say to, and I will not answer on behalf of ACCPD, but on the days that I was a part of this case, I would say, I think yes, we did. But I think if you look at anything 25 years back, I think if you look at something I did last week, there'd be things that I would like to improve on. But I don't think proper law would be a word I would ever use.
Sure. Do you believe ACCPD followed the evidence appropriately?
Yes, sir. The evidence, to my knowledge, I believe they did.
And I'm assuming that you met with the prosecution before you testified today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you or ACCPD feel the need to justify why Chris Melvin was not arrested?
No.
Do you or ACCPD feel the need to have to defend Chris Melvin?
I don't believe I'm here defending Chris Melvin.
So that is a yes or no question.
Please repeat it.
Yes, sir. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend Chris Melvin?
No.
Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend the state's case?
No.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about a couple of things that you talked about on the regular examination, okay?
Okay.
For starters, would you have any reason to disagree that January 19th, 2001 was 9,153 days?
Sounds appropriate.
And I'm going to use this whiteboard over here.
Yes, sir.
So 9,153 days since 1/19/01. Fair?
Sounds correct.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won the Super Bowl?
I cannot.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won the World Series?
No.
In 2001, can you tell us what your favorite song was?
No.
So no to Super Bowl, and forget my handwriting. This is terrible. No to World Series.
He's writing on the board, the notepad.
No to favorite song. This is the song. And you would agree that your notes say nothing about Mr. Melvin picking anything off of his hands. Is that correct?
No, sir. I'm going back from the recollection of the audio cassette tapes from that day.
So your statement to this jury is that based on the audio cassette of that day, it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Melvin was picking items off of his hands.
Yes, sir. You asked me about the Super Bowl. Not an NFL guy, not a baseball guy.
That's all.
Crime scene for Tara Baker, I'll never forget. The interviews.
That's yes or no question.
Well, repeat your question, please.
Witness is allowed to explain his answer.
May I be heard on that, jury?
You may be, yes.
I would disagree with that. The witness on cross-examination, my job is to advise the witness yes or no questions. If the state wants the witness to elicit further testimony, they do that on redirect. And at this time, Your Honor, I pretty much give the witness what the answer is. They can answer yes or no, and we decide which direction we go from there. So I would ask that the witness is not allowed to control cross-examination, to control Mr. Faust's rights to cross-examination.
so much in front of the
Okay,
jury.
so this is not about witness control. This is about what the law allows. And cross-examination questions are yes and no questions, certainly. But the law allows a witness to answer yes or no and then explain if he or she chooses to make an explanation. And so I'm going to overrule your objections. He is allowed to explain if he chooses to. If there are further objections the court needs to make with regard to those explanations, I certainly will hear it. If you'll ask the question again, Mr. Cruz. Thank you.
Also, thank you, Jay Money, for being a member 5 months. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
My understanding is the audio is what refreshes your recollection in regards to what was on Mr. Allen's hands.
Yes,
And that audio is from January 19, 2001.
that's correct.
Okay, and you've already listened to the audio because the state provided you with a copy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you were to hear that audio, you would recognize it, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Or is it no? So that down on this mic out the way.
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to hear the audio. I want you to listen to it. When you feel comfortable that you recognize the audio, just look up.
We're getting nested audio now.
Is that there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's
Thank you, Brooklyn. 13 months, holy moly. Says, thanks, Kat. Always having the best trial radars on. It's by accident. It's by accident. I feel like I should stay away from certain trials. Maybe they'll go smoother if I just don't start looking at them.
You turn it if you need to.
You just want to tell you if this is the audio from?
Correct. If you recognize it, it's accurate, which you recognize it as.
This sounds like the beginning of the audio from the 19th.
Correct. You and Mr. Chris Nolan?
Yes, sir. His father.
That's fair. Does it sound like a fair and accurate rendition of that recording as you remember it?
So this is where we hear, you want to wash them things, or whatever he said. And thank you, Big Dog Fluff, for becoming a member. Hope you and the fam are doing well.
And what I'd like you to do is going to mark that flash drive, which has been identified by the witness as the interview between Detective Ricketts and Chris Mountain on January 19, 2001. That's then says it 44. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 44.
we gotta listen to this whole thing. Just wait.
Testimony. This recording refreshed your recollection about, picking his hands, what was on his hands, things of that nature. Is that everything?
Yes.
May I rush with the show? Okay. And if you would, once you hear that portion of the recording, just let us know the timestamps.
This audio was like 9 minutes that they played.
Your choice. So if you can bond it by speeding through, we'll take that. If you need to listen to it, we'll take that. We just want to know where in that recording.
My recollection is toward the very end of the interview, which is pretty lengthy.
You speak through it. Like I said, I can give you the times. But yes, you can speak through it.
Geez, we have a ways to go. Because there was redirect, and recross, and all of that. And I didn't log any breaks, but the total I have is actually like 3.5 hours. This is it. They want the DNA reports and they wanted Ricketts' testimony, and that's all we know about their questions.
And the interview ending time is 42:08. Is that what helped?
Pardon me, sorry.
42:08 is the interview ending time. Is that what helped?
So right now they're playing the part where Ricketts was listening to himself, this long recording. So they're playing the audio of Ricketts listening to the audio, but we couldn't hear that in court when it was happening.
Sure, probably would. Sure. Take a break. Can you go to minute mark 4048, 4049? Or 4048, start at 4048 and play it to 4051. Did you hear it? Yes. Okay. And you agree that the statement that you made led you to say that Chris Melton was picking things off his hand, that he had different blues on his hands, was you need to wash those things up or anything? Is that you?
Yeah, I believe I said, do you want to wash those things up? Is that?
Can you write that down? Do you want to wash those things up?
Yes, sir.
And that is minute mark, you would agree, 4048 to 4051?
Yes, sir. That was helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, I would move to admit defense exhibit 44 for the purposes of moving minute mark 4048 through 4051 into evidence.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just to clarify for the record, it's my understanding, Mr. Cruz, that you're just seeking to admit those 3 seconds of the recording?
All right, for now, we're gonna admit more, but for now, just those 3 seconds. So, the statement, do you want to wash those things up? It says nothing about picking at fingernails, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we've agreed that it's been 9,153 days, right?
Correct.
It says nothing about picking off his skin, or picking glue off his skin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says nothing
uniform blue form of semen, I would categorize it the same
Thank you,
thing.
Trakeisha. Member for 18 months, holy moly.
Okay.
With the reminder to hit that like button, you
So,
guys.
would that testimony differ from the testimony that you just gave the jury on direct examination?
I don't think so.
That's fair. 9,153 days. We don't remember the Super Bowl. We don't remember the World Series. We don't remember our favorite song. But the simple statement, do you want to watch those things, led you to tell the jury that Chris Melton's hands, you could see. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was the totality of this interview, sitting in that interview room, looking across the table at a dad and son, and Chris, as he would make comments, as you can hear that, he'll tone in, tone out, not a person to show emotion or things of that nature, but would sit and pick at his hands and pull. And it was just, I won't say a nervous tick, but it was what he was trying to do, I think, to keep his focus, would be my opinion. That is what we're talking about with there. We're ending to end of the interview where I've got to get fingerprints, and I just asked him, hey, do you want to wash those things up? Do you want to get that stuff off of there? That's all it was. If he'd have had a high amount of semen or whatever else on his hands,
Demons.
I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to non-responsive at the end of this particular statement.
What you just stated, that's nowhere in the police report, is it?
no,
You had your reports, is that right?
that's correct.
It is not an audio recording you've heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the evidence that you personally provided in this case, the very first time you've ever made that statement is before this jury here today, is that correct?
Oop.
What do you mean?
Sure. Based on your notes and based on the audio recording. You have never said it before that Mr. Melton was picking at his hands, picking items off his hands, is that correct?
No.
But we would agree, 9,153 days later, you stated, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also stated on direct examination that Mr. Melton wanted Miss Baker at his, you also stated on direct that Miss Baker wanted Mr. Melton at her birthday party on Friday, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview Miss Virginia Baker?
No, I don't believe so.
So you're not aware that, but you did not interview Miss Virginia Baker, is that correct?
No, the only people I did were some roommates and other folks who corroborated what Chris said for me there.
Do you know if Chris Melton had talked to those roommates and told those roommates the same thing he told you?
I would have to look at my notes, but one of them mentioned it to me in her statement, I believe.
Sure. Tell us the date that she mentioned
Okay,
that.
give me one more second, just to make sure I give you a good direct answer.
Absolutely.
And don't forget, but I think it was actually Leadall. Was it Leadall that took the pictures of the hands?
So those statements aren't going to be about the birthday party, and I don't know if you want me to read what I've got about the relationship with Tara. I don't want to say it. So I don't have anyone do what you said. So I'll say no to that because that's on a different relationship.
So the specific answer to my question is no. No one else said anything about Mr. Miller.
To my knowledge, no, and it was a different statement.
So the statement that you gave on direct is inconsistent with your notes.
Which was the statement I made on direct?
That Mr. Miller and Ms. Baker had plans on Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I asked you, I'm paraphrasing, had that been corroborated by anybody else? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your answer to that question is no.
Yes, that direct question, yes.
Okay. So you just simply took Chris Miller's word for it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was my point there.
Do you think in a criminal investigation, especially involving murder, aggravated assault, burglary, aggravated sodomy, arson, it is important to take more than someone's word for it? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I believe, excuse me, I believe the question I asked you about the party Friday. That's what we're talking about, not Saturday, the party Friday.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify the record, the fact that Tara wanted Mr. Melvin at the party Friday, that was based on Mr. Melvin's word. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same for Saturday, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Melvin did not provide any proof of any plans he had with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Did not.
I'm going to allow the questioning that the court has advised us to be cautious about, and me and Mr. Yalanchili approach the court. So you know Mr. Melvin's parents' address, is that correct?
That's correct.
You know how to say the
My
address.
God.
Ms. Baker's address.
Oh my God, we're gonna tune that down. We've heard this otherwise.
Was 160 Bond Drive, is that right? That's correct. Your Honor, I'm asking on the court to take judicial notice under CPA 24-2-201B. 2. Of the distance between Mr. McCourty's parents' home and Ms. Baker's home.
Judge, judicial notice does not bring a fact before a jury as a trier of fact in a jury trial. It is just something that the court can take notice of. It is if it is a previously established fact. So the method in which Mr. Cruz is attempting to use judicial notice, I don't think is proper.
That is not true, Your Honor. I have case law once that I read the statute. The statute provides B, a judicially noticed fact shall be a fact which is not subject to reasonable dispute, and that it is either, subsection 2, capable of accurate and ready determination by resort to sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. And C says a court may take judicial notice whether or not requested by a party. And D is the language that shows that Sam's argument is not the law. A court shall, this is no discretion here, a court shall take judicial notice if requested by a party and provided with the necessary information. The limitation that the state just put on the court's ability to take judicial notice is not a limitation in the law. We're relying on statute. I can show the state, look at the statute as well as the item we will have to issue the notice.
I'm familiar with the law, Judge.
May I approach you?
Purchase the law?
Yes, sir. Provide you with these documents.
I don't think it's a law, Mr. Cruz. Any other arguments, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection. I agree with the state's rendition of the statute and the appropriate things that are to be used for judicial notice. I'm going to sustain your objection.
Do you have your phone?
I do.
Okay. Can you go to Google for us, please?
If I can turn it back on, it's off.
Can you go to Google for us?
I don't have any prohibition against that.
Okay. I have it on flight
I'm
mode.
not objecting in this trial. If there's an objection, I will hear it.
I just don't want us to human.
That's the thing.
Okay, I have a signal now.
Okay. Can you go to Google Maps or whatever you use, Apple Maps or Google Maps, and just confirm?
Okay.
And I'm going to approach you.
Sure.
And for the purposes of the record, I am going to provide Detective Ricketts with Chris Melton's parents' address.
Give me directions.
Now, give me the directions. Do you have it pulled up?
I have the address pulled up.
All right. Give you directions to 160 Bone Drive, Athens, Georgia, 30605. Pull it up. I want to ask you about the time. I believe that that's not coming to evidence, but I am going to ask you about the distance. Is that fair?
Sure. Yes, sir.
You agree that on one route, the distance from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home is 39.6 miles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm getting ads off of it. Yes, sir. I'm getting 40 miles.
39.6 added up, 39.9 rounded.
Yes, sir.
Rounded up, perfect. And I want to be specific. So 39.6, is that correct?
Yes, sir. This Google's giving me 40 on the nose. but-
Even?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take what gives you 40 miles.
I can switch that if you like.
Done. Do you recall talking to a Mr. Lindsay Baker?
I have to look at my notes to double check.
Okay, sure. And I don't believe that would be in your business. I don't know what all items you have, but
I pretty much only have anything that my name is on. I don't have anything else.
well, that's just, do you know who Mr. Baker is?
No, sir. Off the top of my head, no, sir.
That is fine. Did you ever visit Mr. Melton's parents' home?
I did not.
Okay, but he did tell you at the time that Miss Baker was killed, he was staying at the parents' home. Is that right?
Could you repeat that question for me one more time? Did you say the Baker's residence?
No, now I might have said
Yeah, I think it was the Baker's.
the Nelson residence.
No, I did not. Someone else did that.
Okay. So you don't know the layout of the home,
I do not.
but Mr. Melton did tell you he was staying in the basement of the home. Is that right?
No, he just told me he was staying there. He never told me where in the house he was staying. He just said he was staying at his parents' house. And on that same audio, you can hear Dad at the beginning say he's been staying there for proof.
Yeah, and remember, Cruz had to bring in the picture of Melton's parents' house with the basement entryway.
May I turn my phone back off?
Absolutely.
Because it will.
Now, we had an opportunity to listen to the recording between yourself and Mr. Miller, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've agreed that interview took place on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you asked Chris during the interview, how did you start your day today, or what kind of went on today for you? You revised that
Yes, sir.
question. And Chris was able to explain his day in a calm and clear tone. Is that correct?
Yes.
He was not unable to answer any questions. Is that correct?
I believe everything I asked him, he did answer.
He was not fumbling over his words. Is that right?
No, there are times in that recording that he will get quiet. He won't say anything. But he was able to get through his conversation.
But we can both agree that he wasn't frantically crying. Is that right?
No, he was not.
But he did tell you that he was asked to identify the body that day. Is that right?
That's correct. Earlier in the day.
Okay. And we agree that Ms. Baker died on the same day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he also described her as borderline fiancé. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He even spilled the name of Truck Customs for you. Do you recall that?
I did. I was having an issue with it. I believe in that tape, I asked him to spell it for me. But it could be the second interview I did because I was having a hard time finding it. But it could be the second interview I did with him where I asked him to spell it.
Would hearing the first interview with Richard Regulation, we changed it. Would hearing him spell out Truck Customs refresh your recollection?
Sure. If that's in the first one, I'll disagree with you. He did spell it for me in one of those two because in my report I had it wrong.
Sure.
And I had to get it corrected.
So let me ask the question this way. You would not disagree that on January 19, 2001, Mr. Dillon spelled out Truck Customs for you, that is?
I would agree with you on that.
Now, while detailing this day, Chris stated that Josh came to his house after he woke up on the morning of his neighbor's death. Is that fair?
Say that one more time.
Sure. While he was detailing his day to you, he stated that Josh came to his house on the morning of his neighbor's death.
Yes, so that's how I took it.
And Chris stated that him and Josh only work together. Is that correct?
What do you mean by only work together? It's the two of them?
They don't have any personal relationship. Is that correct?
He advised that they work together, yes.
And the address Josh came to pick up Mr. Mellon was from Mr. Mellon's home. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
We discussed the address. And they drove to a company called Nash Plumbing together. Is that correct? And this was in Chris's truck.
That's correct.
Chris said that they arrived at Nash Plumbing between 7:35 and 7:40. Is that right?
Yes.
And he said while at Nash Plumbing, they loaded up. Is that correct?
We went there to get their supplies.
Would you agree that during the course of your investigation, you were unable to speak with any supervisor that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2004?
That's correct. I did not do that.
You were unable to speak with any coworkers that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2004?
That's correct. I was not assigned to do that.
You were unable to speak with any receptionists that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct.
You were unable to speak with any eyewitnesses that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any sign-in logs or visitor logs confirming their presence at Nash Plumbing at all on January 19, 2001?
You're correct.
you were unable to obtain any business records that confirmed that Chris and Josh went to Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Chris claimed they looked it up and we agreed on that, is that right?
Yes.
But you were unable to obtain any signed delivery or pickup receipts that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001, is that right?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any invoices supporting that Chris Melton was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001, is that correct?
You're correct.
And although they picked up supplies, you were unable to obtain any work orders that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing.
That's the part that I would have emphasized more in closing. It's not just that they said they went there, but they went, if they're subcontracting for a company and they go and pick up supplies, those supplies should be accounted for. I'm not saying the accounting needs to be spick and span with a line item list of everything that was taken, but what company do you know would let subcontractors come and just pick up materials? Like in any type of contracting job, that's an upfront risk if the material's being covered by the laborer or the company up front. And they just come get it and nobody knows about it?
Anytime on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to Chris and Josh being able to work together, Chris told you that Josh was his employee. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were not able to obtain any payroll stubs to confirm that they were employed together, were you?
Yes, sir. I was not.
Is that no?
Yes, it's no.
You did not collect any W-2s or 1099s confirming their employment together?
I did not.
Mr. Melton didn't even provide you with an employment contract showing that those two worked together.
No, he did not.
Like you can't run a business without reconciling materials and estimates. Like you would just fall apart.
I know it was 2001, but you didn't collect any work-related text messages between Josh and Chris.
Yes.
Correct? You were unable to interview any third-party co-workers that confirmed that Chris and Josh worked together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris's father was with Chris during the January 19th interview. Is that right?
He was.
And during that interview, not even Chris's father confirmed that Josh and Chris worked together. Is that correct?
No, he was not asked.
So we simply took Chris Melton's word.
At that point of the interview, that's what I did. Other folks were assigned to follow up on those things.
Yes, sir. Now, during your interview with Chris, he told you that his home and Josh's home was less than 1 mile apart. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave me a direct. He did say they lived near each other.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me yell volume in the chat. At least I can warn those in the chat. I can't watch anybody on replay crew when that happens. Let's mute this down and get through it.
Do you recall Chris stating, drove back to their house, talked to, let Josh off that little guy who lives like a mile from you? Do you remember this one? And obviously, Chris knew where Josh lived, Josh knew where Chris lived. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Detective Ricketts, you personally never investigated whether Josh and Chris were personal friends. Is that right?
I did not.
Now, Chris stated after going to Nash Plumbing, he went to drug customs. Is that fair?
Yes. If you'd like to refer my notes, but yes, that would be the second location.
EJF, this is the longest the jury's sat without being asked to leave the courtroom.
I did not.
So they didn't take notes.
Alright, Detective Ricketts, what we're going to do, for purposes of the record, I have a whiteboard here. We're going to write your name at the top, okay?
Alright.
And we're going to discuss the information that you're given. Is that there?
We're at the whiteboard. And if you think writing on the whiteboard is effective, I think it is. A lot of, you got to deal with 12 jurors. Some people will appreciate the visual and the breakdown of the timeline. Makes it easier to follow. But I think they're only listening by audio, so you're missing that visual.
Thank you for your patience.
No worries.
All right. So we're going to write, and you let me know if this is accurate. The very first place Chris says is Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the 19th?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Can you write Nash Plumbing here? Chris?
And for purposes, you may want to put the 19th on there because on the 21st, he added a location. So I don't know if you want to differentiate that or not.
So the first place is Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
And Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed. Is that right?
By me, yes, sir.
It looks like there's like apparitions on the screen the way the video's jumping. Like Bolden just appeared and the guy that we've seen walking around the court just appeared and disappeared.
All right. After Nash Plumbing, he said that they went to Truck Customs. Is that correct?
Can I? Yes, truck customs is number 2, yes, sir.
And he said that they went to Truck Customs at 9:30 a.m. or earlier.
May I refer to these?
Absolutely. And I think to be fair, that we use the 19th or the 21st, whichever you like to use as far as
He said around 9:30, yes, sir.
9:30. And I want to emphasize this language. He didn't say 9:30 or later. He said 9:30 or earlier. Is that right? And it's page 1 of 2.
He says or maybe earlier. Yes, sir, you're correct.
Now, after leaving Truck Customs, Chris advised that him and Josh went to a home with Grayson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Forget, we skipped something. He eventually tell you that he went to the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak with anyone other than Josh to confirm that Chris was in Grayson, Georgia on the day of Ms. Baker's murder?
I did not.
Did Chris provide any documentation confirming that he worked on or went to a home in Grayson, Georgia on the day of Ms. Baker's murder?
To me, no.
So, just for you, we just took his word for it. Is that right?
For this on the day of, yes, it's preliminary, and then Sunday the same.
Yes, sir. With Grayson, Georgia at the Truck Customs. Now, excluding Grayson, we can safely say that Ms. Baker was killed between 7 a.m. and 11:32 a.m. Is that a fair window? And I can ask it a different way. At 11:32 a.m., the fire was reported. Would you agree with that?
Fire was reported at, I don't have notes on this, but at 9:00 whatever, the clock on her wall no longer worked.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. We could say 7 to 9, whatever. So we'll say 7
9:00
I'd
whatever.
be more comfortable with that time.
Okay, excellent. And your
Very,
words,
very thorough
7:45
timeline.
A neighbor of Ms. Baker said they saw a white guy running through their backyard away from Ms. Baker's home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's not in my interview.
But you are aware of that.
I heard that, yes, sir.
Okay. So it's safe to say that if that person was the murderer of Ms. Baker, it's safe to say that the murder occurred before 7:45 a.m. Is that correct?
If that's the murderer.
Correct. Is that fair to say? Chris Milton. Well, let me change that. It's fair to say that it would be very important to confirm Mr. Milton's whereabouts before 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
And for his alibi, he says, I start my day at my parents' house. Is that fair?
Yes.
And between, this is a specific time, he says between 7:35 and 7:40, right? At Nash Plumbing, is that correct?
7:30, 7:45.
So based on what he told you, he said, I'm either at Nash Plumbing or I'm at Truck Customs. Is that right? 9:30 or early. Is that correct?
Yes.
So after speaking with Chris, ACCPD's job becomes confirming Chris's alibi. Would you agree?
Yes.
Because if his alibi is false, would you agree that would suggest consciousness of guilt? Is that fair to say? Now, let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase it in 30 minutes. If Chris Milton lied about his alibi, that would be significant in your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we can agree that you actually took the next steps to trying to confirm Chris Milton's alibi. Is that fair?
Yes, I was part of that, but there were other detectives doing that also.
Yes, sir. You spoke with Josh McCurdy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You spoke with Mr. Fields here. Is that right?
I did over the phone.
And you spoke with Josh McCurdy not on the 19th, but the next day, January 20th.
That's correct.
And this goes without saying, but it's the day
It's
after
so
the
choppy.
statement.
That's correct.
Now, Josh also told you they started their day at Nashville. Is that correct?
Yes.
With Nashville. And we agree that Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed.
From me, yes.
And we would unconfirm Nash Plumbing. Then, after leaving Nash Plumbing, Josh says we go to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Is that fair?
Yes, Josh brought Chick-fil-A up. Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
Thank you. And we were at Chick-fil-A under Nash Plumbing. And then Josh says at around 8 a.m., they went to a house in Grayson to check for leaks.
Yes, he did 8 a.m. checking for leaks. Said behind the fire department on Georgia 20.
And I think we've already agreed Grayson, Georgia is unconfirmed for Chris. Is that right?
From me, yes.
And then Josh says from Grayson they go to Forsyth.
That's correct.
And did you confirm that Josh or Chris Milton were at Forsyth?
I did know.
And they did provide you with the name of Truck Customs. I believe they did provide you with the address of Truck Customs. Is that correct?
He may not have advised me of it, but we did get the address for Truck Customs.
Perfect. But he didn't provide you with the names of anybody he spoke with in Grayson, did he?
Grayson, no. I don't know if he did with other detectives, but he did not with me. That's not what we should talk about.
So Grayson is unconfirmed, Chick-fil-A is unconfirmed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But unconfirmed, that's confirmed there. Grayson's unconfirmed, Chick-fil-A is
Just by me, so you have my name on it, so yes, sir, that's correct.
correct. So you would agree between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. both Chris is unaccounted for by you and Josh is unaccounted for by you.
I have both their statements given at different times that corroborate where the other one was. So in this preliminary part of the investigation, we had a general idea of where they were, and that's what we were going with at that time.
Well, when it comes to murder, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, we want to have facts. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And in this early stage, the 19th, 20th, 21st, we're trying to get information on three. So a lot of times when you're taking these cases in this first, you'll get somebody
You know,
says this.
describe how important the first 3 days are and how you didn't verify anything in those 3 days.
Now, people forget things like that all the time. You've got Josh's, and then you interview these other ones, and all you're doing is taking and aligning their their timeline. During that first 3 days, that's what we were doing, is just aligning that timeline, getting the stories where everybody was, and then getting DNA, fingerprints, and things of that nature in order to work the case to push on the crime.
Correct. So I asked you this. At that time, you were a law enforcement officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And your job was to protect this community, is that correct?
Yes.
So, as we talk today, why are you defending Chris Mellon?
I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and the 21st.
Well, wouldn't it be an issue if Chris
Defending
Mellon
the
says
information
that they
we didn't
want Grayson
confirm.
at 9:30, and Josh McCourty says that they want to Grayson at 8 a.m.?
Yes, but from the Wachovia video and whatever else, we've got that stamp at 9:08.
You're aware of the Wachovia video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But our timeline is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 9:08 is outside of our murder timeline. We're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, you want to say it that way, but to be in the Chick-fil-A is right next door to that also. To be in that area in under an hour and 15 minutes from Fawn Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday, it's going to be very difficult to do.
My question again, why are we defending Chris Mellon?
Again, I'm defending what we were doing these first 3 days of this investigation.
But Detective Bridges, you told us that Chris's parents' home is only 40 miles away from his neighbor's home. And you've already said that January 19, 2001 was 9,000 days ago. How do you know what the traffic was like, Detective Bridges?
The route that we're going to their house, I drive a good bit, but I'll just say, if you're going to do it in an hour, during that time frame, someone from Athens, Clark County, I'm not sure who did that drive, it's going to take you approximately that amount of time. Now, again, not defending Chris, I'm explaining to you how investigations in those early 72 hours are done when trying to line up those statements.
Of course it knows. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is it takes an hour to get from Mr. Mellon's parents' home to Miss Baker's home?
Yes, with traffic, I'm saying yes.
Oh, hold on. Let's be clear.
So when I Google mapped it just a minute ago for you on the record, it said 1 hour and 4 minutes to do that 40 miles.
There's like an
So
hour
that was
and
at
20 minutes left.
9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning past rush hour. So
You would agree in 2001, Athens wasn't the city it is now, right?
Judge, I would ask, Detective Ricketts was in the middle of an answer. Mr. Cruz cut him off with this next question. I'd ask Detective Ricketts to be able to finish his response.
And allow him to finish his response.
sure.
Is anything you wanted to add?
No, I was just going off the recollection of what I pulled up at 10:30 in the morning on Google right now. And yes, I'm sure traffic was different in 2001.
So let's talk about this. It's 10:30. Yes. We've already discussed this. If the person seen running committed this crime, he would have been traveling before 7:45. Is that fair?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And he could have been traveling, we don't know, at 6:45 a.m. Is that right?
I don't know.
But you do know, as you just told this jury, that at 10:30 on February 10th, 2025, 2026 is an hour before the drive.
Yes, sir, only because you asked me to look at that. That's no reason to know
But
that.
that's irrelevant to our conversation about January 19th, 2001. Is that fair to say?
Okay.
Is that fair to
And
say?
I don't really have a note of like a major outside the jury presence for that hour and 20.
Now, we have a discrepancy in the alibis, right? We have Josh saying Chick-fil-A. We have Mr. Melton not saying Chick-fil-A. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. They're both saying that. One's saying Chick-fil-A, one's saying that.
One saying what?
One's saying Chick-fil-A and one's saying the Wachovia Bank.
So you're saying the bank and White Boat are next to each other?
They're close, sir.
So how do we explain Josh saying Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. and Chris saying Chick-fil-A after 9 a.m.?
Say that again.
Sure.
Say that
Your
again.
testimony was that the Wachovia is right next to the bank. Is that fair?
Yes, they're close together.
And you just made the statement that Josh said Chick-fil-A, Chris said bank. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. Josh said Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. Is that correct?
he did.
Okay. Chris says bank after 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. Craig could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is this: why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm not. You're asking for information, and I'm trying to give it to you from the 72 hours that we were working the very first. Now, it is from the 19th, 20th, and 21st. Not even working this case. I believe we did 20-some odd. I did 20-some odd interviews during that time. Typically, this is what happens during those
Maybe that's
first
why you should
72
take
hours.
notes
You
of
try to get
everything.
timelines, and then over time, you start pulling those timelines together.
Do you know if Mr. Faust got that courtesy?
I don't work here anymore, sir, so I don't.
But we can agree that Chris Melton got that courtesy.
I don't think Chris Melton got hers. I think we worked the case.
Oh, sure. We just talked about this. You said that you explained that the reason Josh said Chick-fil-A and Chris said the bank, you said two things could be true at once. You're saying they could have went, this is your testimony, they went to, I guess, to Chick-fil-A by the bank first, and then after 9 a.m. went back to the bank. That was your testimony, is that right?
Yeah, when we're looking at this during this time frame. So when you take somebody who's been involved with crime or whatever else, and they've been a victim of crime, and they're giving witness statements, things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot what code, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why I forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing an investigation for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day. Doesn't give you approximates and say this and that.
And neither Faust did not have the opportunity to timestamp his day 20 years in advance of being accused of something. So let's harp on that point.
People have interviewed for homicides, whatever else, and got sent at bank house at 9:08, whatever else. Now, I understand what I'm saying. This was a timeline of 3 days where we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be, and I'm testifying to those 3 days what I did on those. And some of it, like I told you, I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer that for you. But we're trying to put people on those spots and then see what evidence moves from there.
You would agree that Ms. Baker is the victim in this case?
100%.
Since January 19, 2001, Ms. Baker was the victim, is that correct?
100%.
And her family were victims, is that correct?
100%.
And ACCP's job as law enforcement officers are to make sure the victims are taken care of, is that right?
Yes.
And to solve those crimes, correct?
Yes.
And when questions pop up as a law enforcement officer, your job is to answer those questions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your job is not to explain away those questions, would you agree?
I'm not. I'm explaining away 72 hours.
I'm not saying my specific question is your job is not to explain away those questions.
I'm sorry. I took it as you were implying, but no, it's not. I agree with you.
On January 20th, 2001, you spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We're fine.
And Bill Teeter's the gentleman that worked at Drug Customs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've had no reason to believe whatsoever that Mr. Teeter and Mr. Melton were personal friends.
At that time, no. On the 21st, no.
And based on your interaction with Mr. Teeter, you understand that Chris Melton's relationship with Mr. Teeter was solely as a customer.
At that time, yes, sir.
And you would agree that gives Mr. Teeter a certain type of credibility, right?
Yes.
You would have no reason to lie for Chris Melton, is that fair?
Yes.
They would have no reason to try to cover up for Chris Melton, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, and Mr. Teeter told you that Chris came to his shop around 10 a.m., is that right?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
So we can say that Chris's trip to Drug Customs was confirmed, is that fair?
Yes, sir. He said Chris had to come by there once in the morning around 10 a.m. The only appointment Chris had that day was at 4 o'clock. The initial appointment in the morning, the reason he said it on the tape, it was just to show up for a measurement, and that was a stopping. They measure the compartment or whatever else, and then they go. And they would come back for that appointment later in the day. But the appointment was from 4 o'clock.
So we confirmed around 10 a.m., correct? But we still have not confirmed that window between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So based on what Mr. Teeter told you, it's fair to say when Chris Melton told you that he went to Truck Customs at 9:30 or earlier, that was not true, is that correct?
His timeline was off on that one. His Truck Customs, if he had left Wachovia to go there, he would have been there right around 10.
Detective Whiter, did you answer this question?
Sure.
Do you feel the need to explain for Chris Melton?
Again, you're asking about a timeline, and I'm trying to explain to you from where that Wachovia was to Truck Customs is not very far.
Well, this was my question. My question was not asking a different question. Chris said he was at Truck Customs from 9:30 or earlier. Do you agree?
That's what he said, yes, sir.
Bill Teeter said that he was at Truck Customs around 10 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree this is significant because when you told Chris Melton that you talked to Bill Teeter, he changed the time that he was in her cousins to 11 to 12:30 a.m. Is that fair to say?
The second interview is when he mentioned they went to Wachovia.
Officer, we're talking about Trump customers.
Yes. So and that's why I believe his timeline just slid just a little bit. But that was the timeline from 9:30 to 10:30.
Did Mr. Faust give the same courtesy from law enforcement to explain any discrepancies he may have had?
Judge, I'm going to object to further questions, as well as lack of personal knowledge. As Detective Riggins has already said, he never worked the case at the point that Mr. Faust entered it.
I will draw the question.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Whenever you told Mr. Melton that you talked to Mr. Teeter, Chris Melton then changed his time to somewhere between 11 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know if I told Chris that I talked to Bill or not. I cannot testify to that. Chris told us about that, though, the evening he came in and brought up Wachovia, which in a normal investigation, somebody bringing something else that they did that day is not that far out of the realm of possibility at all.
So this is possibility here. You say this to be normal for Mr. Melton.
Yes.
Okay, on the morning that Ms. Tara Baker was killed, this is normal.
What do you mean by normal?
Sure. You said this is not outside the realm of possibility.
I'm talking generalizing an investigation when somebody comes back in with the time, like I said before. People don't roll through the day now pretty much with timestamp, especially in 2001. With phones and everything we have now, people can timestamp everything well. I'm just saying that's along the realm of that kind of ballpark window that we're looking for, just to keep things for that initial 72 hours.
Well, I'd like to talk about police. Police, they get the time since, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, police, they confirm. You say you went somewhere, police officer's job is to confirm, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you got to get answers to the community, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
You got to get answers to the family, is that right?
That's correct.
And if the family asks you, what was Chris Melton at 8 a.m., an appropriate answer isn't, well, in a general realm of possibility, it could have been anywhere between these. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you're saying, and yes, that is fair to say. In that first 72 hours, we're putting in the timestamps of what's happening in that first 72 hours.
Would you have any reason to disagree with me in the multiple interviews you've conducted with Chris Melton? He has never stated that he went to Chick-fil-A.
No, sir, he's not to me. And he may have to some other investigators after that, but not to me.
And we've already agreed that you never personally confirmed that Josh went to Chick-fil-A, right? That's not confirmed.
By me, yes, sir.
Agree that you talked to Chris the same time on January 21st, 2000.
Yes, sir.
Now, his parents were present, his father was present in that interview.
Yes, they drove him there, but an interview, I believe it's just a tape myself.
You know, during your interview with Josh told you that he had worked with Chris for a year. Josh, you gonna say
Yes, sir.
However, Chris told you that he had only met Josh in December of 2020. Is that fair? I'm sorry, December of 2000.
That's I understand. Done that a lot. I don't know if that in my notes.
It's in the report.
That's a good possibility, and I won't argue that with you.
So, December 2000 was just a month from Ms. Baker's death. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
If you can, right. Chris, 1 month. Josh, 1 year. This is a very important area for this officer. I do think he did. I think he did an issue with the facts that are given under the circumstances. So I do want to say that I do appreciate the search. It's okay.
Okay.
But I do want to ask you about the interview on January 21st, 2001, in regards to Chris's statement about going to Black Hole Music. Okay?
Okay.
You know, he told you that he was in the bank on Friday, January 19th for 35 minutes. Is that correct?
Oh, this is where they talk about Josh not remembering this.
Around 30 minutes. That's just what I typed in my notes.
Do you have any reason to disagree that he specifically said 35 minutes?
I put 30 in my notes, but 35 would be on.
Would you like to hear out your report?
Yes, sir.
And if that's true, that Chris Melton spent 35 minutes in the bank on Friday, January 19th, you would agree that it's not the insignificant amount of time spent in the bank. Is that right?
Yes.
However, Josh never mentions going to the bank for 35 minutes with Chris, does he? Thanks. Never mentions the bank at all. Is that right?
It does not.
Look at the bailiff. What is he doing? He needs his eye drops.
Did we agree that Chris' father was with him on January 19th and January 21st? Is that fair?
Yes, sir. I don't believe he said it on the 21st. He did sit in on the 19th.
Okay, so we'll discuss the 19th. Chris's father never agreed with the statement that Chris left his home between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on January 19th while he was president here.
I don't think that's not that interview.
During the weekend of January 19th, 2001, you did not speak with Mr. Melton's mother, is that correct?
I did not.
Now, Dad knows that Tara has passed away, Mr. Melton, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Dad knows that Mr. Melton's son has conducted an interview with law enforcement, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
But Mom never calls you, but Mr. Melton's mom, she never calls you and says, hey, Detective Ricketts, Chris was here with me that morning with Tara's death, is that right?
No, sir. I did not do that.
Chris's parents don't reach out to law enforcement at all, is that correct?
Except for coming to the police department twice voluntarily.
With Chris, is that right? Only Josh and Chris are the only
Well,
two people that stated that they left Chris Melton's parents' home around 7:15 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As of January 21st, 2001, when you're involved in the investigation, besides Josh, there were no other witnesses or documents confirming where Mr. Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000.
Past the 21st, I cannot answer that, but from the 21st backwards, that's correct.
Now, leaving
okay, I'm gonna refresh because I don't know if that's like law and crime jumping around or what is going on. So let's find out. We were all the way current anyway.
Backwards, that's correct.
So let's get the volume boosted back up. Let's run it back like 10 seconds.
involved in the investigation, besides Josh, there
Yeah,
were
it's
no
law and crime
witnesses
speed that's
or
jumping.
documents confirming where Mr. Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000.
Past the 21st, I cannot answer that, but from the 21st backwards, that's correct.
I believe you mentioned this on your record. You told Chris that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Do you recall telling Chris that?
I did.
Okay. When you told Chris that, he didn't start a crime, did he?
No, sir.
Chris didn't become upset, did he?
No, sir.
Didn't say I need a moment to myself. Is that fair?
Numerous times during the interview, he stopped, but no, sir, he did not.
This is hard to hear because of the choppiness of the feed today, but this is when he is being asked about telling Chris Melton that Tara was likely sexually assaulted, and Chris wasn't upset.
Chris didn't say, I hope you find who did this before I did. Is that correct?
Not on the 19th. Mentioned it on the 21st while we were at the jail in between. I mean, not the jail, the phlebotomist, getting blood work done there. Just a statement he made in the hallway. But yes, sir. Not during an interview or anything of that nature.
Can you show us that statement?
It's not in there, sir.
And we've already agreed that January 19th was over 9,000 days ago.
100%.
But Chris did ask you about the evidence in the case. Is that fair to say? And specifically, Detective Ricketts, Chris asked in response to you telling Chris that Tara was sexually assaulted, did you find some stuff on her
There's
license?
like an hour
Do you
left.
recall Chris asking that question in response to you telling him that Miss Baker had been sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that odd that his response was about asking questions about the evidence?
No, for a couple reasons of sexual assault, and one of the reasons John Newton and some of those folks were brought in for the sexual assault. If he's not sure she's been raped, sometimes people wander down that road of how do you know that this person was sexually assaulted.
So can I ask you this before you finish? So it's normal to tell someone that's engaged or preparing to be engaged to another person that the love of their life has been sexually assaulted, and before they say
I'm going to
anything,
object to the form of the question that's being argumentative, Judge. I'd also ask the witness to be allowed to finish the answer they were giving before they were interrupted by Mr. Cruz.
I think that's correct. We're going to sustain the objection to this argument. And if this witness chooses to finish his statement, he may, otherwise release.
I'll withdraw the question.
Yes, sir.
We've established that Chris Melton was in his vehicle on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
At the police department?
No. The morning of January 19, 2001.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that you did not search Chris Melton's vehicle for the presence of Miss Baker's blood. Is that correct?
No, sir. From the 19th to the suspect at that time, then yes.
And Chris was not a violent suspect at the time.
At that time, through everything we were getting was going voluntarily, the timeline was coming together, so at that time, by the 21st, he was not.
But what choice did he have, officer? Because you say that he didn't agree with blood, he would have got a warrant.
Did not tell him that.
But it's true, right?
100% I would have. That was part of the interview when I started with him. At the very beginning of the tape, I make it very clear to Mr. Melton that he's there voluntarily and giving me a free and open statement. Because going into that interview, I don't know if he's a suspect or I don't know if he's a boyfriend of a victim. So as you start going down, that's what these 3 days are for, is to try to figure out what that person is and then what do I need to get to prosecute this.
So my question, my specific question to you, if you can answer with a yes or a no, he didn't have an option but to get blood. Is that right?
He did have an option, yes. At that time, he could have told me no.
And you would have got a search warrant and still got the blood.
We wouldn't have got blood that day, but it'd have been, I'd had to see a judge and move forward. Yes, sir.
So you would have had his blood regardless.
Yes, sir. But at that time, he did not be, he was not told, hey, if you don't give this to me, I'm going to go get a warrant.
Sure, that's fair. And as far as coming to the police department voluntarily, were you the one that called the family and told them to come to Athens?
No, what do you mean by the family?
Sure, it's Baker's family.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, but you are aware that officers called them and told them to come to Athens. Is that correct?
I would 100% believe that, yes, sir.
But to your knowledge, no one called Chris and told Chris to come to Athens. Is that fair?
Well, Chris was tased by Miss Baker.
Law enforcement. We're talking about law enforcement.
Well, that's not the question he asked, Judge. I think the witness is entitled to answer the question that he was asking.
You're not allowed to answer.
Well, I'll draw the question, Your Honor. I'll draw that question. Did law enforcement call Chris Mellon to come to Athens?
To my knowledge, no.
So he voluntarily went to Athens the day that he found out that his girlfriend was murdered.
Yes.
And you all asked Chris Melton to identify the body. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Durham, I believe, is the person that I can't testify to who asked him, but yes, he was asked to identify the body. That's fair.
And Chris Melton, you stated that he didn't appear with a lawyer. Is that right?
He did not.
Okay. If he appeared with a lawyer, that would have looked suspicious.
It would have been way out of the law.
So if Chris is trying to avoid looking suspicious, the best thing to do is to appear voluntarily. Is that correct?
I don't believe so. But
You know, you talked about the injuries to Chris Melton's hands taken on January 21st, 2001.
yes, sir.
And Chris told you that those injuries came from punching a wall. We would agree that is drywall in that case, is that right?
It is.
And we would agree that the injuries to Mr. Melton's hands look like scratches. Is that correct?
Looks like abrasions would be what I'd call them. Abrasions.
What's the difference between abrasions and scratches?
Abrasion is usually when you hit something and it slides, it's open. A scratch is usually a line or whatever else. An abrasion is usually wider open. So if you look at the picture, there's more of an abrasion that hit. That kind of thing.
Sure. Guy, can we turn on the projector?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of Mr. Melton's hands?
Yes, sir.
So you say this is an abrasion from punching a wall?
Yeah, so if you look over, I don't have a pointer, but if you look over to the index finger, right, the ring finger and the next finger over it, that's what I'm calling abrasions right there. There's some other stuff on there that are nicks, scratches, things of that nature, but that's what I mean by abrasions, just that larger hit of something of that nature.
And this is my follow-up question.
Sure.
Did you confirm that Mr. Melton, let me say this. Mr. Melton told you on the 21st that he punched the wall, is that right?
That's correct.
You all didn't take pictures of the wall until 2 days later, is that correct?
I believe it's the 23rd when I went over there.
Correct. Did you confirm with anyone else that Chris Melton punched the wall and that's where those injuries came from?
I did not, but I believe somebody talked to his roommate in one of the reports.
Well, he said that his roommate wasn't present when it occurred also.
So the only other person that would have been in the house was just the two of them.
So you don't know if they talked about this?
No, I'm saying somebody else did, but I did not talk to that group.
Now, January 23rd and 24th, 2001, you obtained a hair sample from Chris Stone, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
And this was done with Detective Newman.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall requesting and obtaining a court order from phone number 678-725-4136?
I believe that was the 24th that I did the hair samples. Is that correct? I said yes, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
This
this.
is correct, that is 23rd.
Okay, the 24th, I have the 23rd, 24th written in there, but I just want to make sure that's the date you're talking about. Is that the report you're looking at?
No, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir, we did do hair samples on these days.
And you also obtained a court order from phone number 678-725-4136, is that correct?
I signed for it, and yes, sir, I did. I don't have a signed copy of that with me. Yes, sir.
After this, can we take a break just in case the jurors need to use the bathroom?
And just let you keep going.
All right, so that might mean whenever I said there was like an hour left. Actually, they don't take a break, do they?
Are you okay if I approach you and show you the court?
Yes, sir, please.
Never mind.
Yes, that's my signature.
And that number was for, excuse me, you recognize that document, recognize that court order?
I do recognize the court order and my signature, yes, sir.
And the 678-725-4136 number belonged to Mr. Melton's cell phone, is that correct?
From my recollection, I believe so. I can look back at my notes, but I think that's what he gave me.
And I believe it's listed in the court order itself.
Yes, sir, but I want to make sure that's the same number he gave me at the interview. Is that, you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Hang on 1 second. But I believe you're correct. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm okay.
Wait, what do we want to pull?
I believe that's his name still, yes, sir.
Excellent. And we're going to state for use of documents.
Okay.
Can I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Man, give them a break. Somebody's like dying in the courtroom. I mean, this is from the past recording. But the judge just turned down a break in the old recording. Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Recall directives received in response to the court order?
I do not recall.
Would seeing them refer to recollection?
It might.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir. It looks like what we used to get faxed to us when we put these subpoenas in.
Do you recognize those particular records?
I'll take your word for them. The document you showed me a minute ago was my signature for the request.
So I talk about those records, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, I am not signaling evidence, but I would like to mark the purpose of the record. Is that okay?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The witness has indicated that he doesn't have necessarily a direct memory of these records, but more importantly, as we discussed at the bench, they're not admissible in the manner that Mr. Cruz is trying to admit them at this time, and therefore they can't be testified to as far as context from them in front of the jury.
That is correct. Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 21st, 2001, you spoke with a young lady by the name of Miss Laura Sherlin. That's your January 22nd, 2001 report. It's page 104, first paragraph, first sentence.
Okay. I don't have the 104 numbers. I just have some of my case reports. What was the name again you gave, sir?
Lauren Sherlin.
Yes, sir.
That interview with Miss Sherlin was reported, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Sherlin, former co-worker of Ms. Baker.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions for you. I want to thank you so much for your patience, your time, and your service to this nation. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, sir.
Any redirect Ms. Jones, Judge?
I do, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, I want to go back and talk to you about some answers that you started during the cross-examination before being cut off. Mr. Cruz asked you a series of questions about whether you recall certain sporting events that occurred back in 2001, the Super Bowl, World Series, things like that. And then you began to give an answer that talked about the differences between this horrific crime and those sporting events in your mind and your ability to recall certain facts.
Yes, sir.
How is it that the murder of Miss Baker is different than the Super Bowl or the World Series from 2000 and 2001 to you?
From the fall of 2000 to 2001, unfortunately, I worked numerous homicides and then a serial rape case in this case. Those incidents leave a lasting impression, if that makes sense. So it's not something that you forget. Now, when you read over your reports and records, you remember it. Those small things come back, the details come back. When you start reading back through your reports, it opens up stuff, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, it does. There was another question where you started to give an answer, and Mr. Cruz cut you off and then withdrew his question. It had to do with you beginning to talk about what you would have done if you had noticed a bunch of things or a thick coating on Mr. Melton's hands. Do you mind telling the jury what you would have done?
That was drawn out and went directly to the prosecutor. I was really asking what he would have done if he saw items on his hand when he was getting murdered. So I would ask, I would object to that question. That was nothing making him a more process. That was
Okay. What is your specific objection, Mr. Cruz? Mischaracterization, perhaps?
mischaracterization and relevance. It doesn't follow the line of representation.
All right. Mr. Young, shall you care to respond to the objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I've got it in my notes underneath Mr. Cruz's cross. Obviously, the court will recall that in whatever way the court recalls it. But Detective Ricketts was in the process of explaining what he would have done if it were some kind of thick coating, and then Mr. Cruz stopped him in his answer.
Okay, I'm going to allow you to make it.
All right, so Detective Ricketts, I'm going to kind of ask you that question.
Okay.
During cross-examination, Mr. Cruz stopped you in the middle of your answer as you were discussing what you would have done had you found a thick coating of things on Mr. Melton's hands. Can you explain to the jury what you would have done if you had seen that?
I also object to that speculation.
Roll the objection.
Well, number one, if it's a large amount, you can't be fingerprinted. So that would have interfered with just the fingerprinting if there was a large amount. Now, on the back of the hands or whatever else, there wasn't enough stuff on his hands to cover up anything that might have been there. You could easily see it. So if there would have been things, then we would have had to take pictures, and then we'd have had to move with Lieutenant Durham and some other ways that we would have gone on from that moment on. But those were not noticed. And again, I'm literally holding his hand while I fingerprint him. I mean, my hands are holding finger by finger as I flip that hand over. I'm having to hold his hand.
Also, during your testimony, after the distance from 160 Farm Drive to Mr. Melton's parents' residence was established, you testified to a timing run that was done by ACCPD at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify that because I feel like it might have gotten lost in your testimony and questions coming in while you were talking.
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for hearsay. Yes, we explicitly did not ask him about the time he said. Disagree with the time he said. But the reason we didn't ask that is because we know under the law that it's hearsay.
Right? Any response to the objection?
Well, Judge, this is a response that was given to Mr. Cruz's question about what was done. The response is about what ACCPD did at the time. And the answer was given during Mr. Cruz's cross-examination. I'm just going back to talk about that answer. That answer wasn't objected to or asked to be struck or otherwise identified as hearsay by Mr. Cruz at the time. So it's in evidence, and I think it's an appropriate grounds for redirect examination.
Yes, sir.
I was just asking, Your Honor, I'll leave it to the discretion of the Honorable Court, but if that door is open, the reason I didn't go down the impeachment route with that line of questioning is because I wanted to follow the law. That is inappropriate to withdraw. Bring out the witness. That was not responsive to my question. But if the state is allowed to go down that line of questioning, I would just ask the Honorable Court allow us to follow up.
objection was with regard to hearsay. I don't find that this question is going to elicit hearsay. I'm going to allow you to ask it. Certainly on any recross, we will address any issue that the state might object to, and we'll take it up again if we need to, but you may go ahead.
All right, and so Detective Ricketts, what was it that you stated was the time period when ACCPD or law enforcement did a test run back in 2001?
It was over an hour with traffic. So it took them just a little bit over an hour to make that drive.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you just really briefly about your familiarity with some of these areas in Loganville, Grayson, Truck Customs. During your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you drive that route at least semi-frequently. I'm not asking you an address where you live, but in general terms, what area of the state of Georgia do you live in?
Toward Gwinnett County, that way off 78.
Are you familiar with these areas that we've been discussing, kind of independent of your investigation?
Objection. Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant to any facts that are already in evidence.
Right? There's a relevance objection, Mr. Yelchin.
So is the objection to the follow-up question that I asked, or the answer that Mr. Ricketts gave to the previous question? I'm just not sure.
To the follow-up question, Your Honor.
Right? Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do, Judge. The follow-up question was, are you familiar with the areas that we've been discussing as it relates to Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson? So I think that is relevant.
Okay. Is that your objection, Mr.
That was
Reese?
not the follow-up question, Your Honor. The follow-up, he asked us about Gwinnett County to these parts around here. That is not relevant. Mr. Melton stayed in Loganville, which is outside of Gwinnett County. So Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant in this case.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think you're referring to the question before the follow-up question, but we can talk about that. I think
Please.
that is your objection.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so that question has already been asked and answered, but let's let the state, if they choose to, respond to the objection about relevance when you asked about the Gwinnett County area. Do you care to respond?
Yes, Judge. I think Detective Ricketts, during cross-examination, indicated he was familiar with that general route, and now I'm going back to establish why it is that Detective Ricketts is familiar with that general route, and then, obviously, court heard the follow-up question, which had nothing to do with Gwinnett County. It had to do with his familiarity with these specific areas that we've been discussing.
I'm going to overrule the objections. You may continue.
So, Detective Ricketts, I'll go back, I'll ask that question again.
Jesus.
So, as it relates to the discussion you had about Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes, sir. It's like a small triangle that we're there together. Loganville, Grayson, all those little areas are very close to each other, like in a triangle.
And so when you say very close, let's just talk about Loganville and Grayson. How close are we talking about?
5 miles or so. I mean, they almost touch each other, I would say.
Okay. Repeatedly during cross-examination, Mr. Cruz made reference to you being unable to obtain documents from Nash Plumbing and some of these other locations that both Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy said that they both went to. I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes unable can leave a certain impression. Did you ever actually even attempt to do that?
I did not.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that you didn't ask and then someone wasn't able to produce them? It's just that you yourself never asked?
That's correct.
Okay. Also want to talk a little bit about differences in timelines. And obviously, Mr. Cruz had Mr. Hill write some things on the flip chart. I don't need the flip chart. Detective Ricketts, in your having received all that information from Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter about Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001, was there anything that you received from those individuals that caused you concern about the integrity of those statements regarding where they were?
No, similar to the whiteboard, we use a similar thing, simply go across. And on any kind of investigation, which started back when I did those and even to this day, we would go across with a timeline, and you get the second subject, and you go across with a timeline, and you get the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said, when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some overlap. On that first 72 hours, we weren't concerned about that overlap. We weren't concerned about any of that. We wanted to move on toward getting fingerprints, DNA, and push the investigation that way. So we were trying to secure all that. But that timeline didn't give me any pause at the beginning. Now, we've had investigations before, just to give you a this or that. Investigations where as soon as you put the timelines on, you're like, these don't, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line close together on a board, you can kind of work that out. And I wasn't, in that first 72 hours, I was not at all uncomfortable in what we were doing.
And so, as far as these variations that you saw and that we've talked about between Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter, would those be consistent with variations that you had experienced in other investigations that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything unusual to you about those things not being minute for minute exactly the same?
In the first 72 hours plus, no. In that first 72, 96 hours, nothing was out of that realm of that I was concerned about, that I needed to move on quicker, if that makes sense.
And so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Cruz asked you about things that Mr. Melton's father may have said or not said to law enforcement. Was there another law enforcement officer who followed up with Mr. Melton's father?
In my recollection, yes. Lieutenant Durham was sectioning out what needed to be done. Again, for this case, on that weekend, that Friday, Saturday, I was scheduled to be back going to school on Monday, leaving the state. Canceled that trip because of Friday. This was way more important. But Lieutenant Durham was assigning people to do those tasks, to do those follow-ups. So yes, somebody was assigned to do that follow-up and talk to that person.
Do you believe, one second. Seeing a police report from Rebecca at the time, Taft, would help refresh your recollection.
Oh, this is the Rebecca Taft report.
Improperly attempting to refresh a witness's recollection by subjects or relatives, improper attempt to refresh recollection. Those are my subjects.
Okay, I'm not sure I know what you're trying to refresh. You didn't finish the question, so he's made two objections.
So first, this is the relevance factor. This would be information that Mr. Cruz solicited on cross-examination about statements made by Mr. Melton's father to law enforcement regarding Mr. Melton's whereabouts. So that's one, relevance. It is absolutely relevant, even independent of Mr. Cruz's questions on cross-examination, but certainly at the point that the information is solicited on cross-examination, it would be relevant in a redirect. Improperly refreshing the witness's recollection, what the law says about that is that a witness's recollection can be refreshed with anything, including things that might not make sense. I could hand him a pack of exhibit stickers and ask him if it refreshes his recollection, and it may or may not. So I don't think that that's a valid legal objection in this circumstance.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I have double hearsay. Double hearsay. It's a report from one person that he's going to show the detective to ask, or just refresh his recollection as to what a third person says. So I add that objection.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may respond to the new objection. So once Mr. Cruz solicits that information on cross-examination, I believe he's barred from raising an objection during the redirect examination as to that same information.
Yes, one more time, yes, sir.
I know Your Honor knows the law. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, with regard to the relevance, I certainly find that this is relevant based upon both examinations this court has heard with regard to this witness. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection with regard to the refreshing recollection. You are entitled to refresh this witness's recollection if it does. So you may refresh his recollection with anything. We're going to take it from there, and then I'll make a ruling on the hearsay. So you may go ahead with the refreshing recollection if you can.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz a copy of the police report from May 4th of 2001.
That's correct, Miss Mika. Before trial started, he filed a motion to disqualify.
How another detective's police report refreshes witness recollection. The foundation hasn't even been like, he never asked a question. Do you remember Rebecca Taft's report from May 4th, 2001? He hasn't laid the foundation, and this obviously even read this report.
All right, thank you. All right, and any response to that objection before I make a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The law is that if a witness does not recall, the state can ask, or the defense, any party can ask to refresh a recollection. It doesn't mean that the witness's recollection is going to be refreshed. Any party is entitled to use a document, an object, an audio recording, a visual recording, anything can be used to attempt to refresh a witness's recollection. I'm going to allow the state to attempt to refresh a recollection, and we're going to take it from objection, allow you to continue, and then we'll take it from there. I'll rule then, if necessary, on the other part of this objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to hand you this, and for the record, it is a police report from Detective Rebecca Taft from May of 2001. If you would, please review it, and once you've had a chance to review it, let me know. Yes, sir. Have you had a chance to review that report from Detective Taft?
Yes, this was one of the assignments.
Hold on 1 second before we get into any other testimony. Has reviewing that report helped refresh your recollection as to what other law enforcement may have done related to George Melton, Mr. Chris Melton's father?
Yes, I knew a detective had gone and interviewed them both. I just couldn't remember if it was her or John or Painter. Not Painter, but anyway, I knew it was one of the ones, but yes, this is the recollection of the report that I remember seeing.
Okay, all right. So I'll come get that back from
All right, and at this point, since the recollection has been refreshed, I'll send the jury up for just a moment and take something up outside your presence. Please don't discuss the case.
And then they're going to have to skip this. I hope.
Okay, I'm going to ask the foreperson, or I'm going to ask the jury. Let me just ask all of you. I got a message that you are done listening to the tape. Is that a consensus, or do we need to play the whole thing? We certainly can do that. Which one? That we're all done? Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show you the documents that you have asked for. And counsel, if you can make sure that the group that we talked about is what you want to submit. Is that it also? Or is that something different? Okay. I'm going to pass it around. And what we're going to do is start in the front row and have you all look at them and just pass them along.
So I zoned out for a second. They were just about to go outside the presence of the jury, but we didn't finish redirect, right?
Because they need to be viewed in open court. And if you change your mind, everyone, and you need to hear the rest of that tape, just let me know and we will do that.
They wanted to see the DNA reports.
Just want to make sure testimony, and that was the mitochondria DNA report. So I just want to make sure that that's with these reports.
You may approach. Yes.
Do they not want to send back the hair report? Because the mitochondrial DNA could be the hair on the transformer that could be consistent with Chris Melton's hair. It was one of the few hairs that they actually sent for the DNA testing.
For the record, these are 102, 103, 105, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168. That sound right from the state? All of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, that sounds right from the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give these to you all in a second. Take your time. Don't rush. And you let me know when you're finished. They can't go back with you again to the jury room, but you can look at them as long as you need to here in the courtroom. I also want to tell you this. I'm going to give you a cautionary instruction. And this is based on the fact that you have reheard some testimony in this case. The cautionary instruction is this. Please remember that it is important to consider the whole of the evidence that has been presented in this case and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any evidence you may have heard twice. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Terrell, if you will start with all of these exhibits.
I don't think the first part of that should be... I'm not sure we even needed an instruction on the second part, to be honest. But we did not need the first part. But anyway.
And I think we should just start in the front row. And take your time, and you all let me know when you're finished. And everyone be at ease until we are notified that the jury is finished. Thank you.
Anyway, while they passed that around, Faust had said that he didn't know who they were talking about before they'd even shown him a picture. So I don't think it's odd at all that somebody would not know who was being talked about. I think that that can be a very honest answer if someone's like, I heard a story about a girl getting murdered and had no idea that somebody I might have gotten with or been around. Because remember, this isn't necessarily sexual intercourse that caused this DNA getting around. And even so, even if it was, when they do show him a picture, they only show this picture. And there's several photos out there. I would not think that this was the same person unless you gave me the context that it was the same person. So I'm not sure that if I met somebody with their hair pulled back briefly, that I'd recognize them from being shown this picture. So to me, it's a little bit difficult for me to understand why people are putting so much behind the statement that Faust said during his interview. And again, he said it before he was even shown this picture. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you tell me and I go, okay, I can see it, but if you don't tell me, maybe I'd recognize one because it was more consistent. Maybe that night she had her hair pulled back. But I'm not good with faces anyway. I tried when I went grocery shopping last week. I got home and I said to myself, would I be able to give a good description of any other customer I walked by in the store if something ended up happening and someone asked me to do a sketch of somebody that was in that store? And I don't think I could have done it. Maybe the cashier, because it's the same employees. Like, I've seen them several times. So, which doesn't count. It's not the same question. It does kind of suck that, I mean, it seems like they're just walking around with like one copy of the reports. So each juror is gonna look through them. I hope Sylvia will be able. Sylvia's not supposed to talk about jury reactions or if jurors are taking notes, but I wonder if it's one by one, like which juror or jurors are taking longer to look at the reports than others. The jury's looking at the DNA reports. Let's see, they started looking at 4:02, so it's been like 3 minutes. There we go. We have a banner. That way, in case anyone pops in. I don't think the reports were published to the jury, in case you're wondering. I remember, I feel like they were admitted as evidence, but I don't think they were published to the jury, so they're just having them review them in open court. Yeah, Talia, that's what I thought the instruction was encroaching upon, especially the first. But I mean, I think she was just giving an instruction to remind them, like, hey, remember you listened to this twice. But I also don't see why that's necessary, because even though this is the first trial where I've seen the jury sit and re-listen to something for, I don't know, like 2.5 hours, 2 hours, it's their request. Like, I've never heard a judge issue like some type of encouragement or discouragement when they request a readback or something like that. So local time right now, it is 5:08 p.m. And yep, it can be normal to review exhibits in open court. Some cases, everything gets sent back with the jury. Other cases, they gotta come out. Like in some courtrooms, even if it's stuff that's like published to the jury during the course of the proof being presented, it doesn't get sent back because the equipment isn't going to be back in the jury room. So if it's media, they've got to come out and look at it in the courtroom. Nope, just jury questions. Jury wanted to see DNA reports, and they wanted to look at Ricketts' testimony again. They replayed Ricketts' testimony audio through direct cross-examination and part of redirect, even though that continued for like another, it looked like 20-25 minutes. And then there was also recross, redirect, and recross. And they didn't hear that. They stopped midway through redirect and said that that's it. So they didn't specify in their question what they wanted to hear. They just said Ricketts' testimony. Oh, if they're not streaming, they can come up. I thought Nick was streaming. Well, we could do another poll on the verdict. I mean, have you guys changed your mind because of the replay? Okay, let's see. All right, and this is the how would you vote, not what you think the jury's gonna do. Yeah, they're done with the replay. They're sitting in court still looking at the DNA reports. Let me put the banner back up. Everybody tell MLS's coffee maker to work faster. Yeah, and also that's a good point, Garden Girl. Remember, while they're reviewing this in open court, they can't talk with each other. They're not deliberating with each other. So it's not like they'll be able to say, like, oh, hey, look, and like chitter chatter with a group huddle. And I should have looked, how thick was the paper that they walked over with?
These reports.
Pretty thick.
You may approach. Yes.
Everyone's hitting the wrong button on the poll. Ah. Okay, do we need to redo the poll? Ah. So there are... Alright, hold on. Thank you, Allie, for the super. Allie's like, for those who hit the wrong button, did you hit guilty by accident? I don't think those who have said they hit the wrong button in chat explain that 8%. Although that's still like... I think that's a significant lean towards not guilty. Yeah, and these polls are super serious. They're as serious as the verdict themselves, Maphawk. Samantha, you too? How many people really hit the wrong button? Well, if we put back up like a verdict predictions, then I'd have the option of like a hung jury in there. But I don't really think anybody says, I'm gonna hang the jury. You know, it's really, are you gonna vote yes or no? And that might be something that ends up making the jury hang if 12 of you wouldn't come to the same decision, but still, different question, different question. Yeah, and something, I mean, I think part of it is what we're dealing with here is a cold case where the defendant is a first-time suspect. He wasn't a suspect back in the day. And even though the house is right there, the house is right there, talking about where his stepmother had a address listed, Ricketts canvassed the neighborhood. The house is so close, but nobody knocked on that door. It would have been the house where somebody reported seeing someone running through the yards towards Cooper Road. So why wouldn't you go and canvass those houses that were facing Deer Park to see if they saw anybody running? So to me, it's really odd. Like, I think if Faust is the guy and he was living at 350 Cooper Road, I think there was a major misstep by not canvassing those houses that are right there that would have had this vantage point to see that. And at the same time, if for some reason they spoke with Faust then and he was like, oh, I don't know, I was at work, so I wouldn't know what happened, and then Faust might have been able to say back in 2001, like, here's where I was, I don't know anything about last night, or I got home, or I was getting into my car at this time this morning. You know, he doesn't have that equal opportunity 25 years later to do the same thing. And we just don't. To me, it's really weird that the state wants to point to that Cooper Road house, but we don't have the investigator who says they canvassed the neighborhood knocking on the house right there. Yeah, that 20-minute drone footage. Like, that really could have been a minute long. It's just scary, you know, it's the kind of thing, like, a cold case unit, I'm sure, you know, cold cases getting solved. I think that has its worth, solving cold cases. A lot of cold cases, things that we consider cold, deal with serious crimes like murder or rape. So it's not just like spending a ton of resources for someone who did like a petty theft, right? We don't have cold case units investigating that type of thing. But at the same time, if what we're working with is what we got for the first 48 or 72 hours here in this case, and then we've got a brand new unit that just goes in and, all other leads were exhausted, so we can get this funding from the Coleman-Baker Act to start investigating with this DNA. We have to act like all known leads were exhausted to use this funding for this reason under the Coleman-Baker Act. There's a lot at play that would steer GBI or any state agency into a specific direction. Oh, no, I dropped it in the chat here, David. So there's a StreamYard link in the chat for you. Hey, my twin with the same microphone.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I
guys,
like.
You need to give the 411. How do you make law simple?
Well, by explaining it in layman's terms. That's essentially what I do. Try to, anyways. Most people don't listen. It ignore me anyway. But that's my attempt, anyways. Is this the first time I've been on your channel?
Yeah, I don't really do much paneling or guesting because usually by the time I'm done with a trial stream day, I'm tired and want to go eat. So I just run off and jump off stream.
I can't fault you for that. I feel the same way, but I feel special now. So
yeah,
thank you for having
aboard.
Me.
Were you just over watching with Nick, or how much of this trial have you watched?
I've watched most of it with you, actually. And then some with
Nick.
Don't tell him. But it's an interesting case. I don't think there's enough, the question is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And everyone's saying, at least I saw in your chat a little bit, everyone's concerned about the time that it's taking and how many questions they have. That's what you want the jury to do. And it's actually beneficial for the defense more often than not. A quick verdict is usually worse for the defense.
Yeah, we remember the Nick Casotis trial, how quick that was of a turnaround.
Yeah, you don't want that. You want the jury actually deliberating. What I am unclear about is it, how many counts are there? Are there any lesser included?
They didn't send any lessers back. There's a bunch of felony murder counts because of the different underlying felonies that could have ultimately led to the death. There are, let's see, malice murder, then there's 4 felony murders, there's burglary, 2 aggravated sodomies because of the oral and the anus, because that's how Georgia does it. Okay. Aggravated assault, arson in the first degree, and then possession of a firearm or knife. So the knife during a crime or attempt to commit a crime.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about jury compromises, right? When they're all in the back room, if there's one count and it's either yay or nay, there's no room to compromise. But the jury often, if there's a lesser included or multiple charges, will look to compromise. In this case, it might be interesting because there really isn't any compromise, right? You can't say that he did one without probably did the other, so it's interesting. Let's see
what would be interesting is, since this is 2001, DNA identification is why this is permissible outside the statute of limitations for the non-murder, right? So murder, right, no statute of limitations, but when it comes to like aggravated assault or the arson, that would have fallen outside the time window, with the exception there's this DNA identification for the first time, which starts the clock again. I think it'd be interesting what if a jury, maybe it's not applicable to this case because it's like a one and done transaction. Everything was supposed to be part of the same transaction.
Right.
But in general, different circumstances, if there was like an aggravated assault coming back on a conviction and everything else was an acquittal, like then technically, like that's kind of a weird reapplication of the statute of limitations under that Georgia statute.
It could be. Juries are weird. I sat on a jury once. We had a guy that was walking down the street, and the police stopped him because he was walking past a motel that was a known drug haven. And they stopped and frisked him and, of course, found drugs and then put him in the car. And when he was in the car, he was kicking out the windows of the cop car and stuff like that. So they charged him with possession and then malicious destruction of police property. And as a jury, we all decided, like, that's kind of BS that he was stopped. It could have been me walking down the road. You know, they had no reason to stop him. So we actually, I guess you'd call it, I learned later, jury nullification. But then we're like, but once you get arrested,
because no one's supposed to know that exists. It's not written on the bathroom stalls in the courthouse, or
yeah, we didn't. Well, I was 21, right? So I hadn't gone to law school yet, but we thought, well, once you're arrested, maybe don't kick out the cop windows, and so we found him guilty of that. And but juries do all kinds of weird things in the back room. So, and like I was saying earlier in your chat. It's kind of frustrating that they have to review these documents and this evidence in the courtroom because the court doesn't want
deliberate.
Yeah, and they can't deliberate because the court doesn't want to interfere with the jury deliberation. We don't want to hear what the jurors are saying because that would be
it's supposed to be sacred.
Right. Well, then let them take the evidence into the back room so they can actually talk about it while they're looking at it. Why is it has to be done here in open court? This makes no sense to me. It's not like it's
just like staring him down. He's like, pew.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's not like it's a firearm or some dangerous weapon or some, OJ's glove with the blood still on it. It's a piece of
evidence
paper
that could be tainted.
Right. It's a piece of paper. Let them take it back with them. And then they can talk about it amongst themselves without everyone staring at them. This is nonsense. This is like putting pressure on the jury, I feel. And then someone's going to be like,
split.
What's that?
I always wonder, like, the split, like, what, because we don't have any inkling on what they wanted to hear or necessarily who of the jury wanted to hear the playback of the testimony and or see the reports, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be all of them agreeing together, let's review this thing. It could be one of them. It could be a couple of them. It could be like an even split, 50-50. It could be half wanted to see the DNA, half wanted to re-listen to the testimony.
It could be anything. It could be, there's the one holdout and everyone's like, let's get the evidence in here so we can convince you that we're all right. It could be anything. You have no idea.
And I think for what it's worth, I think it should be, oh yeah, that was me that drew on the screen, guys. They didn't just like, the lasers didn't just spontaneously emerge from Chris Bolden's eyes at the jury.
They may have, but lasers are generally invisible. Anyway,
you never know. This is why we need to send them back to the deliberations room so they don't get lasered.
Exactly.
What do you think? Okay, so Brooklyn's asking, what do you think of the judge and Attorney Cruz? Or you can rate all parties if you want. Let me.
Well, I mean, okay, so my biggest concern with the judge is from the get-go, from day one. That was like my first impression of the judge. She shouldn't be talking to counsel that way. That's my biggest thing. She seemed to get upset with counsel and almost kind of take it personally. The defense attorney has a job to do. And I've been in that position where the judge like attacks me personally for the arguments that I'm making. And I'm like, I'm making my arguments, Judge. I'm doing my job.
You have to do it to represent your client, even if you don't personally agree with the argument.
Like I brought a motion and my client my motion was to set aside his plea. This was an appellate thing. And he, he's probably a bad guy and is probably going to end up in jail and probably should be in jail, right? But my job is to make sure that the letter of the law is followed. And Judge, I'm sorry, you didn't follow the law. And your arguments are falling on deaf ears, counselor. I'm like, really? I mean, because talk to your prosecutor, because they say the same thing, that you didn't follow the law. And then the judge reluctantly agrees. But it's like, why attack me personally? Why do that? Just
and why, it's like sometimes when judges do that and they don't hear that the state is actually saying, well, that's actually what the law says, right?
Yeah.
it just seems like when the judge ignores that they're revealing that that's how they pull in the case all the
Yep.
time, is that they already think that the state's going to say something that's right and not double check it, and defense, I don't care about your case law.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There was a case years ago I had where it was a parental termination case. So we had the guardian ad litem, we had the prosecutor, we had myself representing mom, we had another attorney representing dad. We all said, "Judge, you're wrong," and the judge was like,
Oh
"Nope,
no.
screw you all. I'm doing it my way." And then she of course, got overturned by the Court of Appeals. But you got to go through all this because, Judge, you're wrong. So
Well,
judges are like that. So I understand having to deal with judges. And I think it's highly inappropriate. And in fact, I try to call them out when I can in a polite way, um, to educate them, to make it simple for them, if I may,
well,
so that they
and
don't do that
like
going forward.
normal judges, I don't think it's weird. Like judges in general, when they're not coming off as being snippy and not having a Snickers bar, tend to appreciate the case law. They might not take the argument at face value. Like they might want to go
Mhm.
and look at it themselves and say, all right, the way you're arguing this, like it doesn't really apply to what's happening in this case. But they usually seem happy and expect that the attorneys are going to do their work, especially in today's day and age. They're wanting to make sure that the moving party is checking their citations, not relying on AI. And some courts are even expecting the opposing party to verify that the cites are real. So it's always weird to me when a judge just like wants to ignore the citations when typically it seems like most judges appreciate and
The thing about
expect the cites.
like double checking the citation or having the other side check your citations. If someone files a motion, opposing counsel files a motion, and there's citations, I always read them. I don't know an attorney who wouldn't read them. Why
You
would you
want to learn
not?
how to argue it.
Yeah, and be like, okay, yeah, I see where this citation is coming from, but consider the other facts in this case and why my case is more on point. Why would you not read the other side's citations? And then why, Judge, aren't your law clerks also reading the citations and giving you a short brief? I used to clerk for a judge, and that's what we did. We read through, we looked at the citations, we checked to make sure that that's what it actually said, and then we gave a synopsis of the case so that the judge didn't have to read everything.
I think being a clerk would be a cool job.
It's a fun job because you have like all the fun parts. You can like poke apart everybody without
But you
any of
don't
the
have to make the
responsibility.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have any responsibility. It was like, Judge, I think it should go this way. And if the judge agrees with you, great. And if not, you're like, okay, whatever. It's not my call.
Did you
Uh,
see, I don't know if you followed the Brendan Banfield, the au pair trial, but did you see Judge Penny Ascarati like state her reasoning for giving the maximum of what she was available to sentence the au pair to when the state was recommending time served?
I didn't listen to all of it because it kind of droned on a little bit. But she did talk about how heinous of a crime it was, right? Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
she like she wrote down in the record like her, I think she gave 10 points, like here this is why. Um
Like, like a good judge should. That was, it's interesting to kind of judge these cases that are outside of Michigan because I am a Michigan attorney. Like somebody asked, in Karen Reed, the exhibits went back with the jury. Don't they always do that? Every court has their own rules. Every state has their own rules. In Michigan, we have the state court rules, but then local courts, the courts have their own local rules. And then sometimes it's up to the judge. And so the judge might have their own rules. And so sometimes it's allowed and sometimes it's not. When in doubt, I try to give the jury everything they can possibly take with them. One, because I
I
don't want
want
to
to
be
too.
bothered to be called back constantly just for them to review something.
Yeah,
And
especially you're
two,
the defense attorney, which means you're typically not there, but more and more we're learning like prosecutors have their office in the same building or across the street. So
yeah.
it's much more convenient for them to be in and out of the courtroom. And they probably have to stay in and work on other stuff anyway. So I can definitely imagine that being inconvenient.
And depending on which court you're in, like there's some courts that have, nice places to hang out. There was a court where I was a member of the local bar association. We had a lounge that was great, but those don't exist everywhere. And, it's kind of inconvenient. I guess I'll just go sit in my car and wait until I get called because I don't want to sit in these uncomfortable benches out in the hallway. That's a little
Yeah.
annoying.
They could make it a little more comfy. They have nice chairs in this courtroom.
Yeah.
At least for the staff. I'm sure the gallery doesn't have them, but the witness stand also has one of these same. They're not just like
Oh,
up
yeah.
there sitting in a, like the Karen Reed trial, they were in that tiny little cubicle. Like,
Well,
just awkward.
will MLS run for DA for Washtenaw County? No, I will not. Thank you. Don't want to be a prosecutor in any such place. I gave up the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
It was bad. You see all the dirty politics, and you look at cases, and you're like, why is this being charged? I don't want to do this slimy stuff.
Yeah, I hope we get to a point where like the politics that intertwine with criminal justice, I hope we get to a point where if a prosecution was bad, an elected DA thinks it's the right thing to do, but also in the interest of the constituents to do the right thing and not just to be tough on crime. Because being tough on crime, I still feel like more likely that that's going to be the policy that gets you into office. It's the subject of a lot of campaigns. But I wonder if that's shifting a bit. Like the idea that we can't just be tough on crime for the sake of being tough on crime because we get things wrong and it takes decades, seems like, to fix
So
when we have an overturned conviction.
you have
because
two
of-
camps, right? You have the camp traditionally, at least in the last 50 years, conservative camp, tough on crime, put the bad guys away. And now you're getting into a camp where people are like, well, listen, if it's just under $1,000, we're not going to prosecute, charge the police instead. And so you have these two camps. And at the end of the day, whether charges are brought and trials are had is really going to come down to money. There's been times in Wayne County where you couldn't try cases because you didn't have enough defense counsel because the public defenders weren't getting paid timely. And they're like, hey, if I'm going to have to wait 6 months to a year to get paid, then I'm not doing the job.
Yeah.
And that's really what forced at least Wayne County to start, maybe we won't charge all these cases. Maybe we'll offer some plea deals. Even happened in Oakland County. We had a prosecutor come in before the current prosecutor who said, I'm not going to plead to any DUIs. DUIs are the scourge of the earth. No plea deals, whatever, for DUIs. And so the judges, the district court judges who handle the misdemeanor DUIs, were like, we have 40 cases lined up over the next 30 days. There's no way we can do this. So I'm going to kind of overstep our bounds a little bit and say, if you plead straight up, I'm going to sentence you as if it was a lesser. And that really stirred the prosecutor's office quite a bit. But, if it takes people pushing back on them within the system to really cause any change.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear. I know Maine was having an issue. They had a public defender shortage and they weren't sorting it out. So the judges were like, well, we're going to start dismissing cases for want of prosecution or I guess a different reason.
Yeah.
I don't know what reason they would give.
Well, so in Michigan, we have two things. We have a speedy trial rule, which is built into the Constitution, and then we have a 180-day rule. And if you're in the Michigan Department of Corrections, so not county jail, but MDOC, then you have to have your trial within 180 days if it's not waived. And if you are not, if you just have a trial pending, the trial has to start within 6 months, unless again it's waived. And so a judge can just simply dismiss a case and be like, hey, we've got a trial date. You're not ready to go. Then the case gets dismissed. And I wish they would enforce that more. Because that would really, step up this process. And then also when you have limited time and limited staff, then maybe you pick and choose your
Give you that
charges more
cautionary
carefully.
instruction one more time. And that is this. I'm
Going back to
instructing you to
deliberation.
remember to consider the whole of the evidence and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to evidence you may have heard twice. I'm going to ask you all now to rise and go into the jury room and continue your deliberations. Thank you.
Oh, what is this sound? Oh my goodness.
I like it.
Let's see if when they leave, if she says anything to the attorneys about like, oh, stick around and I'll ask them what they want to do at such and such time. That way we get a gauge.
Yeah.
Because they went home at 7 on Friday, but that was also a Friday, and they'd been listening to closing arguments, which I think is a bit different than being able to deliberate. And they only got there at 12:30 today.
Because it's President's Day? Why'd they start so late?
I'm not sure. Because the court doesn't observe President's Day, but maybe someone like, oh, I have to like at least get my kid to childcare or something because they don't have school. Or
Oh,
who knows?
maybe.
Like a jury
Yeah.
may have had some 12:30 some morning thing.
Could have been.
We're on the sprinkler, guys.
It's funny how they just focus on something. Get it in focus, man, though.
Come on, Maurice. Yeah, I miss them
can't
just going to
stand
the
her lip
seal.
smacking ass. The judge. She's a little mean. She's a little mean to defense counsel.
Just a little mean.
I hope they win in spite of that.
That is kind of, you're not supposed to like for sympathy of the attorneys, but I do think it might come into play. People are only human.
Well, and the jurors don't see that though, right? The jurors don't see that. They see the balls and the strikes.
And they trust
called.
the judge. They trust the judge too, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier you mentioned I don't get why they can't just bring everything back into the deliberation room, and also thinking about the Banfield trial. I hated the presentation from both sides. And as soon as jury deliberation started, I went, because they put a lot of the exhibits online. And I just started looking through the cell phone information, and I'm like, all right, here's this guy switching his cell phone, like within a 4-day period of the murders, right before, 4 days before.
Switching cell phones?
Yeah, got a new device. His IMEI changed.
Okay.
And I was looking through records and records and records and happened to see that. And I'm like, they kind of touched on it in opening statements, but didn't really show the evidence. They just had the au pair say, we got new devices, and didn't put on any tangible proof. And I'm like, as a juror, they had all of that back in there with them. I would be able to be in the deliberations room looking through that. And it gave me my answer, because the state didn't put that exhibit up on the screen and point it out to us during the proof. And it to me, it was just such an L. Like the prosecution thought it was fine to just present the story and let the au pair testify to things. But I think that could have been a problem for them if the defendant didn't take the stand. I think his testimony was widely received to be the nail in his own coffin. And the credibility of Juliana, if you don't think Juliana's credible, or you're feeling some type of like, it's unfair that she gets off. They took lessers off the table in that case, by the way.
Oh, did
For that reason, I think they didn't want someone to play the law of averages and say, well, Juliana got out easy, so I don't think that's right. So
yeah, that makes sense. And and if you want to, if you're certain of your case, you shouldn't need the lessers to just get any conviction. And I think the jury probably got that one right. But his boss also, it wasn't just his testimony, it was his boss's testimony, whoever he was supposed to meet up with.
But I mean, I don't think we would have gotten there with the if he didn't take the stand, because that was someone that came to rebut. So I mean, I guess the prosecution could probably say he seems like the type that's going to take the stand, and that's going to be the only way they can rebut Juliana. But at the same time, it's not a guarantee. So why not just put up like some tangible timeline information and the digital evidence? Like, it's something that was available. I could look at it online, and that's all I wanted to see the whole trial.
See,
and John Carroll's presentation of it wasn't clean either, so I didn't get my answer during his testimony. His case.
We're not without limited resources, whether it's time or just human capacity to comprehend all the facts. And so you got to pick and choose certain things that you want to present. And while you have, 3 pieces of evidence that can prove one point, do you really need 3 pieces of evidence to prove the one point? Or you got to take the best evidence and then focus on something else? So it's just a judgment call there. And I don't necessarily fault anybody for not doing that. And if the other side is admitting it, or, or stipulating, or whatever reason the evidence gets in, then great. Then you have it in and the jury can pick through it. But I don't know. It's all time management.
True. I think they predicted that case to be quite long. Same here. I think they estimated this case would be longer than it. If it's going to be long, it's because the jury's replaying entire witness testimony segments. So.
I just read through a transcript on one of my appellate cases where the prosecutor was talking about all of his witnesses that he had. and how much time he would need. And he said he had 17 witnesses, and he could get it done in a day. And the court said, 17 witnesses in a day? And he's like, I can get these 17 witnesses done in a day. Judge's like, I'm gonna give you a week. How's it? Let me just give you a week just in case. It's interesting how people judge the time that is needed for trials. That was just an extreme. Like, you can't get through 5 witnesses in a day, even if they're quick.
Yeah, just sometimes a quick chain of custody for business records that you have the person come in and say, I'm the one that produced these records and responded to the subpoena, and then get them moving. But do you really need that 17 times?
Yeah, it was a bit excessive. I'm not sure what that's going to play into my analysis of the case just yet, but I noted that, and it's stuck in my memory that this prosecutor thought he could get through 17 witnesses in one day. That was just amazing.
Speaking of the sprinkler, because the chat seems to be talking about the sprinkler. Did you catch the ATF fire engineer testimony?
I did not know.
So one of the issues in this case, I think, and I think it's to the defense's advantage if you think about it, is there is no certain time of death. So the state presented, there was a 911 call made reporting the fire at 11:22 in the morning on the 19th of January. There was a clock that stopped. According to the state, it stopped because of the fire at 9:32. It was like a wall clock.
Okay.
And they said that the clock was stopped because of the fire. So the fire had to be under their theory.
Yeah.
The fire had to be at a point that it would have stopped the clock. The clock wasn't available or collected for inspection, so who knows?
Right. Okay. But this clock stopped 2 hours before the first 911 call, roughly.
Yes.
Okay.
According to the state.
Of a fire.
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason why I think the state thinks that's significant is because if they want to convict Faust, they need to attack the third-party culprit defense with Chris Melton, and they're saying that Chris Melton was at a Wachovia bank that's now a Wells Fargo, and he has a receipt where he does the transaction at 9:08 in the morning. It's put through the system at 9:12, and it's about an hour. It seems like 45 minutes, 40 minutes away. The state's pushing it over an hour, but it could be done in 40 minutes to get from the Deer Park area where Tara lived to this bank. So they're trying to they're trying to create a gap to explain why nobody called in the fire until 11:22, but they don't want to make the fire look like it was simmering for so long that the fire could have been started and set early enough in the morning to fit outside of Chris Melton's quote-unquote alibi. The bank receipt, sure, we have the banker saying, well, I was familiar with Chris. It was Chris that came in, and then the 9:08 timestamp. But the activities before the bank are not corroborated. So there's a 7 to 9 a.m. window that's really not corroborated. Maybe it takes you to 8:25 if you go with the 45-minute drive thing. And so the state needs to explain to the jury how a fire could simmer but not actually set ablaze under certain conditions, like one might expect.
Was there testimony regarding any accelerants used or anything like that, or how the fire started?
No accelerants, but the state had the ATF guy talk about different tests, something with a K, different tests that they did from another study with different circumstances. The theory is that chenille, or it's not known that it was chenille. Someone said it looked like a chenille blanket, but they didn't collect the blanket or do any fiber testing on the fabric makeup of this blanket that they think was taken from the couch, put on the 4 stove burners. All 4 stove burners were on when the fire department arrived. The blanket was carried to the bedroom, and they believe the blanket was put on the bed, on Tara's bed, and that was the start of the fire, that the blanket carried the fire to the bed, and then because of poor ventilation, the bedroom door was closed, and it was a foggy, humid morning. So low ventilation and humid conditions, the fire, it would start slower. It would catch more slowly.
Do you remember back when there was this human spontaneous combustion rumors going around? Do you recall that at all?
Is it a Florida thing?
No. It's a thing though that happened in maybe it was the 80s. So it's human spontaneous combustion. It was a thing. So they would find people that were basically just hands and feet, and the rest of them was burnt. And they're like, oh, this is like spontaneously combusted. And then they found out that it's a slow burn because the person had died like smoking a cigarette that caught them on fire, and then they just slowly burned in this small simmer because there's like no fire in the house. The house didn't burn down. It's just these people sitting in a chair, turned to ash except for their
Like sitting with
extremities.
a cigarette or something?
Yeah, and what they determined is that it was the fire started and then it slowly burnt, and then as it burnt the body fat like a candle, it just sort of wicked and
Oh,
slowly
yeah.
burnt. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, a
Make the
wicking
wick
effect.
effect simple for us.
Yeah, so a wicking effect, much like a candle or anything else, the wax melts and then it travels up the wick and then evaporates, and then it's the wax that actually burns. The wick doesn't burn, but it's the evaporated wax that has gone up the candle wick. And so the same thing happens with the spontaneous combustion. And yeah, you could wait that image right there. I don't know how graphic you
Oh,
want to
I'll
get.
go back up. I was trying to zoom in.
But
This
see
one?
that image right there? See,
Oh,
it's
that's
like just
kind of
a it's
grody.
just yeah, well that I think they did that with a oh no, that's the one of the people from
John Irving
1960.
Bentley.
Yeah. See, it's just a leg. It's just a leg sitting there. But like the house isn't burnt. Like nothing around it is burnt. Just the body's burnt. And it was this weird phenomenon. And I'm wondering if the same sort of thing is plausible in this situation. Like if you put a hot burning blanket on somebody who's presumably already deceased and then you close the door, do you get sort of the same thing? And then maybe that's why the fire. So I'm kind of on board with the idea, like it took a while to smolder, because it is a thing that happens. It's very rare, but it is a thing that happens. But the clock, how do we know that the clock didn't stop running 2 years ago at 9:32 or whatever?
So did you catch? So Ashley Peavy was a roommate and friend. She was a friend of Chris Melton that was part of Chris getting introduced to Tara. So on redirect, so she was on the stand 2 different days. Cross was split between the 2 days. So she comes back, she resumes cross on the second day, and then on redirect, Chris Bolden gets up there and is like, "Oh, I forgot to ask you about 2 things yesterday." Only asks 2 questions, and one of them is about, "Did Tara have a clock?" And she's like, "Yeah, it was a new clock, but it was old looking, but I promise it was new and it was working." Like,
How did your friend know? This is a friend, right?
Yeah, and this was like only asked on redirect, and the way she answered was like she anticipated why.
I would have had so many follow-up questions, like, why do you know about the clock? How is this a thing that you know about your friend's clock? Like, I got a clock for Christmas, right? But it's an old record and it's cut out with Star Wars and it lights up. People know I got this clock. But if it's just a clock, how's anybody going to know that I got a clock? I don't know. It's just weird. Was there cross about that? How do you know your friend's
I don't think
clock?
there was cross after that.
Just a weird thing.
Well, let me update banner. Jury is deliberating.
I've got to run. I do have a 6 o'clock stream. So
all right, what are you talking about today?
I'm talking about Laura Owens' bankruptcy today.
Oh gosh, tonsil twins.
Yeah. I didn't mean to dive headlong into Laura Owens, but apparently
once you're you can't get out. That's
this
the
is the
story
last thing I'm probably going to do for a minute. But more interesting, I got a stream on Sunday about the Love is Blind defamation case. So that's going to be fun. We're going to jump into that. Yeah. Love is Blind contestant has suing a TikToker for defaming him.
Interesting. So I love a good civil lawsuit. Sometimes it doesn't make it to trial. I almost said trial. MLS, his information is pinned at the top of the chat, and I'll throw your 6 o'clock stream in the Creator Friends playlist in the description of this video in case you need to find it as replay crew. Hope to, depending on how long they stay in court today, maybe redirect over to you unless they stay till like 8. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, I'll be around. So, all right. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I got to say this. Follow up on my DMs on X because we have a Lego stream.
I gotta get a Lego. I'm gonna show up with
I'll
my
send
little,
you a Lego. I got tons of Legos around here. I'll send you a
I'm
Lego.
gonna show up with my little 10-piece gorilla Lego. It's like a little character. It's not even like a thing. Right, I'll slowly put it together all stream. Bye, David. Bye. Let's see. Yes, if you want to come up, Lisa, I can send you a link. And I promise this is still running, this verdict watch. They're just stuck on a view of the ceiling. There is a StreamYard link in the chat here for Lisa. That's Lisa Figueroa with the Florida Defense Team. You guys have heard me refer to her for all things Alicia Andrews, which happens to be a Florida case, but she doesn't only talk about Florida stuff. Let me grab her link. And I'll swap out the pin at the top of the chat here. Also, I didn't know you were talking about the Wade Wilson penalty appeal. I watch a lot of that over at Dolly Talk. He went through a lot of the jail calls. Interesting stuff. So, and here, I'll just show you guys real quick. So, new video here on the Faust case. Oh, hold on.
Several jurors need to use their phone, I'm assuming, to make arrangements,
To stay
either
late.
child care or let their family know that they're staying later tonight. And I'm going to allow that, but I'm going to have the foreperson come out in just a moment, and she can give those instructions that they can use their phones for that reason. I'm going to remind her to remind them that they can only use it, of course, for those purposes and not for any research or anything of that nature. So that's what I wanted to just put on the record. Nothing, more extraordinary than that. But I wanted all counsel to be here, of course. All right. If you'll just knock on the door and ask for the foreperson, Mr. Terrell, thank you.
All right, so we'll hear the housekeeping here. So they're going to stay late. I think they want to get it done.
Hello, Madam Foreperson. I've gotten word that several jurors need to use their phones to, I guess, to call family or make other arrangements. And so certainly we're going to allow that. But I'm going to ask you, since you're the foreperson, to remind them that, of course, they can only use their cell phones for those personal reasons, that they can't use it for any research, to do any Google mapping or anything of that nature. And I know you all know that, but I certainly just want to put that on the record and give you that task of reminding them of that obligation. But they can use their phones for that reason. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, will be at ease.
All right, so they're kicking us back out. Drive safe, Lisa. So Lisa might pop on when she gets home. She has a drive, a bit of a 10-minute drive. And then we can talk about this case. Seems like they want to stay. Everyone's saying they're nervous. Yeah, I think they might be close. And I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, everyone getting nervous. We were watching, and I'll keep court live in another window, so I'll be able to hear if there's any action in the courtroom. We were watching Melton's testimony on rewatch on 1.25 speed, so we can continue with that. I'm going to pin Lisa, her channel, at the top of the chat. She's also in the Creator Friends playlist, so make sure you guys follow her. And let's get back to Melton.
You mentioned it right there. You called it a motivation. Were you ever intimidated or discouraged or upset by Tara's achievements?
Never.
Okay. How did you take it?
I took it as a good thing. I took, I was supportive. I knew from the beginning her ambitions, and I always try to be supportive in any way I could. And she did the same for me.
And so, we talked about when you were at McCart, you mentioned going out on your own subcontract and you got to get all this stuff for yourself. At McCart, were you using your own money to buy gas to go to jobs and fuel, or gas to go to jobs or other supplies or anything like that? Or was that part of what was given to you?
No, sir. Once you are a crew leader, you're issued a vehicle, gas card, all your equipment, tools, fittings, and so forth. Whatever's needed to complete the job, they supply.
Okay. So who was paying for gas when you were working for McCart and living in Athens and having to travel for jobs?
When I was working for McCart, they paid for everything.
Was that the case for you as a subcontractor trying to go out on your own, or was it different?
It was different. Yes, sir. And I was responsible fully for everything.
All right. And so at this time, where were your folks living?
They were living, it's a Covington address, but it's in Walton County.
Okay. And so that address, was that closer or further from most of your jobs than where you were living in Athens?
Much closer.
Okay. Based on that, did you make any decisions about how you were going to spend your time between Athens and other places?
Yes, sir. I had just started working for myself maybe a week prior, Okay. And
Now, I'm going to stop you just a week prior to what?
to Tara's death.
Okay.
Okay. I was within within a week I had started. What I had to make a decision was to stay at my parents' due to the cost and the additional expense of the travel. I still wanted to keep my place in Athens. I had no intentions of moving from there, but I did like having my place something close to Tara. So when we did have free time, we did have a place to meet, go. I could have my own space. But during the work days, I would stay at my parents'. That way I had a truck, a trailer for hauling equipment. They had the space, and they were roughly in one direction, 50 plus miles closer to most of my jobs.
Okay. And so at this point, we're talking about January, within a couple of weeks of Tara's murder. Do you still have your apartment at Jamestown?
That's correct.
Okay. How was the state of you and Tara's relationship, in those months leading up to her murder?
Everything was wonderful. It was difficult for us not to see each other as much as we would have liked, but we were both in the understanding that we were pursuing future paths for us to have a better future together. And so she was supportive of my pursuits, and I would be supportive of her pursuits, but our relationship was strong.
And you mentioned in order for us to have a future together, is that something that y'all talked about, a future together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about some difficult things, obviously. I want to talk with you in particular about the morning of, well, let's start with Thursday, January 18th, going into Friday, January 19th. Okay. Did you talk, and I don't want you to tell me what people said to you, okay, but did you talk to Tara on Thursday, January 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant about that weekend that was coming up in a couple of days, sir?
It was her birthday.
Okay. And what was Tara's birthday?
It was the 20th.
All right.
And that would have been the Saturday coming up.
Did y'all have any plans for the weekend based on the fact that it was her birthday?
Yes, sir. She had, there was, I believe, law school students and even co-workers from the law firm, if I'm not mistaken, and we were going to go out and have a kind of a mixed mingle drink kind of social event in celebration of her birthday.
All right. Is that something you were excited about?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how Tara felt about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did she feel about
She
it?
was excited.
All right. And then, I want to talk about January 19th of 2001. When you woke up that morning, about what time did you get up, and what was your plan for the day?
Okay. I would have woken up somewhere between 6:30 to get ready. Josh McCurdy, who worked for me at the time, he would arrive at my house around 7:15, and then we would go from my house to Nash Plumbing. Nash Plumbing offered the ability to use my subcontracting abilities. Some companies would only work in-house employees, but Nash Plumbing would allow us to work there. So around 7:15, we went to Nash Plumbing to load up for a task. They would issue me that task that morning. We had just previously completed one. Within just a few days. Prior to that, we had started and finished it the day before. So at 7:30 to 7:45-ish, we arrived at Nash Plumbing to load up the materials for the next task. And then...
I want to stop you for just a second there. You're saying you get assigned a task at Nash Plumbing. What do you mean by a task?
Okay. Well, Nash Plumbing has the licensing, the contract agreements with developers and contractors. They work the figure sides of things, the overall cost.
The bidding?
The bidding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a subcontractor, you are paid per fixture. And so there's a per fixture cost being such as something like and I did rough ends before the sheetrock went in the houses and so forth. The houses are studded when the roofing's put on. And so I would get the assignment from them. They would give me the address, the person, the superintendent to whom I would meet, and then I would go to the job sites and I would lay out with them the blueprinting and so forth and what is intended to be installed. And they would supply me in return. Nash would give me the fittings, the pipes, the glue, the adhesives, the fasteners, whatever's needed to be installed. But I've supplied the trucks, the vehicles, the fuel, and the help and insurance. That's the agreement at that point. And
Okay. And so I just want to back up. You mentioned an individual by the name of Josh McCurdy. Is that right?
correct.
And you testified that that's someone who is working for you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you know Josh?
I met Josh when he came on to work for McCart Plumbing, and he actually ended up on my crew that I was in charge of. And when I decided to leave, he and I had a good relationship. We got along very well. I saw potential in him that he could gain in his abilities, and he was always reliable and so forth. I asked him, would you be interested to come work for me as I step out into this next leg? And he agreed, and that's where that started.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you your full date of birth, but can you tell me what year you were born in?
78.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to do that at the front end there. And so at this point, sorry, let's go back to January 19th of 2001, now that we have a little explanation of how the business model worked between you and Nash Plumbing. So on January 19th of 2001, you said you went to Nash Plumbing to get your task. After you get your task, when you're working for Nash Plumbing, is there anything else you have to do while you're there?
Once they tell me the amount of fixtures, the size of the house, I have to load up the appropriate fittings, pipe, the linear footage that's needed to be installed. And then we load that onto my vehicle and we take it to the job site and we do the installation.
Typically, on average, how long does that process of determining what you need and then loading it all up, how long does that take?
Take anywhere from 45 minutes to even sometimes upwards of an hour and 15 minutes to hour and a half.
Is that dependent on the size of the assignment that you've received or the task that you've received?
That's correct. Along with, there's other contractors there that hold, we'll say, the same contracting and subcontracting title, and they're also loading up. So sometimes you have to kind of move around and wait your turn to speak with the owner and so forth. But we're all kind of, if I'm there without other people, it can go much faster. But if it's a busy time like the subway or whatnot, so to speak, in the office, it can take you a little bit longer. And depending on the size of the house, yes, a small house takes less time than a large house to pull your materials.
After you did finish getting loaded up, where did you go next? And I know it's been 25 years, but as best you recall, where did you go next?
I went to walk.
Come out. I'm going to give them a 10-minute recess, ask them not to deliberate for 10 minutes. I'm going to have the foreperson come out. I'm going to give them a 10-minute recess, ask them not to deliberate for 10 minutes. The persons that need to use their cell phone outside, they're going to be escorted by the sheriff's department for security out to the parking deck. They can use their cell phones and come back in. And so we're just going to be sort of, I think 10 minutes probably should do it. So anyway, that's why
right.
Obviously I needed you all here. So if you could
They're
knock on
just
the door,
saying that
please, and have our foreperson
they're
come
going to
back
make
out.
their calls and do whatever they
Might
have
need
to do
be
to stay
15
late.
minutes, but
I wonder if it took them so long to figure that out because they had to be like, well, how long do you think we're going to take to
thank you, Madam
iron
Foreperson.
this
Thank you
out?
very much for your patience. So this is just a matter of housekeeping, but we certainly want any jurors who need to make a phone call to be able to do that. My understanding is there are several that need to go to their cars. And so this is, okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to take a recess until you all can make those phone calls and come back to the jury room. So your responsibility, thank you very much for being the foreperson, is to tell the jurors that they can't deliberate, right, until you all come back. And we're going to also have the sheriff's department escort you out to the parking deck and, make sure everything's okay. And when you get back in and you're all 12 here, you can start again. All
Hey,
right,
Lisa.
well, I'll wait for y'all to come back out. Yeah, thank you.
There we go. All right. So we'll keep this up. Again, I'll have this in the background. Lisa, good to have you on. If you guys don't already know Lisa Figueroa, her channel name is Florida Defense Team. Really one to follow, covering a lot of new cases. I'm so impressed with how quickly you're getting into YouTube. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, goodness. Wait, but can I ask what's happening? I've been out of the loop.
Jury's going to stay late, but they need to take like 10 minutes to go make arrangements and let people know that they're staying late. So they're going to make some calls or take like a 10-minute recess.
Okay. Sorry, I've been out of the loop and I was like, oh my gosh, do they have a verdict? I remember they were doing the replay. So
no, but they haven't been deliberating very long outside of that replay.
Okay, because that was taking a while. Okay. Anyways, I'm a criminal defense attorney in Florida. and new to this YouTube world. So I love following this because I never get to see other cases. I'm just in court, right? So this has been a really cool experience, and I don't know, I'm learning a lot from you guys.
We call it, I like to say it's like a free look at juror insights. Obviously, we get to like talk out loud. We're in a chat room. It's not like juries have to wait till they're deliberating, but you get to see what people think about different things.
Yes, so much, because it's really interesting. You wish you could be a fly on the wall in the jury room. And this really gives you an idea of what the stuff that crosses people's mind, especially as the trial is going, right? Because, yeah, so I've been really, I love hearing your take, and then just even in the chat, and so much feedback. This really kind of changes the game for lawyers, and some new insights.
Oh, and let's see. Tree 90 says, are you
Audio.
on it's StreamYard will do that. So there's a little settings gear that you'll want to press and double check that your audio is, that the mic is picking up like the microphone you want to use. If you have a different mic compared to what would be built into your camera or your laptop or PC. StreamYard will just pick automatically, I think, like the worst audio device if there's options.
How about there? Is that any different? Maybe
I think it sounds different. I'll let the chat say.
Just let me know, chat. Oh, sorry. Let's see.
All right, so what are your thoughts on, we were in the middle of rewatching Milton while we're waiting anyway, but what are your, like, what's your top-down view on this case from anywhere you want to start?
Oh, goodness. It blows my mind, like, how little evidence there is outside of just the DNA. There's just nothing else. And then the DNA itself doesn't tell a story, right? Its presence alone does not, just like they did in closing, how, right? It doesn't tell us if it's consensual or not. It doesn't tell us about the burglary, the arson, all this other stuff. Like, literally, it's just there, which could totally be a fluke or an accident or a lab mess up or law enforcement mess up. I mean, you have so many. I will say, though, one of the biggest things was the deal with the hand. So since you guys have been watching it more thoroughly, the fact about the hands, I heard when they did the replay there that the prosecution brought up that supposedly, I guess, the injuries were not present during the first interview.
According to Ricketts, and there's no fingerprint card.
So they didn't do anything, right? So there's nothing to I guess, validate the fact that did he even see or notice the hands or, yeah. So it's so flimsy. It's just so, like, crazy to me. It blows my mind that these cases, and if it wasn't for the fact that it's shown, like, how often this stuff happens in courtrooms around the country. And if no one's paying attention, and good on this attorney for fighting so hard for him, because I mentioned I had just put out a video on this before they had even gotten to closing. So one of the things, I always like listening to the opening, and he didn't really talk about his client. And I always like to humanize my client in the opening, kind of give them a picture, especially if I'm not going to put them on the stand. I want the jury to hear something about them, right? And he didn't do that. And I thought that was odd, but then I later kind of found out why. And supposedly, I guess he's got a really bad record, and maybe there's not a lot of redeeming qualities to put. And I'm like, well, he really is fighting hard. And I think what people don't realize is that, God forbid, this is the only evidence, and you have a perfectly clean record, and you have nothing against you, and this is what they're going to bring and convict you. That jury should require more, regardless. So it's not always about that particular defendant. We have to hold the system to account. So
I think a bit of the trap was with opening. We heard about Brenda Swinney because the defense was under the impression that the state was going to call her. So a move to try to get ahead of it, anchor down before the state calls this witness that's going to say, yeah, I used to fight with Edrick. And then the state doesn't call that witness, but now Attorney Cruz has put it out there in the air during opening statement. So we got some bad
Oh.
character in through the defense attorney in his opening statement that never actually came in at trial, but it's still out there. So
Okay, so that's he thought that was coming. That's why. But then, yeah, maybe hold off on that, and then it is, yeah.
yeah,
But-
yeah,
Oh,
that's where
yeah,
that came from.
got
But I
it.
think by the end, I think, the idea and watching from the chat, it was like day 7, oh, we finally heard about Faust being mentioned. So maybe that was in part
Right,
some of the strategy of not talking about the client so much because it can reinforce like, who is he again? Like, what role did he play in this? Where does he come into
right.
the picture? So,
Yeah. And what about those envelopes with nothing in them? How did you guys? It's like what?
like, why
Did
reseal it?
yeah, and I guess it's chain of custody, and the state is, they sometimes I think with these cases where there's so little actual direct evidence that they think that maybe if the jury just has this huge volume of stuff, that then it makes it seem like their case is stronger than it really is, or it gets lost, and they're obviously thinking about it. So I mean, to me, I'm surprised they're still out. I'm glad they're working late. That to me means that they're closer, or they
Yeah,
believe.
they've only had
Yeah.
about, I don't know, maybe like an hour and a half of deliberation time, maybe not even that,
Oh,
because they wanted to go home on Friday. Closings went until like 7 p.m. on Friday, and they met to pick a 4-person and then said, we're going to come back on
oh,
Monday. But they didn't start until 12:30 today. And then they watched this
goodness.
replay of Ricketts' testimony, which was most of the
Oh,
day. So,
oh goodness. And for me, I hate when they do when they leave us at closings and let them be home all night,
oh,
or in this
yes, over a
case,
weekend.
because then it's like they already came with their minds made up for the most part, right? Instead of like, I would have asked, or I would have wanted to do the closings first thing before they start, because they have way too long to already, and they formulate their opinions. And so you would think that by then they're really rooted in that, and it makes it a lot harder, and possibly longer deliberations. But I was like, really? Is there this much to think about?
Well, it's
But
interesting because they don't. One thing that I've been wondering, some other dude did it, defense. The defense hasn't even been able to ask about mentions or introduce reports that have mentions of other suspects, even if it's just to show, like, hey, in the early stages, you started looking in this direction because you ruled somebody else out. Like, they can't even get into that to say this is what steered the course of the investigation, like what the next steps that we took were. And one of the things I was wondering is, what if the jury gets the incorrect impression, but kind of a correct impression to draw from the record at trial, that they didn't look at anybody but Chris Melton back then. They might think that the only person the police looked at was Chris Melton based on what's been entered into the record here. And I always wondered if that might backfire on the state's case a little bit.
yeah, and that's true. That's a good point, because then it makes it look like they didn't do an investigation. Why didn't they question anyone else? And it makes it like it's either or, right?
Yep.
And I think the defense did a good job of saying, like, if anything, the evidence they had against him was stronger than what they had against Faust, right? But if they would have allowed that, then it would have looked like their investigation was more thorough. They were ruling out all these different possibilities, and then now we end up with this. Would have given more credence to the work that they did, I would think. So yeah, that may backfire on them as well.
Yeah, so state in opening did say they ruled out others, and I do wonder how much sticks from opening. I mean, jurors are always instructed that what attorneys say isn't evidence, but you hear it. I mean, it's what anchors you. It's what puts you in line. I mean, I think the big thing for a lot of us here was we saw this in opening, and that stuck with a lot of us, those hands, the Melton hands. And state comes out and you get this like, hey, his hands didn't look like that the day of the incident. They only looked like that 2 days later. But then you get Cruz up there saying, and there was plumber's cement on his hands, and you're asking him in this audio recording if he wants to wash it off, but then he didn't wash it off. So how do we know that he wasn't covering scald marks
Right,
on his hands to come voluntarily speak with you? Because you didn't
right. Why
actually
wouldn't
check.
he? Yeah, why
So,
wouldn't he want to? Right.
so I think that was an interesting an interesting back and forth. Also, another thing, I mean, we're dealing with such a difference. If this happened in 2026, I mean, there'd be social media records. Like, who goes out and bumps into somebody and doesn't at least exchange a Snapchat or a Facebook? It happens. But 20 years later, if we're speaking about 2001, and you ask me, like, do I remember someone I met? College years for me would be closer to 2012. So somebody that I met that was still MySpace times, I wouldn't know what their phone number was now if I exchanged numbers with somebody back then. Like, I just wouldn't. So where would I even go to look back a decade and change, let alone 2 decades and change behind me to put together a paper trail? Whereas if this guy was if he knew he was on the radar back then, what might he have been able to produce, or what might have law enforcement been able to find that would be exculpatory or inculpatory? That chance was never there.
No,
And
no.
yet they think since they're saying that his stepmom lived right across from the neighborhood, the main road next to the neighborhood, where it's like a football field and a half away. Ricketts said he canvassed the neighborhood, but he didn't knock on that door.
Right. Of all,
That's
yeah.
like, it's like, oh, here's the opportunity, but here's also how we missed probing into that opportunity entirely with our investigation. So everything here seems to have like it can be argued
Yeah.
one way or another.
Which is why we have a trial, right? And because there are those things. And I'm thinking the hands. I was like, and who does that, right? He's so devastated. So I'm gonna punch some wall. Is that not indicative of something too? Like, he's not crying or sad. And anyways, it's just, yeah. But
yeah.
We'll see. Did they say how late? Well, I guess they don't. When they go back, they'll usually here they get them dinner. They'll ask them if they want dinner around 7:30, and see. I've had juries go up till maybe 9 or 10 at night, but it kind of depends.
Well, Alicia Andrews was like 10:30, I think. It was late. 'Cause that was Halloween, I think, too.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It was
I had
a Friday
a friend
night, it was Halloween, and they went, because I had pizza, and like, I heard there was a verdict, and I had a slice of pizza on my plate, and I run to start the stream up to watch the verdict. And then we were chatting for like 2 hours, the chat, and whoever was, I don't know if anyone popped on. And my pizza was sitting there the entire time. But it was like I just wouldn't have expected that. But they wanted to stay.
Yeah, and as long as they stay and everybody's willing and able, like the judge will ask usually the deputies in the courtroom and the attorneys. I mean, if there's no kind of major emergency, they'll let them go as long as they're willing to go. Because I hate for them to feel rushed. So sometimes the judge will be like, should we ask them? And I'm thinking, leave them alone. Let them do their thing. I don't want to, because then I feel like as soon as they ask them, then they feel like they need to hurry. So, yeah.
Yeah, something similar happened. A lot of Florida cases, but the Black Swan trial, Ashley Benefield, jury came out. I think that was only like a 6-person jury, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that was a 12-person jury. I could be wrong. Could be misremembering, because I didn't cover that. I was watching it in and out. But I think that was another like Friday night. Jury just started deliberating, hadn't been deliberating too long, and they said, "Hey, we can't come to a unified decision." And the judge was like, "Go back in." And then they came back with a verdict and went home. Like, and it was guilty. So
yeah.
Might have been a little bit of a rush. Maybe a compromise verdict.
Yeah. Interesting. And this one is 12. It's funny because in Florida, I've had murder cases where the judge it's only 6 if they're not seeking death or
like
it's
capital
not
life without parole.
First degree. Yeah, then it's just they'll do 6. And well, if it's a first degree premeditated, then it's 12. But then there's a second degree that they'll allow a 6-person jury.
Is it something that the defendant can request to have 12?
I think that usually the judge, if it's first degree, it's always 12. But I think that I have asked and it's been denied. I don't know why. And then they were like, well, because it's not capital and technically the rule, it's only for capital. But I'm like, yeah. So
I'd want 12.
Yeah.
I'd want 12.
And no kidding. So, yeah.
That's scary. 6 for
What
anything.
else
I
was
feel like anything that's like 5 years more, or I guess really anything that would put you in prison over like a jail sentence. I feel like I'd want 12. Like,
yeah, yeah,
like
or
I'd rather
definitely
take the
anything
time to
that's
do
life.
12.
Yeah, even if it's life. What and then what happened on the other thing, this one with the attorney being held in contempt and fining the
Oh,
guy.
so in
I was
opening
like, oh my gosh.
statements, getting into the idea that the state can't rule out that they met each other at a Mexican restaurant that night because it was getting in is crossing the lines of Rule 412, the rape shield law in Georgia. So, and to me that's really more of a statement that the state can't rule something out rather than actually making an assertion about the complaining witness's sexual past or behavior. And
Was
saying that
there any
somebody
evidence? I mean, was there anything that said that they did, or he was just saying he wanted to ask that?
I'm
Do we
not
know?
sure where the statement was coming from, and it wasn't like it was again opening statements. So I'm not sure if there's something on the record behind it, or if it's just like
Mm,
it was Thirsty Thursday in a college town. So let me say they can't rule out that they were both out because they're the same age group. So, which I think
okay.
might be hard for the jury to envision that because they're
Right
seeing the
now,
defendant
yeah.
present time. He did show his picture in opening statement that shows he was the same age group when this happened. So I don't know if there's anything that put him onto that, but at the same time, I feel like if you have to balance whether something might be more probative than prejudicial or a relevance question, I feel like the test has to be a little bit different when you're speaking about 25 years removed in time because it's
Yeah.
not the expectation if I'm on trial for something that happened a few months ago and I was saying I was at this place, well, I could probably pull up my phone that shows on my Google Maps I was somewhere in this area or ordered food from that place, or I posted a flyer about Latin Thursdays at this restaurant I want to go to. Who wants to go with me? Like some type of paper trail. A friend that was there with me. Ask the
Mhm.
restaurant themselves for their surveillance. But how do you expect somebody to go and be able to procure and produce that 25 years later? So I feel like the test needs to be different when you're weighing evidentiary decisions like that. But the basis that the
Right.
judge gave was Rule 412. So it was apparently a statement about the past sexual behavior of Tara and not
Yeah.
just there's no foundational basis. So
Yeah, and I guess they'd had hearings on it before because it seems like just that isolated should have been okay. But maybe, I don't know, maybe she just seemed like she was scolding him like this has already been addressed, and maybe there was something else. I don't know. But
I think we'll
you
see
would think
more
that
on the
that,
appeal, the argument, because in the motion to disqualify the judge, which isn't the same issue, but there was a lot of, hey, we raised issues, we communicated with the court, and the court never responds to us. So, but they respond on a Saturday to the state when the state sends something in. So I think
oh
we'll
my
see a more
goodness.
fleshed out
Yeah.
argument for the
And
Georgia Supreme Court.
yeah. And people are so disadvantaged, like you said. It's been so long. Anytime how are you supposed to prove where you were 20 years ago, right? At such and
When you
such
weren't
time.
thinking you need to know
And
in it, like in the future,
no,
to have a backup
right.
plan.
Yeah. And then I think they made a good point about how violent it was, how brutal the death for it to just be a random.
And how do
With
you? Her car was in the driveway. Like that to me, that's not a robbery gone wrong.
right. And nothing taken but the laptop other than, so then maybe covering tracks of whatever communications would have been. It doesn't make any sense. And then it was like, but when I say that, and then I'm thinking, am I thinking like a defense attorney? But I'm like, why is the jury taking so long? Even though for murder cases, it's almost always like at least 4 hours, at least 4
Everybody get
hours.
their thoughts out. Everybody vent
Yeah.
about what they watched and weren't able to talk. I think that's got to be part of it. I can only imagine being up there like Humpty Dumpty, ready to fall off the wall if I couldn't speak until I got into the deliberations room. Like, I have
Yeah.
all of you guys in the chat. Like, you see how much I comment on stream and talk with you guys in the chat. And to not do that for a week straight and then
That's
finally get the
true.
chance. Yes,
Yeah.
I actually thought this was genius. The don't forget the anus. Like, it's such a word that you have to remember, but it's also a critical, how do you explain that part of the DNA. And what an effective way when you're dealing with DNA, which a lot of people take as like the holy grail. Like the DNA doesn't lie, his DNA's there. It makes more sense that that Melton's DNA would be there and not some other guy until you get all the backstory, and then you can start questioning it. But for anyone that might be hinging, well, how do you explain this one swab where Tara apparently didn't do that according to Chris Melton, but his DNA is in that same location? So
Yeah.
awkward thing to say over and over, but I think effective nevertheless.
Yes.
We've got Defense Diaries in the chat. Good to see you. We got everyone showing up. We got Jim here, California lawyer who seems to be doing a lot of pro hoc vice work in other states. So sometimes I want to call him a Georgia lawyer and forget that he's not actually a Georgia lawyer. We've got Defense Diaries. Not sure if it's Bob or Ali Mata. And if you guys want to come up and panel, let me know. I'll drop a link. And yeah, all the lawyers here. Love to hear you guys. Because again, I'm not a lawyer. Not a lawyer. Just like to react. I just like to react and see what's going on and maybe complain if things seem a little bit unfair. So, and there we go. It's Bob. So up to you. I mean, do you want to watch a little bit of Melton? We're still on direct. So, and I don't know if you watched him in full.
I didn't see him in full. I saw bits and pieces and I was like, oh, even though it's hard, because then it's 20 years later, even for him, but it was not persuasive to me. But I'm a little skewed and biased.
All right, let's see. I forget where we even were. It says Loganville. Let's see.
Okay. Is the Wachovia and Loganville, approximately how far away that is from Athens?
From Athens, 50 to 60 miles.
Okay. And about what time were you at Wachovia?
Right after I believe at the time opened, it was around 9 o'clock, 9 to 9:10, somewhere in that area when I arrived.
And so when you got to Wachovia, did you go inside the bank?
I did.
All right. And what were you doing inside the bank that day?
At that point, I believe I was depositing a check and I was withdrawing money.
Okay. After you got done at the bank, did y'all leave?
That's correct.
All right. And where did you go?
From Wachovia, I believe it went to Truck Customs in Loganville, just to talk to Bill, the owner. I had planned to have a ladder rack. We had talked about this and had something ordered in. There was a ladder rack that was going to be installed onto my work truck to help out, and that would be the next place, to my recollection.
And I mean, Truck Customs, feel a little silly asking this question. Seems like it's right in the name, but what type of business was Truck Customs?
Okay. They would do modifications, all types of modifications from tires to lift kits to toolboxes to ladder racks, anything that would help with, work or appearance on vehicles.
So the first time you got to Truck Customs, you made reference to a pipe rack a few minutes, or probably not even a minute ago in your testimony. Was that ready to be installed when you got there the first time?
No, sir. It wasn't ready.
Okay. And so what did you do at that point?
Josh and I went to a house in Grayson. We had previously completed that, the installation. So with that being said, we had to fill the piping with water, pressurized on the water piping side, and then you fill the drain piping with water to have it ready for inspection for the county to come in. And it was my duty to go back and do an inspection to make sure that we didn't have any leaks or any corrections that had to be made.
All right. Were y'all able to complete that task?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there anything else that y'all were supposed to be doing that day?
Yes, sir. We had to go to Forsyth, the house I had loaded up the materials for earlier that morning.
From your task or assignment from that morning from Nash?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And where was that house?
That would have been, I believe, in the northern part of Forsyth County.
Okay.
In Forsyth County.
Did you all go to that residence?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what phase of construction was this home in?
It was in the new development phase, so the foundation has been installed, the framing has been completed, excluding the roof. They had not put the decking on the roof, and they were in the middle of trying to get the decking put on. And it was, at that point, it was literally like raining that day, and rain was coming down inside of the house. And so I had the opportunity to meet with Mike, who was the superintendent. I'm not really sure who the contracted company was. It was doing, but I met with Mike, who's in charge of doing the layouts, and we got the blueprints, and we completed the layout for the house, and I unloaded the plastic fittings and piping because it wasn't really at risk of being stolen, not like copper piping. So I held on to that where I didn't have to haul that back and
I think it's weird he mentions Mike, but I don't think we heard about Mike anywhere else. Like, we didn't even hear that one of the detectives spoke with a guy named Mike. Like, wouldn't you do that?
And do they bring it up on cross? Is this?
I don't know. I think the defense's position is that this Grayson trip job never happened at all.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all stuff that it's like, okay, yeah, or his buddy could have, said whatever. None of it was verifiable, right? And they didn't confirm anything.
Yeah, and they ignored that the buddy didn't remember going to the bank at all. So.
And didn't the prosecutor say something like, oh, they could have gone to the Chick-fil-A before and after? I don't know, whatever. It was
but
like,
they were in
what?
the same parking lot or something, so you would remember that you go get your chicken sandwich or biscuit for the morning. I'm going to go to the bank while you do that. Like, and this was an interview that was like that weekend. It's not like they're asking them 20 years later, what were you doing 20 years ago? This was that same weekend. We're asking you where you were. So you would probably remember. You might have a Chick-fil-A receipt. You might still have the Chick-fil-A bag sitting in your car. Just a mess. Just a mess.
With your plumber stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I always wondered if that was to come up with, did they really have this job, or was he trying to say that he worked that day because he put the cement on his hands?
Right. And then conveniently, and then the truck that he has to go pick up and just happened to be on that day. Yeah. Interesting.
Also, thank you, Bailey, for becoming green. Thank you for becoming a member. Let's see. And if the chat wants, we could jump to cross if you guys want. You guys, I'm sure if I give them that option, they'll say, let's jump to cross. Let's see what they say.
forth. And so we left that on the site.
Well, you mentioned risk of being stolen and copper piping. The stuff that you left at the site, is that stuff you can turn in for money at a salvage yard?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. And so given the rain that was coming down, were you able to complete what your task was supposed to be that day?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
With the water coming into the house, my next step would have been pulling electrical cords and electrical equipment to drill the appropriate holes in their locations. So once that happens,
all right, Chad is voting cross, so let's go to cross. Let's look for Cruz to get. Oh yeah, I remember his first cross question. Dang, he wasn't on direct all that long. Dang, they don't show Yamancelli at all during this. All right, this is my first. There we go, right on the screen.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Amai Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling out.
Okay. Well, let's talk about January 19th. Would you agree that today you were much more emotional than you were on the day that you learned of Ms. Baker's death?
I was holding it together best I could.
So your borderline fiance is murdered and you were holding it together on the 19th, but 25 years later, you have emotion about it?
In that moment, when I'm finding this out.
Mr. Melton, that's a yes or no question.
Judge, the witness is allowed to answer Mr. Cruz's question.
That's correct.
When this tragedy occurred, and I'm taking this information in, I am telling myself inside, do not collapse in this moment. Hold it together. There are other people that are also relying on you. And I had to get through this. And that's where I'm at.
Who was relying on you during your initial interview with police?
The police, her family, her friends, anyone who loved her.
So the police were relying on you to hold it together during the interview?
If I'm not holding it together, I can't think things through.
Sure. Did you know that your DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus?
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Liz and Jeremy
Liz.
from the GBI.
When did they tell you that? Because in the recorded interview that we have, they didn't mention that to you.
That's my recollection.
My question is when? When did they tell you?
If that's not the correct recollection, I'm not sure at this moment.
Let me ask you this. When was the last time you met with the state?
This morning.
Okay. And they talked to you about your testimony?
We went over what the courtroom would be like.
Okay. So this is rehearsed. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say rehearsed.
But you went over it not just this morning. You went over it a couple of times last week. Is that right?
We have established a process in which would occur in this courtroom as far as steps that are taken once I get here and whatnot.
He's holding the
So the
easel
questions
this
that you were
whole
asked today,
time.
you already knew you were going to be asked those questions, correct?
Yes.
His face is just crazy to me.
Can I say something to this?
That's
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Melton, would you like a slim marker or a big marker?
Like, what
Slim.
choice? Let me pick my own marker to write my
All right,
fate.
let the record reflect that I am going to give you a black Sharpie, okay? I'd like you to write the very first time that you mentioned during your direct examination in regards to your actions or where you went on January 19, 2001. Do you understand that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Can you please write the first place you went on January 19th on that board there?
And, Your Honor, I would ask that if Mr. Cruz is going to ask the witness to engage in whatever this is, that be repositioned to a place where the
Whatever
jury can
this
actually
is.
see it.
I can do that. We'll start on page 2.
And we'd like to also be able to see it. I guess, Judge, do you want us to move, or do you
No, I
want
think-
him to move it over there?
Mr. Cruz, I think perhaps moving that back would be best for everyone to take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Sure.
All right, thanks, sir. You may proceed.
Sure. Can you write the first place you went and the time that you went to that location? Okay, so I want to make sure I'm correct. You wrote Nash Plumbing 7:30 to 7:45. Okay, so you remember from January 19, 2001, you went to Nash Plumbing between those times. Is that fair to say? Okay, but you could not remember when law enforcement asked you if you knew Ms. Baker was going to be alone in 2006? You can take a seat.
That's when the lady saw the white guy running through the yard.
Along the way, I'm questioned about certain things, and I pull up my best recollection. Post this, I've been traumatized. I'm grieving. My mind is certain things and certain times. It's hard to pull from. And in those moments, stress also, in times, it's more difficult than others in certain moments to recollect certain things. And sir.
let me cut you off. So it's easier to recollect an alibi than it is to recollect whether or not the girl that you love told you that she was going to be home alone.
This question is argumentative and improper.
Sustained.
Sure. So it's easy to remember where you went on the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Melton, so after you left Nash Plumbing, where did you go?
After I left Nash Plumbing, I went to the bank.
Okay. Can you write the time that you arrived at the bank on the board? You can just put bank and then you can put the time. Okay. Sure. So just to ask you, so you can remember that you went to Nash Plumbing, and then after that, you can remember that you went to the bank from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Okay. But you cannot remember from January 18th whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be alone?
At that time, it could depend on when the question's asked. It's not, if it's in a stressful moment, I'm going through things and trying to pull from times prior to this, when I'm not trying to, how should I say, lock you in on certain things previous to this, it is difficult.
Okay. Would you agree?
Previous to the to her death. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I should say, it's like certain days, if somebody asks you what you have for breakfast, I couldn't tell you. But if I'm concentrating on after certain times, yes, I can, on certain things. But it's hard to describe.
So I'll switch gears because I do want to talk about a difficult subject with you. You mentioned that you were told that your DNA was in Ms. Baker's anus. Is that right?
Yes, there was a point in time.
Okay.
I found out.
And we've agreed that that time didn't occur during your recorded interview. Is that right?
I can't recall.
That is fair. So let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. You would agree that Ms. Baker did not engage in anal sex with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Is that correct?
I wouldn't really know if she was sexually assaulted anally. Like, I don't.
Well, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Melton.
I don't understand that.
You previously stated that Ms. Baker, not Ms. Baker, I'm sorry, Ms. Bigham and Jeremy Howell told you that your DNA was in her anus. Can we agree on that? Is that fair to say?
Maybe I'm mistaken on how I found that information out. Maybe.
I'm going to object to lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Cruz is asking this witness about information that was relayed to him as hearsay by other witnesses who had the actual information. So I think that's both.
By the way, the objection counter for this was 18 objections, 16 were sustained. One of them was sustained, but then the judge withdrew her sustain. So it would have been 17 out of the 18 sustained. Just in case anyone wanted to count.
Both lack of personal knowledge as well as calling for hearsay.
All right. Any response to the objection, Mr. Cruz?
Sure. Mr. Melton stated that he was aware that his DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus. He stated that Ms. Bigham and Jeremy Howell were the individuals that told him, and we're fleshing out his knowledge in regards to what he's aware of, Your Honor.
I think as to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. But there should be no reason that your DNA should be in Ms. Baker's anus. Would you agree?
I mean, other than if we have had sex and it has transferred from there and, say, drained down to that area. Then,
that is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
Well, I mean, it makes sense, though.
So your DNA is in her anus because it drained down in her anus. Is that your position?
I would say that would.
Again, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge, lack of foundation. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of these things. That would all be through GBI crime lab witnesses who do have personal knowledge and scientific information. And so there's no foundation for these questions, and he's asking for things that are outside of Mr. Melton's personal knowledge. He's asking about things.
I would object to a speaking objection, Your Honor, and just ask the state to state the ground.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection. He was just.
And they only started, in my impression of watching this case, they would argue a lot in front of the jury, but eventually when Cruz was making objections and arguments, the judge would start sending the jury out. It seemed imbalanced to me. So, and I think it's interesting. Huh? Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying I saw somewhere in the chat. The chat is hilarious. That someone was asking about whether or not Florida judges, like, if they'll allow them to elaborate. Was she doing that? But no, if it's a yes or no question, normally they don't.
Especially if
Just
you say
allow it.
like non-responsive, like if you make it known to the judge will be like, "Could you please just say yes or no for the record," and you'll have a
Right.
chance to explain on redirect.
Yeah,
So
exactly. So,
yeah, there were also, I think in this testimony for this section of cross, um, there were 2 objections to speaking objections that I noted that judge didn't care. And then Cruz tried to object to non-responsive. I think Hill, co-counsel, raised one of those objections. 5 non-responsive objections, and none were granted.
oh
So
my
he was just
goodness.
able to go on with his answers. It's kind of interesting to hear, and I know it's a basis, right? No personal knowledge. But it also sounds like you're saying, as the attorney, as the prosecutor, as the elected district attorney, by raising that basis for your objection, you're vouching that this third party culprit can't know what actually happened because he obviously didn't do it when you're raising a personal knowledge objection to something like that. So it's
Right.
a bit interesting, but that is
Yeah.
the right. I don't know how else he would raise that objection, but
Yeah. Even though he testified, I mean, he just said that he knew about it, right? Did he not already say that?
yeah, well, and
So,
as an excuse for
even though
saying
it's
why he
true
chose the
someone else.
term. So,
Right. Yeah.
um, who knows?
Explaining his objection. I'm going to respond in the same way as the last objection. I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question, allow you to rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you agree that in order for your DNA to drain into Ms. Baker's anus, you would have to have sex with her? Can we agree on that point?
Agree.
Okay. Did you have sex with Ms. Baker the day of her death?
No, sir.
The last time you saw Ms. Baker, was it 6 days before or 10 days before?
From the beginning, I've said I saw her the weekend prior.
From the beginning, you've said that?
Yes, sir.
That you've seen her the weekend, and that has always been what you said?
There was a time that I was confused, and it was 20 plus years later. And then I made a statement that I felt like maybe it was 10 days prior, and I was confused at that point because I have always said, from even meeting with the detectives from the beginning, that we were together that weekend. And then time had gone by, and I had even spoke out publicly for the first time.
Mr. Melton, to my question, is that a yes or a no?
Judge, he's in the middle of providing us. Again, the witness has a right to answer Mr. Cruz's questions in the manner that he believes the answer should be given.
It's non-responsive, Your Honor. And I would ask the state to stop the speaking objections because they are
Is it really a witness's job to give an answer the way they believe it should be answered? Isn't the job to just always give a truthful answer because you're under oath and on the stand?
And it has to be responsive. So it has to answer the question. And if the attorney, so at that point it is non-responsive. And the state is like, well, he's allowed to kind of say it however he wants. And if it's not responsive, I mean, then he can come back on his turn, right? And then let him answer, which I think he did on something.
Oh, on redirect, they talk about the orange VHS tape. If you missed that part, that's a good one.
That.
Maybe
Oh,
we'll
really?
get there. Yeah, the redirect wasn't really, it kind of touched on a reason they were fighting, but it goes down like in detail this whole side story where Chris claims that a fight that the defense says was like a week, 10 days prior to the crimes was actually like a month prior over a fight over some orange cassette tape that Tara found while she was helping care for him when he got cellulitis from sitting down at a job site, and it went through his clothing. And she found this orange cassette tape that he didn't get rid of, and somehow it was just suddenly out in the open, but he had it forever and just never got rid of it, and she found it and they got in a fight over it.
Okay.
So yeah, very, very fun redirect. It like told us more than we needed to know. Yeah, should have called out how noticeable the orange was. Yeah, not something, just like wearing an orange shirt while walking through a neighborhood, you're probably not choosing orange as the color of
what's
something
with
you
the
want to hide. I guess
So
that was
really,
like
the
the
tape was
adult video
orange
store was
and the
orange.
shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
What?
and it's his
Mm,
words. It's like, it's not really like I was trying to hide it. It was orange. Like it's Melton's words where he says that.
Right. Right. Because
So,
yeah, that's his color. Yeah.
Coaching the witness in the middle of his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection, and I'm going to sustain the state's objection. This witness is allowed to respond to your question, and if he's in the middle of responding, no one can interrupt. You may continue if you choose to do so.
Well, time had gone by, and then I had spoken publicly. At this point, I have stated over and over again that we were together the weekend before. And then there was a point in time that Tara's mother had stated that she was at her house.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
I am going to sustain that objection.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't want to send the jury out, but I would like to approach to understand the parameters of which I could.
And I like when they send the jury out because we get to hear it. But they were shuffled in and out of this courtroom all trial. Let's see how quick that was.
I had a question.
Your current residence, I won't say your address, but your current residence is the same residence that your parents stayed in 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that correct?
At that time, I would have been.
Wait, so I missed that. His parents let him have their house? Like he currently lives there?
It's the
No,
same
back-
residence that your parents stayed in
Only
2001. Is that
child. I think he's an only child. So I didn't catch that the first time around. And I don't know if it's that impactful, but I don't know. It seems like your parents would take care of you. They're not just going to say, go out and get it on your own.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that correct?
At that time, I would have been on the second story.
Forgive me.
Bedroom.
I asked that question wrong. The week before Tara's death, you went to your parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that right?
No, sir. I think it was my old bedroom in the second story.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. So, Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
I can't quite remember.
Okay. Do you recall on May 5th, 2024, being asked where you resided when you went to your parents' home the week before Ms. Baker's death?
I don't recall the question.
Say that one more time. You don't recall what now?
I don't recall.
Being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement? So I was working there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, we had a furnished basement. So then that's where I was. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall making the statement, but it seems okay.
Judge, I move to introduce
All right, let's drop a link for Bob from Defense Diaries. The link's in the chat for you, Bob.
32. I move to introduce as defense exhibit number 32, Mr. Melton's May 5th, 2024 interview with Miss Elizabeth Bigham. Minute mark is 1442 through 1448. And before I introduce this, you do recall speaking with Miss Bigham, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark 1442 through 1448 into the record.
And just for some clarification on this, if you guys missed the timeline of this interview, this is from May 5th of 2024. This is where we have the whole, I need to separate you. We need to explain how your DNA is still there. It wouldn't be there 10 days later. On May 8th, Liz already has obtained warrants for CSLI information. They conduct a traffic stop, pull him over under the pretenses of tinted windows, but then they say we smell alcohol, and he agrees, hey, I haven't been drinking, I'll do the breath test. So he blows into the breathalyzer, and they get the saliva from that test. Then on the 9th, May 9th, Liz Bingham is already obtaining the arrest warrant. So that's the timeline of what's happening in a few days' time in May of 2024. So, and let's get Bob up here. Hey, Bob. Let's see
Hey.
how he looks on the screen. There we go. Good
How
to
y'all
see you.
doing?
This is, I know her tag says Florida Defense Team because that's her channel name, but this is Lisa Figueroa. So she's a defense attorney down here in Florida. So I'm outnumbered, guys. We have 2 lawyers and then there's me.
Oh no. Hey Lisa, how are you?
Oh, hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Hi.
So I was covering the Gray case today. The dad.
The Colin Gray.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
I know there was the jury questions. How are you guys taking that? I mean, you can take it either way, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they wanted to look at the 2 things in conjunction, or if one person wanted to see one thing and someone else wanted to rehear Ricketts' testimony.
I
I
mean, is
personally
it
don't think.
possible they wanted to hear his entire testimony? That seems insane to me. She hauls him into court. What were they sitting there for 3 hours listening to that shit?
Like 2.5, yeah.
Wow.
But they said
think
when they were in redirect, they said, we don't want this anymore. They got through cross all the way.
Wow. Wow. I
What do
mean,
you think, Lisa?
I was going to say sometimes it's hard because if they don't isolate or say, and you can't really have a conversation with them. But if they don't specify which portion, then yeah, you have to run it through. And I think someone maybe in the chat was saying like, gosh, what if it was just one person? Everyone's going to be mad at that person that wanted to rehear it. Here we actually, some counties, depending on where, what county I'm in, some don't have that ability to replay it like that, and they'll do the read back where it'll just, the court reporter would like literally read it, which is not the same effect as hearing it live. And then other places the judges will just be like, you have to rely on your recollection. But the read back is usually granted, but if they can't, and then we'll try to ask them, could they narrow it down, which kind of helps figure out like, what are they getting hung up on?
yeah, it's same in Illinois. I mean, it depends on what county you're in. A lot of times in some of the collar counties, like the judges tend to, like, they won't even pull the jurors into the courtroom. Like if there's a note, like typically they'll write a note back and they'll say, okay, this is what I'm writing back, read it to the lawyers, we all in agreement, and then they fire it back. Like, so here it most likely would have been, is there a specific portion that you want to hear? Just to save time for everybody involved in terms of trying to trim that down. Cause I'm sure they didn't want to hear the entire thing. Now they know. Now they know moving forward, if they want to hear some particular piece of testimony, that they'll articulate exactly what they're looking to hear again, as opposed to maybe they did want to hear the dude's entire testimony. I don't know. Seems like a lot, but yeah, I don't know. So how long have they really been deliberating? I know they were counting the time listening as deliberating time, but I don't consider that to be.
I don't. I mean, they asked for that. I think they deliberated like an hour today before they asked that question, maybe just over an hour. My impression is that on Friday, they really only went to the back to pick a 4-person and figure out if they wanted to just come back on Monday, which that's what they decided. Maybe that was like, that counts as like 10 minutes of deliberations. And then I don't remember when they went back around. They've been back there like an hour and a half since they got done listening. So
how late did they say they wanted to go?
I don't think we got an indication. They just said that they were going to make arrangements. And I think Kathy mentioned as much, that she doesn't have, I don't think she had a time. I think I saw her say on Twitter, on X. So I don't know. It seems to me like they might want to be done tonight.
All right, listen, the chat's talking about detachable penises though, so we've like gone off the rails. I see it in here. It's like going
Oh, but
on.
that's Ashley Hinkle's fault because she's the one that is saying you can reset the clock with reinsertion, and that any degradation that was occurring at the cellular level would just restart. You'd have the full thing again if there was reinsertion.
Oh, I remember it. I remember her saying at the old reset, you know,
Scary stuff.
you forgot the anus though. We'll always have, never forget the anus. Hashtag.
Ah. Oh man. So we were watching one of the most credible testimonies of all time. I feel like Bob and I meet a lot when it comes to credible witness testimony on the stand.
Yeah.
Reference to Jason Autry and the Zachary Adams
Oh
trial.
boy.
So we're not too far into Cross. We're just getting into, he's about to play the interview with Liz Bingham from May 5th of 2024. So
right.
where we're going to hear about the drainage.
It's drainage.
All right. Any objection from the state?
I don't think any of the foundation for proper admission has been laid. However, if this is that interview, the state would stipulate to the foundation for the admissibility.
Can you all confer about whether that's accurate since you're offering to stipulate?
Yeah, this is correct. Okay, yeah, I don't have a problem.
All right. You may proceed. And it is, are you asking to admit it, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That portion.
And just that portion. Mr. Yellowman-Chili, are you objecting to what Mr. Cruz has just offered into evidence? That particular disc.
I don't have a transcript pulled up, Judge, but accepting Mr. Cruz's representation that what he's going to play is the answer that he just asked Mr. Melton about that he didn't recall, I don't have any objection
All right.
to that.
And it is that minute mark that the defense has just articulated is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you said that was what, Mr. Cruz? I'm sorry, 14?
1442
Thank you. Go ahead.
through 1448.
Okay.
I think he takes a bit to, let's see. Very techie system they've got going in this courtroom.
Got it?
Working there and driving back forth. Well, my parents said we had a finished basement, so then that's where I was keeping in well, pretty much Jersey. There and driving back forth. Well, my parents said we had a finished basement, so then that's where I was keeping in well, pretty much Jersey.
Okay, did you hear that? I was driving back and forth. We pretty much had a huge basement. That's where I was keeping, and then I cut the audio off.
I hear that.
So you were staying in the basement, is that correct?
I would stay in, there's times I stay in both. We had finished basement and had the bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
And the furnished basement was set up as a place to stay, a place to hang out for whoever.
Objection,
and also had my,
unresponsive.
Overruled.
So,
You may continue with your.
the finished basement would have like a couch, sofa, TV, things, and my old bedroom upstairs also had a bed and so forth. And I would stay and, hang out in one, stay in the other, depending on who was there at the time, if we had visitors or whatnot. So I would stay in the basement if nobody else was using it.
under narrative.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So with that being said, I feel like kind of both are true. I had my old bedroom and they had a furnished basement.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. Let the
Okay,
record.
while he preps that, Freedom Ring has a question that, let me fix how this looks with 3 people on screen. Let's move Bob up.
Hi. I
He's
do
hidden.
not mind being
We hid you.
behind the comment at all. I love being behind the comment. Fun.
You guys got to change your avatars so we can cover Bob with different avatars. But for Bob and Lisa, the attorneys here on the panel, and both of your channel links I fit in one pinned comment. So I'm pretty proud of that character limit working out. So if you guys want to follow either of them, if you don't already, it's pinned in the chat. And they should both be in the Creator Funds playlist in the description. But the judge admonished Cruz for directly asking the court reporter to read something back to him privately rather than going to court and filing a motion. Then she denied him the info. Is that proper?
Depends on the judge. I mean, that's the easy answer. It's to the judge's discretion ultimately. Is it shitty? Yes. But I mean, I'm a defense attorney. Like I'm so accustomed to being shat upon by judges that, I think what shocks normal folks when they're watching these trials in terms of how defense attorneys are treated typically, is kind of par for the course. I don't know about what it's like for you down in Florida, Lisa, but
Yeah. It definitely depends. What was the context though? It was during it was like a read back of something he said?
So I believe this relates to something the defense wanted to know for closing arguments. And I think it was a paralegal from his team reached out wanting to have a read back about something. My speculation here is that it was the line where Chris Melton says, I didn't want to go inside the crime scene because I didn't want to see the devastation either I or they or that was caused. And I'm pretty sure they wanted to see how the transcriptionist took it down. That's just my speculation on the issue. But paralegal asked for a readback on that. And so he got admonished for 1, having the paralegal make the request, and then 2, for thinking that he could request it either way, even if it was him that had asked. So
yeah, maybe that's a little, I don't know that I've ever like, can you give me a readback just so I can prep my closing? Now, it's not very common. It's worth a shot to ask, but I'm not surprised I got denied.
Yeah.
So there we go. And I think, Freedom Ring, you probably weren't the only person with that question. So thank you for asking. Thank you for the super.
Reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34.
And I think a lot of people heard I forget, maybe it was Nick Starro that did a poll over on X. And we did one in the chat, but a lot of people heard I don't know what I heard. I think it could have been that or they or I. Every time I listen to it, I hear something different. But in any case, if you didn't want to see the devastation, no matter what you're saying, why would you drive to the scene at all? So
Yeah, I mean, when I heard it, because I don't think you can really try to figure out what you think you heard when you initially heard it because of confirmation bias, whichever way you're leaning on this case, you're going to hear what you want to hear to a certain extent. But, I mean, when Allie and I heard it initially, when we were watching his testimony, I'm like, what?
yeah.
So I thought he said I or some version of I. And, and then we went back. We're like, did he just say the devastation that I caused or it caused? You know what I mean? So it was like my initial instinct is I thought he said I, but like you said, when you go back, it's hard to tell.
And again, I think the defense was leaning on to, why did you take it upon yourself to even go to the scene? You're not trying to figure out what's going on. You're not waiting for someone to give you the, hey, can you come over here and ID the body? It's like the idea that you went there just to be in the know of what detectives might be looking at, what the crime scene techs were doing, and, maybe have a 1-up and be able to talk to someone. Hey, I've been working all morning. What's going on? I've been busy. So that's how I looked at that. Like, you shouldn't go rush to be at a crime scene and then say you didn't want to see a crime scene. So, but there we go. I think, chat is pretty much, I don't know if I see any Kiana says, first time I thought I. Next time I heard that. So don't trust me, guys. Don't do the blue and black or white and gold dress thing with me, because I'll change my mind. The audio. I didn't follow the Cornrake murder trial, but I know they did a post-conviction relief hearing, and what people heard in the audio, the 911 call, I didn't hear the trial. I didn't watch that trial at all. But I listened to that 911 call. I don't know what I heard. I'm not the reliable person for that. You can't trust me. I can't
No,
hear or
I
see.
didn't hear what they're claiming that he said too. Like he was supposed to be calling
Something,
her
I think
a
like
cheating bitch
stupid
or something.
horror.
Yeah,
Stupid
something.
horror. And people are like, well, he could have just been saying 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4, because it was while he was being instructed to do the compressions.
I didn't even hear that.
Me either.
You know what I mean? It's like, and I listened to it a bunch of times. Like I'm like, I did not listen to it with headphones though. So that's, maybe that's a thing.
And then Lisa, final vote. Do you know anything about the Cornrake murder trial? I don't even know the guy's name. Something with a T?
Todd Mullis.
Todd Mullis.
No, I'm out of the loop on that one.
So you've got to go listen to the audio and report back what you hear.
I'll have to let you know.
All right, let's
I
see.
had a case like that. I had a case where they had a video or the body camera, drugs in a pill bottle in the back seat of the car that my client claimed was, someone else's, left it there, right? But the police say that she said that she put that there, that it was on the floor. And then I'm like, no, that it looked like it was on the floor. So it was this whole thing about like but they didn't ask to hear back the audio, and thankfully it was not guilty. But yeah, you just never, I don't know. Yeah, it's funny. That bias, confirmation bias. You're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Sonic version of the Rorschach. Can't
Yeah,
pronounce anything. The Sonic version of that. The blot test. So here we go. Let's get he's handing him an exhibit, refreshing his recollection.
And Mr. Melton, you recognize Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 as photographs of your house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I believe Defense Exhibit 33 is the side of your house, and Defense Exhibit 34 is the back side of your house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to, have those photographs been altered in any way?
No.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Now, Mr. Melton, you would agree there's a reason why you would say that you were staying in the second story of the house, correct?
As far as
There's a back door exit on the basement. I believe that's Defense Exhibit 34, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
there's a basement exit, yes, sir.
And there's also a side exit from the basement, which was Defense Exhibit 33. Is that correct?
There's one exit. There's a door on the backside that goes into like a dead space that's more for access.
So Defense Exhibit 34, the backside is a door to enter and exit the basement where you don't have to go in the house. Is that right?
The side door would be. The back door is not.
But either way, there's an exit there's an exit from the basement and an entrance into the basement. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you recall your parents talking to law enforcement?
They did.
And they were one of your alibi witnesses. Is that right? Were you aware of that?
I would say yes. They knew I was there.
And you're their only child?
I am.
And by the time law enforcement spoke with them, you had been staying with them for 4 months. Is that correct?
I had started staying with them after this incident. Yes. So, yes.
After Tara's passing?
That's correct.
So if any other witness said you moved home months before, that would be untrue.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about Ms. Baker a little bit, okay? We'll switch gears and come back to some of this stuff. Would it be fair to describe Ms. Baker as super friendly?
That'd be a fair statement.
You would also describe her as down to earth?
Correct.
She did not have any racial biases?
No, sir.
And although she was a law student, you would agree that she was not pretentious?
I mean, no, sir. Not unless it's for little specialty things like her collections of things, but no.
Now, is it fair to describe Ms. Baker as a casual dresser, shorts, hiking boots, sweat top type of girl?
Yes, sir.
She was more of a flats over heels kind of girl. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. And she had more of a, on her day-to-day appearance, she had more of a casual appearance that did not include daily makeup. Is that right?
I would say, I mean, light makeup, if any.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 35. Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness to show him Defense Exhibit 35. Do you recognize the photo of Ms. Baker?
That's Miss Baker. Miss Tara.
And is that how Ms. Baker, makeup-wise, hair-wise, is that how she carries herself mostly on a daily basis?
I'd say yes.
And that's a fair, accurate depiction of Ms. Baker as you would remember her.
I'd say yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See, I think this was good planning because he uses that picture later with the GBI agent to poke that they didn't even show Faust the picture at first when he's saying, I don't know her. And then the picture they do show her is the same one they use
Now
in
I'd
all
like to ask
the
you about
news
the times
stories,
that you
but it doesn't
visited
look
Ms.
like how
Baker's
she
home in
always
Deer Park.
looks.
Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Is it fair to say that you've probably visited Deer Park more times than you could count?
I mean, she wasn't there a terribly long time, but I would say, yeah. I mean, we've been there many times.
Okay. And during the times that you visit Ms. Baker's apartment, you'd see normal foot traffic. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And that foot traffic was due to a Walmart being on the opposite side of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I'd say there's a Walmart. Yes, sir. And
Now, the majority of that foot traffic, it was African Americans walking. Is that fair to say?
it's fair to say.
And those African Americans were typically in the late teenage, young adult range. Is that correct?
I would say it would vary, but I would say young teenagers, I would say.
Now, in regards to Ms. Baker's passing, on January 19th, you testified that you went to the scene of Ms. Baker's death.
That's correct.
And while at the crime scene, you were asked to identify Ms. Baker.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were shown a single photo of Ms. Baker. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36. You recognize that photo?
I don't believe it's the photo I saw.
This was the photo that you were shown to ask to identify Ms. Baker?
No,
This was not the
I
photo.
don't believe that was the photo.
Can you describe the photo that you were shown to identify Ms. Baker?
I believe that her head was turned slightly. And there was coverage. Bad.
Mr. Melton, you were just shown a photograph of Ms. Baker deceased, and you have not shed a tear.
Come on now. I think I need a moment, like.
Sure.
I'm gonna panic it.
Yeah, I didn't buy this personally. Feel like you probably didn't, Lisa, and I don't think Bob did.
This seems so performative, you know.
I know.
And it seems like he knows when he sees that picture, he already needs to get ahead of what's coming with the cord.
Right.
So I think I saw a different picture. So
Turn it all together. Okay.
So let's switch gears while we're here. You testified on direct examination that you became so upset that you punched the wall in your apartment. Is that correct?
When I unleashed the emotions, yes.
Okay. And when you unleashed the emotions, you became extremely angry. Is that correct?
I was upset. Yes, I was upset at the situation.
That's such a weird response, trauma
The way you
response.
chose to
isn't it?
release emotions.
I don't know, but it's not the type of thing. Imagine if this was his trial, he was on trial, and then he's on the stand volunteering that when he gets mad, he punches walls, which
That's what I'm saying. It's a weird trauma response. It's like, and there's no, book in terms of how you're supposed to respond to trauma. We all respond differently, but to get like super violent is just weird. Like for what reason is it like, oh, I should have been there with her, or I mean, like what is the impetus of that rage? It's one thing to be incredibly like, I would think just very upset and heartbroken and like a puddle.
well,
Like, I don't
it's
know.
something that a prosecutor would want to use if they were bringing like a DV charge against someone.
100%.
They'd want to be like, here's photos of wreckage he caused during a previous fight. He was trying to control her, and then they'd fight about whether or not it could come in. So
100%. And it would be, it would be seen as a convenient excuse as to the explanation for the injuries to the hand. It'd be like nobody's buying that shit. Yeah, I was punching the wall. Sure, pal. Sure, yeah. If
Yeah,
he's in the defendant's chair, it's that's a smoking gun evidence of something.
and that's what the defense alluded to that. I mean, that was the thing. It's like if my client was the boyfriend and then has that all over his hands and has this kind of weird, I went to Chick-fil-A and then I went to get a loan and I mean, they would be, and his DNA is on her, right? It's just, and he's got the smashed up hands. Yeah. Oh, but he's not guilty. It's a random guy that lived, on the
I
block.
love that in closing. If I had to defend Chris, it was like
Yeah.
the unleashing of the long scroll. And then we've got Jordy in the chat is saying go back and look at, we're going to have to do a good Lisa, bad Lisa. We've got two Lisas here. So Judge Lisa. Jordy says look at Lisa.
When I unleashed the emotions, yes.
Okay. And when you unleashed the emotions, you became extremely angry. Is that correct?
I was upset. Yes,
It was a good drink of water.
I was upset at the situation.
And the way you chose to release emotions through violence. Would you agree?
Towards that wall.
But you told the jury that the injuries to your hands came from punching the wall. Is that right?
My injuries came from punching the wall.
Okay. And we've already agreed. Well, you've testified that the wall was sheetrock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as 30. Defense Exhibit 37. Defense Exhibit 38. Defense Exhibit 39.
He calls
And
this an
Defense
omnibus
Exhibit
package, I think.
40. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40.
Thank you, Sunshine, for you one, for the super from the bushes, hanging out in the bushes. We love our workers and lurkers. He's closing his eyes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that I am showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit
Breathing into the
38
microphone.
through Defense Exhibit 40.
I have 37.
I'm sorry, 37 through 40. Please forgive me.
Old
Is it okay if I approach you, Mr. Melton?
Creep, like prank
Yes.
calls
Yes, sir.
and breathing into the phone shit, man.
Is
Weird.
your refrigerator running?
Please take a moment and take a look at Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40.
I mean, minus the leading questions, this would be
Do you
The
recognize
state's
Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense
direct.
Exhibit
Well, I
40 as
guess
the
he would
wall
take
that
the
you punched?
stand
Is
in
that
his own
correct?
defense if he was the defendant. So the
Yeah, I would say
prosecutor
yes.
would be asking leading
Is that a
questions.
fair and accurate depiction of how that wall looked after you punched it?
say from what I could recollect.
Sure. Has that photograph been altered in any way?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
But you have no reason to believe that photograph has been altered in any way. Is that correct?
I have no reason to believe.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask the publisher of the jury.
Granted.
Now let's talk about the injuries to your hands, Mr. Mellon.
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence.
Like, is he whispering to himself to keep his rage down or something? Like,
I have no idea what this guy's doing.
And the photographs of your hands have already been admitted through,
Meditating.
as Defense Exhibit 29. Elected.
I mean, maybe he's always like that, but it seems
Your Honor, I
like
just asked to republish the
in this
photographs of the hands to the
context,
jury.
doesn't look great.
I mean, the guy's had, at this point,
Court's
25
indulgence, Your Honor, I
years
need one of these photographs.
to mentally prepare for this in the event that it comes down. Whether it was
Mr. Mellon,
him
I am going to show you one of the
being
photos
arrested or
from Defense Exhibit
him coming in to testify, which I doubt he would have.
29, and we're going to talk about some of these injuries. All right, can you see your hands on the screen, Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would agree, for the purposes of the record, I am making a fist. Mr. Melton, you would agree that a fist looks like this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you make a fist and show the jury what your fist looks like? Okay, excellent. I want to talk about this injury here.
Like, does this look like to me, I know it's not great through the courtroom projector, but this does not look like swelling to me.
No.
Like, if you're punching a wall multiple times and that wall is sheetrock and you're punching through all of that, you're going through the layers, like, I think this would be even within like 24 hours time, you'd already see, like, I've walked into things and bumped my knee, and the next morning when I wake up, it's already like a big purpley splotch, like red purpley splotch.
Yeah,
So,
I think the best way to test it is start punching through sheetrock. Like I like really kind of want to try it. I've never done it, but
no,
I want to see if that's what my hand looks like. It's like the wound placement is what seems strange to me. Especially the one on kind of like the top of the hand that's down below the middle finger a bit. And I don't know. They look like strange, because it's like you got the sheet. Yeah, I mean, you got the sheetrock, and you've got paper, and then the material inside, and then you're I don't know. I just don't know, because he was claiming that he got to the concrete. That he punched through the sheetrock and was hitting the wall, the concrete wall behind it. So I don't know.
Did they show a picture of the wall, the alleged wall?
I think the jury gets to see it, but I didn't catch it up on screen or anything.
Yeah, because I think that's what he just asked.
That's what he
The
just
whole-
introduced.
So we never
Yeah.
saw it. We never saw it.
And it's kind of, and I get that you could punch with two hands kind of at like a same center point, but it seems like it's like one hole, not somebody like, if you're raging, I feel like you'd be just like kind of wailing, and it'd be two different
like
defects.
With this part of your hand, not your fist, like just like wailing on the wall like this, as opposed to punching it. I don't
The
know.
whole thing is odd. It's just such an odd explanation.
Weird.
And
Right? Yeah.
And I think, so if this was from the day before and he wanted to come up with a reason, I think this could be easily covered by plumber's cement. Like you wouldn't be, if this was there on the 19th and then he was punching walls to come up with a punching anything to say like, hey, these are fresh. I feel like this, you could cover with a little bit of plumber's cement and be like, I was working. I don't want to wash my hands while you supposedly fingerprint me. And I don't know. Kind of looks to me, the reason I'm circling on this one is because it kind of looks like a different shade, but maybe it's just the way the light is hitting the
That's the
angle of
one
the
I was
hands.
talking about, that longer one there. Like
Like it almost looks like it's like 2 days old, and then these might be a little newer. What a day, what a day. And again,
Like,
The state would love this if it was the other, if they wanted to prosecute Chris Melton.
well, you figure if somebody's strangling you, right? Like, and you're the person being strangled, like you're trying to rip their hands off of your
Yep.
throat, you know?
And with a
So
cord, their hands would probably be behind you
right,
and you'd be going like this.
right. You'd be clawing at it, trying to get it, you know? I mean, that's just how it would work out. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
Ah.
Here on the side of your thumb. Can you explain how you got that injury from punching drywall?
My hands are from work.
Are they?
I mean, no, I'm saying my hands from work are naturally have nicks and such on them, but that very well could have occurred. I mean, from punching through a wall, there's also.
So as soon as he asks about something, because if you're punching, even if you don't make a proper fist, that area of your thumb is probably still going to be not in the line of fire. And he just volunteers another excuse all of a sudden that he's never said before. It's just from work. Like,
things inside the wall. There's siding on the wall that has, once you go through, there's nails that may have been there. But at that point, I mean, I have little nicks and cuts just from my profession.
But Mr. Milton, isn't it fair to say as a plumber you wear gloves?
No, sir.
You never wear gloves?
I wear gloves, but not 100% of the time. No, sir.
Well, I showed you Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. There's a pair of gloves hanging on your wall, Mr. Milton.
Hanging on my wall.
But you don't use them.
When you're working with your hands, you work quickly also. And you don't have time to always have gloves on. And at that point in time, I'm not working with raw sewage or anything. This is new materials. So with that being said, you not worried about bacteria or anything infecting your hands. You just work through it.
So today, on February 9th, 2026, you remember exactly how you were working on January 19, 2001.
It's easily to assess because I worked it for so long.
Sure. But you don't remember whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be home alone the day before her death.
You know, in moments under stress, I can't recall everything.
So let me ask you about this injury here. So did this come from the wall or did that come from work?
Is that an injury?
Right here.
I don't know if I.
Or how about this injury here, Mr. Melton? How would you get this injury on the top of your hand going in this direction from punching sheetrock?
That even appears. Oh yes, even when you punch through walls, you got to pull your hand back. I'm punching into a wall, pulling my hand back, punching through a wall, and even at work, I have nicks, cuts, and even burns from soldering pipes and hot materials. I can't tell if that's an injury from hitting something or an injury from work, and it may look like that. Even looks like it could be even a slight solder. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, it's hard for me to assess that.
But this is the first time in 25 years that you've ever made the statement that these injuries were from work. Would you agree?
I've never been asked the question as far as if they're from.
And just to make sure we're on
that I can recall.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, your exact statement was to law enforcement is the injuries. Matter of fact, we don't even have to go to law enforcement. Your exact statement in the court before these jurors was that these injuries came from punching the wall in your apartment. Do you recall making that statement?
Was this prior to being shown pictures?
Mr. Melton, do you recall making that statement?
Yes, I had injuries from my hands from hitting the wall. That's what I recall.
But when I asked you about the injuries, you are now saying that they are from plumbing and hitting the wall. Is that right?
Well, when you're pointing out specific things, like I do have from plumbing, you're going to have nicks and cuts or whatnot from that.
My question is, during my examination of you, this is your first time saying that these injuries are from plumbing. That's a yes or no question, if you can.
Since you just asked that question, I guess I would have to say yes. And
once the jurors finish looking at the photos, we'll go over some other photos as well. Now, on the day of Tara's death, you voluntarily went to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe the state asked you a couple of times, did you hire a lawyer or did you refuse to speak to him? Wouldn't you agree as the boyfriend, if you refused to speak to him, you would look even more guilty?
Restate the question.
Sure. The state asked you on direct examination multiple times about whether or not you got a lawyer or whether or not you refused to talk to him. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. When you agree as Ms. Baker's boyfriend, you would look more suspicious if you refused to talk to law enforcement.
If I refused.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we agree on that. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, I'm always want to be cooperative.
Sure. But that was a yes to my question, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree you would look more suspicious if you refused to give blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would look more suspicious if you refused to give hair. Is that right?
Correct.
You would look suspicious if you refused to talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you conducted an interview with Officer Bill Ricketts on the 19th. Do you recall that interview?
I believe so.
And you state you believe so. Are you certain that you remember conducting?
Yes, I remember an interview on the 19th.
And your father was present with you during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he sat with you for the entire interview.
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview is when you told law enforcement that you were at your parents' home at 7:15 on January 19th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall during that interview being asked how would you describe you and Ms. Baker's relationship?
Yes.
And your response was that she was your borderline fiance.
I recollect.
Okay. And you advised him that you and Ms. Baker were very serious at the time of her death.
Yes.
And I believe you established with the state that the truck you used for work at the time of Ms. Baker's death was your own work truck, the truck you purchased. Is that right?
Correct.
Now let's talk about Josh McCourty. The state asked you about your relationship with Josh, and you stated that he was just a coworker that you met at McCart Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Josh stays less than a mile away from your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Josh knew where you lived. Is that right?
Yes, he worked for me.
Okay. You knew where he lived?
Once we became co-workers.
And you two attended the same high school?
That I'm unsure of.
You're unsure if you attended the same high school with someone you stated was your employee, Mr. Melton?
That's correct.
But to law enforcement, you only identified Josh McCourty as somebody that you work with. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you stated on direct examination that while at Nash Plumbing, you loaded up supplies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, but at no time did you provide law enforcement with any documents related to your employment at Nash Plumbing. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in regards to your alibi that you were at Nash Plumbing at 7:30 through 7:45, we just have to take your word for it. Is that correct?
I would say so at that point.
Okay. And law enforcement did, in fact, just take your word for it. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I would say to my knowledge.
Sure. Now, you stated after leaving, today you stated after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to the bank.
Correct.
And did you go over that with the state when you all met?
I knew when I had gone to the bank, but yes.
Okay. And you all discussed your timeline before you came to testify here today?
I had gone over it, a refresher.
However, on January 19th, 2001, you told law enforcement after leaving Nash Plumbing you went to Truck Customs. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I may have not heard you all the way. Say it again.
Sure. On January 19th, 2001, when law enforcement asked you what were you doing that day, you told law enforcement that after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truck Customs.
On the 19th, yes, I did say that.
And you advised law enforcement that you arrived at Truck Customs around 9:30 or maybe earlier. Is that right?
Not earlier, probably 9:30ish, 10.
Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time that you've had the opportunity to discuss your whereabouts on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
I have been questioned in the past,
okay,
several times.
And you told do you recall making the statement Truck Customs spelled with a K, TRUK, KUSTOM, and you were asked, okay, and do you know about what time it was? You made the statement, first time was about early 9:30, maybe earlier. Do you recall making that statement?
That seems fair.
So at some point you leave Truck Customs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Melton, do you still have that marker I gave you? All right, perfect. Can you write Truck Customs on that, under the bank? And the time that you were at Truck Customs?
Also, shout out to some guy with cancer being a member for 1 month. That is his
And you can say right there,
username,
Mr.
by the
Melton, if
way.
you're comfortable. You can write the time next to Truck Customs.
He says this whole case is, we need someone in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's not 9:30, it's 10 o'clock? Okay, let's do 9:30 through 10, just to make sure that's accurate for the jury.
And Judge, I would ask that if there are going to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand so he can speak into the microphone.
I think that makes sense. Everyone can hear, including Ms. Satterfield. So you may have a seat and answer any questions in front of the microphone. Go ahead.
So at some point you would agree that you leave Truck Customs, is that fair?
Everybody in the chat
And
spelled
when you
truck
leave
customs
Truck
a
Customs, you go
creative
to
way.
Grayson, Georgia, correct?
Correct. I go to Grayson.
Now, and you can write Grayson on the board for us, please. All right, so do you recall speaking with Detective Ricketts 2 days later on January 21st, 2001?
Yes.
And would you have any reason to disagree that January 21st, 2001 was a Sunday?
No.
During your second interview, you advised Detective Ricketts that you stopped by the bank. Is that correct?
Yes, then I had failed to mention that I went by the bank that morning. Yes.
And you stated that you were in the bank for a total of 35 minutes. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Next to bank, can you put 35 MIN and circle it?
It's a lot of banking.
Just
What are you doing in the
It
bank
does.
for 35 minutes? Got a lot of banking to do. I'm going
Well,
to
and
do
then he
some
wants
banking.
to.
Now, during your
He wants
second
to get a
interview, do
loan
you
on the
recall
Monday
Detective
that
Ricketts coming to
follows.
you and telling you that he
Oh,
went to
yeah.
speak with someone at Truck
yeah.
Customs?
Lawyer loan.
Yes.
Okay. And in response, before he could tell you what he learned, you would agree that you changed your answer about the time that you went to Truck Customs. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not.
Do you recall making a statement? It's like before 12. I mean, it was probably 10:30, 11:30. Do you recall making a statement?
I don't recall the statements, but yeah, I would say. I mean, I would say okay. Yeah. Yes.
Yes or no, Mr. Melton? Do you recall making a statement?
I'll say yes. Yeah. Yes.
All right, Kat, I've got a question for you
Yes.
because I missed like a large portion of the beginning of this trial. In terms of the state's timeline, in terms of when they believe that she died, I mean, are like who lived in that house with her? If anyone.
Ashley Peavy and Valerie Lowe,
Okay.
and they left like that night,
When you
so
say
they weren't home.
so they were gone overnight.
Yes. So the testimony that we have about her morning routine is a pattern of routine, and not either of them saying that morning specifically she came out and she ate her grits and then she went to blow dry her hair. We only have pattern testimony that that's what she typically would do every morning,
So
and
they-
that she had a property law class early that Friday morning that she didn't
So-
end up getting to.
The fact of the matter is, she was alone at the house overnight.
No way to narrow
Yeah.
down the window.
I mean, because that was always my thing. I'm like, what? Like, why are we assuming that the state knows what they're talking about with respect to the time of death or their timeline?
don't.
What's their timeline? This guy's alibi in terms of okay, what he went and turned the, electric stove on and threw the blanket on, caught fire, and then tossed it on her and then left. I mean, how long does that take? Because
Well,
he,
and
the
they-
homicide could have occurred the night before, and he knows she's not there's not going to be an issue in there. And he probably is aware that the roommates aren't going to be home, right? I mean, theoretically.
And then came home. The fire could have been a second trip back to the house.
That's what I'm
like,
saying.
We just don't know.
Right. He does the deed the night before, leaves, comes back the next morning. Because that's the whole thing with the keys, right?
Yeah, and I would also say that they fit I saw someone in the chat say it, I think they fit their timeline of when they think these crimes occurred, and they're lumping the crimes with the fire. They're saying it's all one transaction, and they built that timeline to make it exclude Melton.
Yeah, I would have really hammered on that. And, I thought Cruz did a great job at closing, but that's one thing that just bugs. Like, I just don't understand when lawyers don't attack the timeline. Because
he did to some extent by saying that even if you believe, that there was an alibi, it doesn't cover the window that the fire could have started. So I forgot how he worded it, but basically the visual that the possible start time for the fire and Melton's alibi, even if you believe it started at 7 a.m, is only here, but the start time of the fire could have been all the way back here.
Yeah,
that's kind of how he painted it. That's what I remember sticking out.
I mean, but to me, it's not necessarily one occurrence. The homicide could have happened hours before, and he left, and then came back, figuring, all right, well, I can't leave either to clean up, or just to set the house on fire with the hope that all the evidence would be destroyed. It's just I don't know.
Well, there was, I think. And I don't know how I would look at this because I'm not like a medical expert, so I would just defer to what I'm told at trial. But we had testimony where the medical examiner was uncomfortable saying that the smoke was part of the cause of death. It wasn't a contributing factor. They weren't comfortable making that conclusion and calling it a contributing factor. But at the same time, they're saying that there was some soot found in the airway. And it was like below a percentage that would have made him comfortable saying that it contributed to the death. But I think the state was still relying on that testimony to show that there was like at least a breath of air while there was smoke in the room still.
Wait, so they found it in the airway, but not the lungs?
That's what I believe the testimony was.
She died with her mouth open. I mean, in theory,
drainage.
I don't know. Right. I mean, smoke drainage, or just if she died with her mouth open and it was very smoky in there. How wouldn't, even if you're not breathing actively, how wouldn't smoke get down into your airway if your mouth is open when you're deceased? You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know. It's it's weird.
Was there a verdict?
No, there's no verdict.
Hey, Allie.
Hey, guys.
Boy, that was a lot of action down there with the squirrels.
That's what was going on. I heard a little kerfuffle in the background.
Oh, it's got like 6 of her like little electric scooter gang down there. They had cruising around the neighborhood in their electric scooters.
Not a gang.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what they look like. They have little vests, leather.
They wear the same colors.
Yeah, and they snap a lot when they walk.
Oh, that's a hand sign. Don't forget, that's throwing up a sign.
Oh.
But yeah, so I think
they're still deliberating.
I think it's cool to hear about the fire engineer's testimony, but it was like the prosecution only wanted to say that, well, a fire might burn longer than you think, but not long enough that it could have started outside the window or trying to lock in for Chris Melton's alibi. That's how I viewed the state's approach to it. So, I don't know. But how would you guys attack something like that? I mean,
I'd get my own expert, I mean, that's...
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was wondering if did the medical examiner give a time? How did the state provide any medical evidence, or then the fire? You mentioned the fire. Yeah,
the
I don't know.
Timeline did not come from medical.
Yeah, so that's just their. Yeah.
Was
I think there's just so much more. Yeah,
was the body in rigor still? Like, what, or was it liver mortis? Like, what was the condition of the body? I mean, like at what stage of rigor mortis was the body in? because that
I don't think that we heard more about her hair still being intact and smelling like shampoo, and I'm not sure we heard that specifically, like any.
so was that so like that was their thing. Her hair was still wet and smelled like shampoo. So that
Because I think they wanted to put it later after her supposed morning routine.
yeah.
Yeah, so real circumstantial with the timeline.
But that's kind of weird
Uh,
if a room is so smoky and it would have to burn or smoke for at least a few hours for this timeline to even work for the state's extension of the timeline, which is not the outer limits of when it could have started.
Why
Wouldn't
wouldn't
her
her hair
hair have
like
been
smell?
drying?
Well, and smell like smoke. Like, I think the smoke would override the shampoo smell, wouldn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, so it was just odd to me. And at first I thought they were gonna go down the pathway of like this occurred while she was in the shower, like mid-shower, snatched out of the shower. And like, oh, I think I'm trying to just I'm gonna break into this house, I'm gonna steal some stuff. Somebody's in the shower. Oh no, I should have looked at the car in the driveway to signal that somebody was at home, but I didn't, and now here I am with somebody in the home and it's like a robbery gone wrong. But that wasn't really the angle they were taking. They were saying it's her morning routine, she's going about her business around these times in the morning, and this would put it after the time frame of 7:45 or earlier where somebody sees a white guy running from the back area of that yard
Did they
and
say
the grass
her hair
between the
was
two
wet?
rows. Her hair was still intact, and so these are
Or was
like
it
first
wet? Did they say
responders.
it was wet? Or no? No one said that.
I don't think specifically wet, no. But I
Okay.
think that was the implication. Like two firefighters that responded to the scene were like both ready to say that the hair on her head was still intact.
Well, but intact doesn't tell me whether it's wet or not. Like when my 13-year-old gets out of the shower, she's like, "Smell my hair, daddy." I'm like, "Smells great." And it's like it smells different when it's wet than if your hair's dried. My point being, like, if I'm this dude and I did it the night before, I'm going to do a couple of things to try to throw off the timeline of when the homicide may have taken place. So if that
Well, and then
means
people were saying it could be from the fire hoses to extinguish the fire. So either way, if her hair was wet, you wouldn't be able to tell that you would think that if she's next to the bed is where the fire started, and they open the door and see flames blazing through the bedroom door by the time they get there, they're hosing that whole thing down.
yeah, but the first responders like saying that it smells like shampoo is like low key devastating shit in terms of the state being able to establish a timeline. The inference is that she showered that morning,
And
right?
then she should be clean and
Right.
not
Well, I mean,
10-day old.
right. She showered that morning, meaning she was still alive. Because, like, if I'm trying to attack the timeline, I'm trying to put the homicide taking place in the middle of the night, overnight, and that Melton left and came back so that it was convenient for his alibi, where he's at the bank and people have seen him. Because it's like again. I don't know if he's the guy who did it, if he had this like rage kill and he's anally raping her or graping her and then like whatever he's feeling in that moment afterwards or in the moments afterwards and he just needs to like leave and then thinks better of it overnight as you'd be obviously thinking about it and then he decides to come back to try to destroy the crime scene, you know. Because,
Yeah,
like,
maybe
all of
when that's
that
broad daylight, he parks further away, and that's why he's got to run the other way.
all of it, like, you would be thinking of some things if
I mean,
you're
it sounds like reasonable doubt since he's not the one on trial. So
that's
Yeah, it's funny because it's like this reminds me of how in the weeds, right? And because that's why we're like other jurors out here on the outside, and so all of this stuff that comes up, this is where people get so hung up, like in all of this minutia. But like at the end of the day, really, what did the state present? Right? It's just DNA on her in theory, right, of false, but that doesn't tell us anything about a burglary, right? It's very simple. And then all this other stuff, it reminds me like when I was in law school, we did a mock trial, and the jurors were law students and volunteers or whatever, but they put a camera inside the jury room so we could hear or watch their deliberations. And my whole the whole defense, I remember it was an alleged rape, and my client, the defense was it was consent. And the jurors were back there and they were saying, did you hear him testify that the car was gray? And then the other one said the car was this. And I thought, what in the world? Like the color. And so they were really hung up on this discrepancy about the color of the vehicle. When I'm like, we're conceding this happened. It was just, how, right? So, but it taught me how people will go into the weeds with a lot of this stuff. And, so you throw the stuff out, but at the end of the day, if you could get the jury to focus, because I'm thinking, why are they taking so long?
Here we are.
Because of all of this stuff. So then we're talking about timeline. We got to explain everything away. It's like they're almost trying to determine, is there enough guilt for Chris Melton? And that's not the issue. The point is, where's the evidence against Faust, right? It's just DNA with no other story, with no in proximity. Like how, but it's just so much stuff and so much information. And then now they're like in the weeds with all this other.
Yeah. See, the problem with True Allele though, and I was telling Kat before this trial started, I didn't know if she had ever run into them, but like we have come up against them in cases, and back in like 2016 when they were a fledgling software for cryptogenetics or whatever the hell the name is of that company. And, we had requested a Daubert. We're like, this is some black box shit. We have no idea. My expert has no idea how he came to any of these calculations. And when we challenged him to produce his algorithm in terms of the software, like what makes the sausage in his black box, the guy refused. He's like, it's proprietary. I can't give it up. It's like, that's my entire company is based on that algorithm. If I put it out to the public, then my company's valueless. So like he refused to do it. Ultimately, the judge denied True Allele from being, because they were going to do the same thing at my trial. Their number was like exceeded the number of people on the planet. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's 3 quadrillion. I'm like, okay, well, there's, that's like a lot more than the number of actual people here. And, at the end of the day, because of other litigation that was going in other jurisdictions and other states, the judge is like, well, that was very lengthy in terms of keeping them out, True Allele. And the judge is like, well, there's a trial date set. We're not going to have enough time. So he barred it based on the fact that the litigation in terms of figuring out how to do a Daubert around this guy saying he wasn't going to turn over the shit. But that number is devastating. You know what I mean? It's like, you're a lawyer. I mean, people call it the CSI effect or whatever you want to call it. People give so much weight to hearing that number, and you'll see it in the chat. I mean, the people that think that Faust is the guy, they're leaning completely on that DNA. And, it's a scary proposition. So when Cruz elects, either because he doesn't have a way to challenge how his profile would be found on her or in her, or he just decided to not touch it and focus on Melton in order to create the reasonable doubt, which I think is the path that he took. It's like that True Allele shit scares the hell out of me. It's like that is the biggest hurdle in this case, because they have no case against the guy other than that. Like if you were to subtract that out, there's literally nothing that they have against this. They have nothing to place him in the house at all. There's no one has him in the neighborhood. You have 2 random people, saying that they saw a black guy walk by. I mean, come on.
It seemed like different descriptions to me. So I would say different black guys walking by.
I mean, it's a
At least one of them was not Edrick. Like
it's a neighborhood, Whoa, what's DB talking about?
All right. So apparently Sylvia's saying the jurors knocked on the door. So
Oh,
Let's
Nelly.
see. I don't see any. Let's put this back up. We can listen to our while we wait. It's running. It should be all the way forward. We're not on the sprinkler anymore. We're just on the ceiling or wall ceiling.
Yeah, I call it only soffit. Looks like a
All
soffit.
right. Do we think we have a verdict?
Wow, that would be.
I'm nervous. I'm always nervous, though.
You should be, because you know what?
Always
Most of the time
nervous.
defendants are guilty. I mean, that's just facts. I mean, in terms of what the verdict is.
Well, on a positive note, you guys, make sure you are, if you're watching in the chat, check the pinned comment. You'll see a link to go follow Lisa over at Florida Defense Team and Bob over at Defense Diaries. Both of their links are in that pinned comment, so click both of them. We've also got James Phipps, who put this up on the screen but couldn't read it while they were talking. Said, yeah, the plumber got cellulitis and then stopped wearing gloves. Like, yeah, things that don't
right,
math.
Mr.
And then
Back on the
Ali
record.
B,
Oh, thank you. You may be seated,
commenting on
everyone. Thank
reasonable
you.
doubt here. Let's see what we've
You have a
got.
note? All right.
Oh,
A note.
This is number
I
2.
want to go home.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Easy enough.
Sure, they have some version of the Allen charge in Georgia.
it's pretty early for them not to be agreeable. You know, I mean, I'm sure if there's a split in that room, like they have not been deliberating long enough. I mean, you subtract the 2.5 hours out, they've been deliberating for like 3 hours, maybe 4.
But there's not much for them to go through. It would all be conversational.
I mean, how many days was the trial? 10?
9. Well, yeah, 9, and then I think one was like a half day.
I mean, that's not a 2-day trial. There's plenty for them to go through. Yeah, I agree. Like in this respect, I don't know. With that DNA hanging over my head, like I'm not thinking a fast verdict is in my favor. If I'm defense counsel, I'm worried.
They're bringing you can hear him being brought in.
She looks defeated. She looks
All right,
pissed.
we're on
She's
the
not
record,
happy.
and one of the jurors has requested to leave at 8 o'clock tonight, and so they are seeking permission to adjourn, which I'm certainly going to grant for them. Could you have the foreperson come out? Thank you. And let's not have the camera on her. I'm going to ask her a question at the bench. Thank you very much. I know you know that.
Oh, I wonder if they'll unmute because you just said no camera. Oh. Well, dang.
There you go.
So thank you for your note. We're certainly going to grant your request. Any thoughts about what time? Typically we start at 9, but it's been a long day. Do you have any thoughts about what might be best for the group? Sure, absolutely. Sure.
All right, so they're going to go in and they're going to come back. Someone over on the X chat, this Benjamin, was asking, because he's asking, did you see my comment? If you're not guilty, why wouldn't you testify? I don't see the other comment, but that's what it was.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think not testifying means someone's guilty at all.
Yeah, I did a whole thing on that. But in this,
Thank you so much. I'm going to have everybody come on out with their belongings. Thank you for checking.
All right, let me see what they said there. Double check.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's very
Start
good.
at
Thank you
9.
so much. I'm going to have everybody come on out with their belongings. Thank you for checking.
All right, let's see if they say anything when they get out, but they want to start at 9. But I mean, you see how we're talking about Chris Melton on the stand, and he's not the defendant here. I mean, if any defendant gets on the stand. Sorry, let me slow that down.
You all want to come back at 9 o'clock, which would certainly be my preference. I just wanted to check with all of you. So thank you for that. I'm going to release you. The deputies are going to escort you again to the elevator and to the parking deck. Don't discuss the case. Look on social media. Do any research. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning right here at 9 o'clock. When you come in, go straight into the jury room and begin your deliberations when everyone gets there. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Let's see if they say anything else before they kick us out. Yeah, no, I think we're around like the 3-hour ballpark, maybe.
All right, the deputies are in charge of how everyone leaves the courtroom, but court is adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
See you, Judge. Take care now.
Bye. So another day that we have to wait, but they're going to continue deliberating. It is 8 p.m. local time. So again, this is happening in Georgia. So they're leaving. It's 8:08, and then they'll be back at 9 in the morning. Back to the testifying thing. I mean, the same way that we're all sitting here analyzing Melton, if this was his trial and he testified, that's how we'd be scrutinizing it. Anybody that gets on the witness stand, especially the defendant, everything that they say is going to be scrutinized. Even an answer that you give that might seem awkward might not actually be because you're guilty, but somebody could take it that way. So you just don't know.
It's the level of scrutiny on a defendant that's testifying is about 1 million times more than any other witness. I mean, it's like by the time the defendant would take the stand, the state's case in chief has already come and gone. Most of those jurors have already formed some kind of opinion because that's facts. It's rare when you get somebody who's able to just sit there and, well, I hear you. I've taken a note. I hear you. I've taken a note. I'm going to wait till to hear the defense. You know what I mean? It's like they've formed some kind of opinion. It is a huge risk. Like I try to avoid putting my defendants on the stand, which is ultimately their choice. All I can do is advise them. I think, and a lot of times we take it as it comes. We see how the state's case went. And if it was meh, we're like, well, I don't think we risk putting you on because like you said, Kat, the bottom line is anything could be misconstrued. If they don't like your client, if they don't like the defendant, if like the way he says something or the way that he talks or his manners, or if he's not responding in a way that they think is the way he should respond, everything is super scrutinized. So you try to avoid the risk if at all possible. Because I get it. I understand the normal concept is for every single person to be like, man, I'll tell you right now, if I didn't do something, there is no way you're keeping me off the stand. There's no way. And that's just not how it works. That's not how it works in real life.
That's a great question. And then, but it's funny now thinking about it, the defense did not touch on that. In the closing. And if I don't put my client on, I am always, I make sure that we address that because that is the common thinking. It's like, if you didn't do it, why are you not telling us? And so to remind them, we're here because I'm saying, he didn't do it. And then the other thing is what happens when he takes the stand. I always remind my jurors that our jury instructions, I don't know over there, but they'll say that, once they take the stand, who has the most interest in and how the case is going to be decided is one of the factors for credibility. And so the state always is like, who has the most interest? The defendant does, and he's had 20 something years to plan his story or 2 years to plan his story or whatever. So everything he says. And so I try to remind them and no one likes public speaking. The majority of people are afraid to talk in public. And imagine if your life is on the line. So all of that has to be set up so that they're not expecting it and they understand it. And then they don't hold that against them. Right. But they didn't, he didn't really touch on that. And then in this case, from what I understand, his record is lengthy. You put him on the stand, then your record is up for grabs. I've put a client on the stand that had 17 prior convictions. And, as long as they answer truthfully, they can't go into what those are, but you have that effect that then now the jurors are like, oh my gosh, he's a convicted felon. And they're looking at, and it's another thing that just kind of becomes a red herring and throws them off instead of focusing on what's the state's case? Have they proven it? Has this, and that really his hands would have been tied in this situation. Like, what could he do? He can't go back and recreate what was going on 20 something years ago, but he didn't touch on that. So that really could be something that's playing in someone's mind because he didn't take the stand.
And when you have a length of time like this of 25 years, let's assume that we're in the world that he's innocent, that he had nothing to do with this. And now you're putting a guy on the stand who is literally not going to be able to answer any questions, because why would he recall a random day 25 years ago, which is most likely going to be construed as being evasive or lying? You know what I mean?
Making it up because they can't verify it.
If you guys were to ask me what I was doing 25 years ago on February 16th, I would have not the faintest idea. I could not. I might be able to put it together like, I don't know. I'd really have to think about it for a long time. Be like, I don't even know what state I was living in. It's like,
but it's a no-win. It's a no-win because, like, let's say, it's 7 a.m. Why are we still asleep at home, or with my wife or my family or whatever. Exactly. And then it's like, oh, sure, of course. And they're going to cover for you. Like either way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like James says, high risk, no reward. That's basically it.
Yeah. And I would say, Lisa, I think that's actually great what you said. The idea, because what you're getting at is because my client didn't just enter a plea of guilty, that's why we're having a trial. Yeah, and I think that's a great thing to mention to jurors, because I don't think that they just think of that. Like, obviously, we know someone's taking it to trial because they're choosing not to plead guilty, but you got to make that top of mind. And it's such a little thing, but I think that's really smart.
I've had one prosecutor object to me saying that, and they got mad because that I was saying. But most of the time, I can say it, or I can say it in a way that it makes that point. But yeah, I think it's important for them to remember, why do you think we're here? He's been saying, pled not guilty from day one.
Yeah, we get nailed. We've tried. We always try to slip that in. We always get the improper bolstering, objection, like every single time. Like, we try to get tricky with it. Because it's like that part of the gamesmanship of practicing law, especially in trial work. It gets frustrating because there's things you're like, man, it'd be really, really helpful if I could just say this. And it's true. So there's no reason I shouldn't be able to say it. But it's just, sometimes things are inadmissible in terms of things that you'd like to be able to say. And yeah, I don't know. I think, what do you guys think? I think that the longer it goes in this particular situation, the better it is for Faust. That's what I think.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm neutral on that. I think that there's, probably people that are trying to, I think the argument's probably, but we don't, not we as in all 12, but some jurors might just think, well, I don't think Chris did it, so it had to have been Edrick Faust.
Who knows? You don't know. And then all I know is, like, I get frustrated the longer I'm waiting, and I'm thinking, but you don't know who the holdout is. So is the holdout on this side or on this side? You really don't know. And so the longer
only one.
Yeah, it could be one, it could be multiple, and then you're thinking, okay, I should have done this, or what are they focusing on? And we don't know, because the longer it is, I mean, it just depends on who that holdout is, right? And then I'm thinking, well, obviously they're not seeing it the way I'm seeing it, that there's no evidence here, and there's nothing that someone thinks there's something on either side. So each side is thinking, the state is thinking, gosh, if they had it in the bag, we'd already be done, and vice versa. So who knows?
Yeah.
Just from the outside, I would like to think that if so many people have questions, that 12 people on a jury would think, like, hey, beyond a reasonable doubt, we cannot get there.
Reasonable doubt. Yes, that yes,
and that is a different question, and again, there's two pathways that different jurors could get to the same outcome. One could say, we just don't think that he did it. I full on think some other dude did it. I think it was Chris Melton. And someone else could say, you know what, I think it was Faust and not Melton, but I don't think the state proved their case. So there are two pathways for the jury to at least decide not to unanimously convict. I would be really upset if he comes back with a guilty verdict on this. I just because the state didn't prove their case, and because I really think there's
super
there's
thin
meat
case.
on the bone.
Yeah, very thin. Very thin. Yeah, very thin.
All right, I'm going to eat. Lisa,
All
it was an
right.
absolute
Yeah.
All right.
pleasure to meet
James
you.
said if you can it doesn't have to be your client, but a dumb thing that you've seen that got somebody convicted, it doesn't need to be a client that you've represented.
Oh, I can tell you
Oh my
probably
gosh.
the worst case scenario for us is we had it was an SA case and it was a consent case. And in those cases, most of the time you're going to have your defendant testify. And in this particular situation, this guy like gets on the stand and was like the most unlikable person that you do. Like he was so combative, and I kept when we were prepping him, like, you cannot get defensive and combative with the state when they're coming at you. You have to maintain an even keel. And he said something about the alleged victim about like how she's not even good looking. It was like the most improper disgust. Like I turned to Allison, I'm like, everybody hates him now. He's going down. Like it doesn't like it was like it was so awful when he said it. It was so incredibly disrespectful. It was like he lost everything that we had been telling him like prior to testifying, and it was just devastating for him. You know, it was like absolutely like I ran into a juror in the grocery store like 3 months later because I'm always dying to talk to a juror. The guy recognized me. He's like, "Hey, weren't you the lawyer on that one case?" I was like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Which case?" He's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah."
one where the guy said that thing.
Yeah, the one that where the guy said the awful thing about the victim. And I'm like, "Yeah." So like I started asking him, you know, I'm like, "Do you mind answering a few questions?" He's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "The jury just did not like your client." Which is not how it's supposed to go, but it's a cautionary tale. I mean, we're talking about human beings, and sometimes that's what rules the day. You know, it's like we'd all like to think that it's can you follow the law? Can you follow the evidence? And you know, sometimes it's just we can't stand your guy, which makes us not believe him, and that's it. So
Well,
that's my
that is
story.
yeah, like that guy seems like an a-hole, and that leaves an impression on jurors. Well,
So
enjoy your dinner. Thanks for hopping on.
bye,
And I'll
lady.
pass the torch to Lisa if she wants to answer the question.
See you, chat.
Okay.
See you, Bob.
Bye, Bob. Yeah, I guess that reminds me. What a defendant says when they get on the stand. I think when I first started, I worked at the public defender's office and I was representing a homeless. He was homeless and he was trespassed from the homeless shelter and or just a shelter and they're giving him a trespass. And then I used to fight everything. I wanted to fight everything, so they would offer them to pay a fine and I'm like, no, he's not guilty. And he had all this belief that he could be there and everything was great. I thought this was a slam dunk. And then he wanted to testify. I remember putting him on the stand and he was great during my direct. He was just and that he took law classes and he was just really quite the professional. And then when the state got up, they asked a question. Could you repeat the question? Could you repeat the question?
Oh my God, he was
Could you
playing a
repeat
lawyer.
Oh my gosh. And all of a sudden it was just like, he didn't understand the question. And I was like, oh my gosh, they're just going to be so annoyed. He did it so many times that it was just like, that's it. That was it. And then after that, it was a wrap. And after that, I have always warned my, listen, you need to be this way when you get, please try to listen. Yeah, because don't get up there and, oh my goodness.
Yeah, the
Just
whole
don't.
chat, like I noticed the contrast, right, personally, but then the chat overwhelmingly, like as soon as, like even before we get to cross-examination, sometimes the chat will be like, let's see the switch up on cross. We know it's coming. And then the contrast gets called out because contrast makes things noticeable.
Yeah, and I tell my clients like when the prosecutor is asking you questions, it's like just think that they have the wrong information. They've never met you, right? So this is your opportunity. So be as respectful with them. Just answer the question. It's okay. And then whatever you don't get to say, I get my chance to come back and to preface that, because that is really where then you'll lose a jury. You will lose a jury with defendant's response or any witness really.
Yeah, and sometimes we've seen like, I mean, maybe the YSL trial is a great example because we had so many witnesses to choose from because it's such a long case. But sometimes the witnesses that would get like combative on cross-examination. Like they seemed relatively immaterial to the case, but they would just be so like arms up again. And like you notice that, and it's just like there's really no reason for you to be defensive with your testimony. Like you introduced some pictures. Like that was it. Like
Yeah,
why are you being so
so
combative?
random.
And it just kills your credibility for no reason. So,
Yeah.
well, thank you so much for
Well,
joining. This is obviously
thanks for
continuing
having me.
tomorrow. If you want to pop on, feel free to, pop in the chat and I'll drop you a link. Guys, Lisa also just did a video like recapping her thoughts on this. And you said up until closing. You did it before you watched
Up until
closings?
before, yes, I did it before closing, so I had no idea where they were on it, but
So
yeah,
check
check
that
it
out.
out if
She's
you
in
want.
the description in the creator playlist and pinned in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm just going to wrap up with folks, but thank you so much for joining
Okay, no
and maybe see you
problem.
tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. Yes, all right. Take care.
So that was cool, guys. I'm getting used to panels. We'll be back. Let's do like 9:30 start time tomorrow, East Coast time. We can continue watching the face I have up with him right now. Hold on, let me show you. He's like saying a prayer right now. We'll continue with this tomorrow. We'll continue rewatching. But until then, I heard in the chat that Sylvia's already live. Let me double check if MLS is still live. Yeah, so MLS ended. Let me switch my redirect. We can redirect over to Sylvia. Sylvia was in court. If I can, come on, YouTube. Is she live on her own channel or is it the infamous Sly channel? She's got 2 channels. All right, let me get the link manually. Okay, so I'm dropping her link in the chat. And, oh. And let me type her title to find it. No verdict, still on watch. Okay. It's not letting me pull up her channel in the back end of YouTube to redirect you guys. So please use the link that I just dropped in the chat. I also just saved it to the Creator Friends playlist. That's weird because I've redirected to her before. Yeah, it's saying I need privileges needed, so she might have turned that feature off or like reset her settings, so I can't actually set up the redirect over there. So, not gonna redirect you guys anywhere. The stream is just gonna end. You'll have to take yourself there manually. Her channel name is Infamous Sylvia. Put Edrick or Faust in the title to help pull it up, or use the Creator Friends playlist or the link chat. Take it to trial. Good to see you. Unfortunately, we will not actually be redirecting there, but I will see everybody 9:30 tomorrow. Let's give them 30 minutes and we'll get caught in. And see you guys over at Infamous Sylvia. She will talk a little bit more about like jury makeup, even though she's not allowed to talk about like facial expressions and juror notes, but it's really cool to see or hear feedback from inside the court. Thank you guys for a late night hanging out so late, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye guys.